Good morning.
So I just want to let you know that we are recording simply because it's an open meeting to the public. So
Sure,
because we have to.
of
So you
course.
can't see me. I'm over on the side here.
Okay.
I'm Sarah, the one that you've been talking with to make your appointment.
Hi,
We have
Sarah.
Dan here who works for the assessor.
Hi.
Hi.
And so he's the one that you're going to be speaking with. I just set a timer to kind of keep us on point here, but it's you get 15 minutes and
Great.
feel free to begin whenever you'd like.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Um, I wanted to ask some questions because, a lot of people on Lake Raponda know each other, and people were, talking amongst one another, kind of freaking out about the jump in the
Yeah.
land assessment appraisals, right? And I was trying to actually allay people's fears. I was like, that these large jumps don't necessarily mean that we'll have a corresponding jump in actual taxes.
Thank you for doing that.
And I don't know. I just know just generally that would make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
That you would.
Yeah.
So what will happen? What is the plan?
Uh, as far as the eventual uh, tax
Well,
rate,
it's a spooky thing to open in your mail, right? To see, an over 50% jump in your appraisal because you think like, oh my gosh, are my taxes, that's
yeah.
huge. And so I'm looking, I bought the house in 2020 above its appraised value, right? And it's less when the grant sold it to us, they carved out a big bunch of the land and sold it to the neighbors, the witnesses. So we have the part that's on the water, and that is, I don't know the measurement of that, but that has like a little shed, a boat shed on it, where we keep kayaks and stuff. And then there's the road, and then there's our house,
Yeah.
and we haven't, the house started out as a tiny cabin and the grants added on, they had it for about 40 years. So I think they added on I think in the 70s and 90s, and early 2000s maybe. And we haven't added anything. We're just sort of living in it, right?
Yeah.
And so I know our acreage is totally less than 2 acres. And the between 2020 and 2024, the assessment went up 56%. And I heard that there was a house across the lake that just sold for like $2.5 million, 2 point something million. And I can see it. And that's a very different kind of house. I mean, that looks far more, as far as the house itself is totally different ball game. But the land, right? We're all on the lake, and I get that it's valuable, but 56% is, a big leap, right? So
Yeah.
help walk me through this. I mean,
Well,
I don't,
basically, I'll start to tell you that the reappraisal used sales, all the valid sales that occurred for a period of 3 years, leading up to the end of March 31st. And
mhm,
that 3 year period, whatever valid sales that took place were used um, uh, to create the new market values. And as far as Lake Raponda goes, to some extent, there would be the the assessor would be trying to concentrate on using sales that took place on Lake Raponda, um, and whatever sales there were uh, ended up creating the increase that you're seeing. And
mhm,
the land definitely did increase quite a bit, uh, more so um, than other parts of town that are not waterfront. So, and or other types of land. Um, yes, waterfront is well, as the old saying goes, they're not making any more of it.
right.
Um, it becomes very desirable, and especially over the past 3 years, people have been um, wanting to pay top dollar for it. Uh,
Mhm.
And so that's where the increase came from. But as far as the tax rate, there's no way to know what the tax rate will be uh, until this part of the process is done and all the changes that are made from the hearings will be taken into account. And then the state will have to will have to be sent the new grand list information. And then after that, there will be a period where the tax rate will be determined. You probably won't get a new tax bill until sometime in late August, most likely. So there will
And
be
then,
a delay in the normal time that tax bills.
so, okay, so what is our tax rate right now?
Actually, I don't know. Sarah might.
What,
The
sorry,
tax rate is right now.
yeah, I don't know it right offhand. I
Okay, well,
usually
like,
have a little cheat sheet in
I
front of
want
me.
to say I've been paying, and this is, it is all wrapped into the mortgage stuff, right? I want to say I pay about 14,000 a year in taxes. I don't want to be paying 50% more immediately. Like that's,
No, it wouldn't jump to that extent. What
and
happens is when the town actually reappraises like this as a
yes.
whole, the whole town's common level of appraisal goes up and it helps to keep the tax rate down. And we're hoping possibly even lower than last year. Now, our town, our in the Vermont state has town taxes, but then there's also educational. And
Mhm.
those educational portions are out of our control.
Right.
That comes from the state.
Is there anything that says like, okay, your tax bill just went up 50% because of all this stuff, but there's some sort of protection, like it gets stepped up over time?
Not that I know of. I don't, I don't do taxes. I'm part of the assessment group here. So, um, I work in the assessor's office. Taxes aren't really something we discuss during these grievings. The grievings are really just about your assessment and whether you believe your home is worth what it was assessed for.
Well, I paid 765 for it less than, almost 4 years ago. Did it go up, what's the percentage between 877 and 765? I, there's so few properties on the lake and there's so few people selling that, you get, okay, I'm an out of towner, but you know what? I live 45 minutes away. So I'm in Gill and, I'm not coming in from Colorado or, some of these other places where the owners are then turning it into an Airbnb and, able to cover whatever their mortgage plus, right? I'm not Airbnb, I'm not renting my place out to people. So it's hard. I mean, I'd like to know to have transparency to know what the comps used were. And then I could say like, well, this is different, that is
Well,
different.
yeah. As I said, the assessment, the assessor would, in the process of uh, doing the valuation for the Lake Raponda area, as much as possible, uh, nearby sales would be used, or sales that took place on
I
properties
get,
of Lake Raponda.
I don't doubt that, but
Mm.
it's also the ones that have come up for sale are some of the biggest, you know, properties. And they're really, really, they sold high. I get that. And
Yeah.
the people that bought them are blowing more money in there, right?
Well,
And
yeah. The assessor is obliged to uh, do the process the way the state would require it. He is very familiar with Vermont towns and especially also with waterfront properties in other towns as well. And as near as he can manage, he would try to make the values uh, appropriate for what's happened here in town. It doesn't mean that it's always a perfect answer. I would like to mention that this process does also end up, you will be getting a second notice in about 2.5 weeks. That notice will be sent to show you what, if any, change was made for your property valuation. Even
Yeah.
if there's no change, you would still get a notice. And
Mhm.
the notice, importantly, also mentions this, there are steps after you've done this hearing and get that notice. There are other steps for you to get some satisfactory resolution if you think whatever happened from here wasn't uh, not as much as you would expect, if anything. So
Mhm.
that will be something you can take advantage of to seek further resolution with your valuation. Um, so that notice, as I said, will reach you by mail in about 2.5 weeks. Um, so it's something to look forward to. So if you theoretical market value that you would say would be somewhat or some kind of range that you would feel would be appropriate if you were to
Mhm.
market your house property? If you don't, that's okay. I'm just asking.
I don't,
Yeah,
I bought this place because I want to have a place for my kids to, be. Because we
sure.
moved here from elsewhere. And anyway, long stories. But the point is I want to be a 40-year property owner,
Yeah,
right? And whether or not my kids want to keep it or not, the point is to stay there, as long as I can.
yeah,
So I'm not gonna sell it
yeah. Um, do you
because
live
my
there
hus
full
my
time?
husband asked me what would if somebody walked up and offered me stuff for it. I'm like, well, probably I would say you have to give. I would sell it for a price, but it would also involve me staying for at least 20 years. So
Yeah. Oh, okay.
sale lease back, because I want those memories there. And
Sure.
I'm 45 minutes away and there's nothing else 45 minutes away. So y'all are stuck with me. Um, and I'm just trying to, you know, be a good neighbor and
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the town is not interested in driving people away for lack of being able to afford the taxing, but we can't, there's no way we can address that with the assessment property. It has to follow the normal procedure of using the sales that are available and
right,
and the state does monitor what the towns, how they proceed with their reassessments to keep an eye on uh, um, how things get done. Um, so right now,
that
that's the best.
yeah, it's tough because in the last 4 years, prices for one thing have, gone up stupid and other things have stayed the same. And it's,
Yeah.
property is in Vermont on lakes is one of those things that's, like you said, it's supply and demand.
Well,
But
there, and I,
877, the jump for 4 years, it's just a proportional shock, right?
yeah. Well, I'd like to mention that there is a wide range of property value increases. Um, Yours was about 50%, but there's quite a range depending on the type of property or the structures that were on it. And there were some that were much larger increase than yours and some that were less. So it's not as if they could say, well, let's increase them, take all the properties on Lake Raponda and increase them 50%. Um, it's a very selective process to get each individual property assessed based on what it is. And so there's quite a range of increases. Um,
Right.
uh,
Yeah, and it's funny. At one point, I know we only have 2 more minutes, but different. Like, are y'all trying to actually assess at market, or is it some funny number? Like, because I bought it well above what the assessed value was.
well, the 2020 value is 4 years old,
Right.
and a lot changed in the 3 year period that was used for the reappraisal. So there's not any predetermined increase. It's whatever it comes out to be for each property,
Okay.
Depending on the
All
location,
right.
the sale.
Well, okay. Yeah, I don't have any, I would, like I said, I would love to, I didn't go to an agent to find out, well, what are my comps and all that jazz, because they're each so individual and, you know, different kinds of buyers, right? You just get shocked at what
Yeah.
things are going for.
Well, you still could do that with the next step of the process
Okay,
after you get that notice. So that will still be something that you can consider as far as appealing your
right.
value. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Well, we'll wrap it up then.
okay,
Thanks for calling in.
sure.
Uh, if you have
I
any
mean,
other
I know it's
questions,
a hard job, so you have my sympathy.
well, thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. Good luck.
All
Thanks.
right, bye-bye.
Bye.
So I can't see a name. It looks like the next person maybe called in. Is that Jason? If it is, you can feel free to unmute. Guess I'm not really sure how to do that.
Oh, I think
Hi.
I'm unmuted now.
Jason?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Jason, and your last name, it's Gross?
Yes,
Okay, so Jason Gross is here for 93 East Village Circle, or Village East Circle, right?
we call it East Village. I don't know. There's like two different signs in the same road.
Okay.
But you got it. That's me. Yeah, sorry for any background noise.
We got your letter in the
so-
mail, which also included the letter from, it looks like your builder.
Yeah, yep, do pre-construction, Scott Dupree.
Yep, okay. So I'm just gonna
Yeah.
start a timer to kind of keep us in realm here. So you get 15 minutes. My name's Sarah. I'm the one that's been talking with you through email. And then Dan is here who works for the assessor.
Hi, Jason.
Okay. Hi, how are you, Dan?
So you can
Good.
begin whenever you'd like.
Okay, great, thank you. So I don't know if you've had a chance to read the letter yet. I don't want to
I
sound too repetitive.
just started to.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, if you want to take a minute to read it, basically in theory, well, the letter kind of sums up the idea that over the course of the 3 years, which I put down at the bottom there, we have,
Yeah.
over 100% increase, 30% increase, and 45% increase, which is a total of 177.54% increase on my home. Now, what I did with my house, I bought it in 2014 or 15, I believe. And, I paid $210,000 back then. And since then, in 2021, going into 22, I wound up doing a renovation. And what I did was we needed some more living space. So we put a garage in and we put a room over it, right? Like a living space over it. That's what the letter from my builder is. At the same time, we took the opportunity to change the windows and the siding, which were completely rotted out. The house wasn't even up to code. The building department said that we had to re-insulate because that house was so old, it was missing, certain codes that didn't exist today on the insulation side. So we needed new windows. They were single pane, really old. Heating bills were astronomical. That whole house was wood. We had rotted siding all over the place. The deck was borderline unsafe. We had no choice but to replace the deck. It was warped and the wood was weak. The footings were cracked, the concrete footings. I actually have pictures of all of this from when we did the work, So my point is that I did a lot of maintenance that I deemed necessary, like changing windows and siding and, making the deck safe again, right? but I did add on to it, and the cost of the addition was $260,000. That's the letter from my builder. So, you know, when I think about what the house should be assessed at, I came up with a number of $505,000. I'm not going to base it off today's home sales because I don't think that that's really the way that should be done. That's not the way it's done, you know, where I lived back in New Jersey either. You know, I think what somebody's going to pay is tomorrow's number, not today. But anyway, I just, you know, you hear all these people grieve, right? It's getting expensive. It's getting hard to justify keeping this special place for everybody all the time. And, you know, and the multiple in the town may be off, obviously. And that's why there's a lot of people complaining about the taxes being high. And they'll always complain about high taxes. But the bottom line, you know, is that you haven't changed the multiple and the houses are getting more and more expensive. And so these taxes are out of whack. But regardless, that's not my argument. My argument is that my house is only worth, you know, assess-wise, $505,000, I believe, because it's still a 1950s house with, you know, it's lipstick on a pig. I changed the windows. I changed the siding. The inside's still the same. When my kids walk upstairs, you hear it throughout the whole house. It's thin walls. You know, I did add a garage. So I'm going on and on, but I think you get my point, right?
Yeah. So the inside, the inside
We haven't touched. Yeah.
has no updates. Has had no updates then.
The only one thing we did, because when I bought the house back in 2014, they had blue carpeting, and you know it survived the lifetime of however many dogs they have. My kids have allergies and asthma. I ripped the carpet out and I put down a hardwood floor.
Oh, okay.
Houses.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that's
Oh.
that's it. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, and that's what's driving me a little crazy is, you know, I think it looks great what we did from the exterior, you know, but again, like, I don't know. I think the numbers make sense in my mind. I'm curious to see what you think. The value of my $260,000 addition added on to basically what I paid. So you're at $505,000.
Okay. Yeah. So there's no outbuildings on the property. Is that correct?
No, it's one single family home.
Yeah. No sheds or anything. Okay.
Well, there's like a wood shed, you know, but I feel like everybody has a wood shed.
Oh, okay. Just for firewood, you mean?
Yeah, there's firewood. And I actually didn't change the siding on that. So if you want to stop by one day, you could see what the old siding used to look like. It's totally rotted out.
Well, I should mention that the assessor obliged to use all of the sales took place.
What did he use?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, you said he used what?
The assessor obliged to use all of the valid sales for the 3-year period that ended in March 31st to create the new market values. And as you're probably aware, the market has quite a bit of years. So those sales were used to create new value. Basically, that's where the came from. But the information you're providing does show that you did have to put a lot of money into getting the house up to normal condition.
Building codes. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But the addition of the garage area that was added, that is pretty significant, and that would be part of the reason that your increase went up the way it did. And so it's good that you have thought about what you think it would be for putting on the market your 505,000. So what would happen is the assessor will review your property again and take into account what you're submitting here for the information and value that was required to rehab it. And you will make some decision at some point, and you will be getting a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to let you know what change, if any, was made about your property value.
Okay.
And that notice will also tell you that there is further steps that you could take advantage of to seek a further change in value. I did want to ask, you do have a copy of the assessor's property card, I hope?
Assessor's property card. I have like
Yeah.
the
It's a two-sided page with details on one side and a footprint plan on the back side. Not something you have, I guess.
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay.
No.
Sarah can email you one, and you can look that over. It shows most of the details about the property that are in the data, and you could check that
Okay.
over to make sure that it's correct. And if you
Okay.
find anything that you want to question, you can email Sarah. But I should mention that this process has to be wrapped up by Monday morning. Would that be correct, Sarah?
Yeah.
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 So anything you would like to submit or have the assessor see would have to be sent to us by Monday morning to be
Okay.
accepted. So you have a few days to look that over and see if it's correct. And
All right. So
well,
Sarah's gonna email it to me, you said?
Yep. I'm
Yes.
actually doing it right as we speak.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, so yeah, it's good that you called in and gave us your information. And so that notice will come by mail in about 2.5 weeks.
And that notice is the update as to what they're gonna do, right? Because I only have until Monday to get.
Yeah, even if there's no change, you would still get a notice, but
Right.
theoretically there could be change, and that's what the notice is
Uh-huh.
for. And you'll find the
So,
information. Go ahead. What?
On this call, though, there's no resolution on this call, though, right? It's really just to hear
Oh, yeah.
my
No,
case, I guess.
the assessor will be doing all of the changes over the next
Got it.
week or so. So there's
Yeah,
nothing.
hearings go until they're finished being heard, and then there's a 7-day in the statute. There's 7 days for us to do results of grievance, and then we send out those. It'll look a
Okay.
lot like your change of appraisal notice. It's gonna look like that, but it'll say
Gotcha.
results from grievance,
Okay.
and it gives you
Okay.
more details on if you wanted to take further steps.
Right. Sarah, crazy question for you. Was I standing next to you in the post office a few months ago when I was renewing my box and they're like, we need ID or proof that you live here? And I said, all I have is an email from the tax assessor's office. Was that?
That was me.
And you
That
were
was me.
laughing? That was you.
Sending out
Okay. Yeah, so we've met.
3,100 notices. Yep, that was me.
That's right. Okay. That's funny. That's funny. Well, nice to talk to you again.
Okay.
All right, guys. I appreciate
Have
it.
a great
and
day.
I'll look for your email. Talk to you soon.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Bye.
Take care. Thanks.
That was funny.
Yeah, really.
Okay, so next we have Peter Wimmelman here.
Okay, come on up.
So
Good
this
morning.
is Peter Wimmelman for a land parcel off of Dix Road. Okay,
Oh, okay.
so I'm just gonna turn on your microphone because it is a recorded session.
So what my wife had come up with and sent you was not accurate because she looked at the 23 assessment and not the 24 assessment. And, but anyways, I'm gonna use the same, the top span is the piece of property
uh-huh.
we're contesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And
Yeah, the first one.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so the other two that are highlighted in yellow
Uh-huh.
are the two comparisons that we
Oh.
came up with.
Okay.
And one is right here on Route 9, just before Share Hill turn. It's the same acreage. 20, I think 23 acres.
Yeah.
And it's, I believe it was appraised at 43.
Yes. 43,730.
Yeah, and the other one is, I think, a 30-some acre parcel. And that was appraised at 41.
And
Change.
yours is 23.5. So your change went, oh, so there's some history here. Do you have a copy of the property card?
I don't.
Oh, okay, well, that's something, Sarah, I guess, might have that.
No, right here, but I can print it.
Oh, okay. How long, when did you have purchased the property? Approximately
Oh, probably 20 years ago.
20 years ago? Okay.
And I purchased it for 10,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not bad.
You know, I mean, the piece of property is 1.5 miles from the town road. You know, and there's no services.
Oh,
And the piece that we used as a comparison is right on Route 9. I mean, and there's access directly onto the piece of property. There's a culvert installed, and there's no way the piece that I have is worth more money.
okay. So it's a 1.5 miles from the road.
Yeah,
And that's, so that 1.5 miles, is that a rough track? Is it?
a class 4 road.
It is class 4.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And it's true that the piece on Route 9, there's a stream flowing through it, but that kind of divides the property. But the same is true of the piece that we have.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this line of numbers, it's showing some of the recent history of the values. It only goes back to 2018, but it does show that there was a large increase in 2020. And I guess, did you come in with a grievance for that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in 2020, and it was changed to 50,500. And oh, you went to the BCA as well. Okay, so they made another further reduction. Okay, and could you briefly describe the basis of the issues from those reappraisals that ended up being changed?
I mean, last time, the two parcels that I used were at 25,000. That's what they were appraised at. Of course,
Okay.
they've gone up now. But,
Yeah.
and I think mine was at the time, I don't know, it was something crazy. I think it was 60,000.
Uh-huh.
And anyways, it
Yeah.
just it didn't jive. So
Yeah.
anyways,
Well, as you probably have heard, that sales over the past few years have gone up quite a bit, including land. But yours is a large increase for sure. Did you have any intended eventual use of the?
No.
How would you just wanted to invest or?
yeah,
buy
well,
the-
it's adjacent to other land that we have.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
it's, and I probably will just incorporate it, but
Uh-huh.
I wanted to keep it separate in case someday I could pass it on to my grandchildren
Oh,
or
sure.
whatever. But
Yeah.
anyways,
Are there any dwellings on the
No.
other parts of the other
Uh,
properties?
well, yeah,
Okay.
it's contiguous with my home.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
And talking about that, I mean, the appraisal on my home site, it was 200,000. Okay. And I don't know if I really understand it, but I mean, they raised it to 500.
okay.
And I mean, I've got a dirt basement. The water runs right through the house. I mean, I don't know how they could, I don't understand it, you know?
Has the 2020 reappraisal, the listers were visiting properties. Do you know if anybody came to your property or at all?
Nobody that we saw.
They may have come when you weren't home. They weren't scheduled visits. They just went street by street, road by road, unless somebody requested an appointment. And when you mentioned something like a dirt basement, that's relevant. And generally that would only be known if somebody got to see the interior. And so, yeah, the increase was very large for a lot of residential home properties. And it varies. While
I understand.
some properties went up a lot more than others. But are there any other relevant negative factors about the land that I see
Just
you
that-
mentioned the road, the access is rough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
access is poor.
Is it really hilly or just
I
rough?
mean, the piece of property, you have to go through like a wet area, you can
Oh,
get through
yeah.
it with a four-wheeler or something.
Yeah.
But there's like standing water you have to go through and there's one flat spot and then it's all hillside. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Rough country. Yeah.
anyways, I guess as far as an appraisal, I would be satisfied with an appraisal between the two comparisons that we had.
Okay.
And I guess anything more than that, I wouldn't be happy with it.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. So the comps that you presented would be a basis for a market, a theoretical market.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you mention anything about photo pictures? I'm thinking of the last person. Would pictures be of any? You're welcome to submit photographs for whatever they're worth, but it's pretty obvious what's there. Well, okay. So what happens is the assessor will be looking over these your documents
Yep.
and reviewing the valuation of your parcel over the next week or so. So you'll be getting another notice about 2.5 weeks, and that's to show what, if any, change took place from the old value to whatever new value, or even if there's no change, you'd still get a notice. And that notice, as you can probably guess, it does describe the steps you can take, as you did 3 years ago, to seek further resolution or any at all resolution. But it's good that you came in to give the assessor something to go on for that. So,
Okay.
well, thanks then for
Okay, thank you.
coming in. All right, have a good day. Thanks. Boy, he really got some good results from the BCA. Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful. How are you? Thanks for making this work.
Yeah,
No, no, I totally get it. It's
Yeah.
crazy. We've got like 200 people that we had to
I
figure out.
would not doubt it when I opened that little letter. I was
Yeah.
like, that's a big number.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Stephanie Zambruski.
Yes.
Okay. For 11 Haynes Road.
Yes.
Okay. I have a property card here for you if you'd like. It's something that Dan will be referencing.
Okay, and
That's
just so you have
just-
never done this before, so.
Okay.
it's
Oh,
very
yeah,
new
okay,
for me.
well,
Okay,
Yeah,
New to me too.
okay, love this, learning experience.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
So this is Dan. He works for the assessor.
Uh-huh.
And we have 15 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna let you guys begin.
Go ahead.
Well, I just would preface that what I do basically here is I collect whatever information you're providing,
Uh-huh.
and also notes of verbal information to pass on to the assessor. And over the next couple of weeks, he'll be reviewing the property based on whatever we get here today.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead with your,
I
if
just,
you have
I'm,
some issues to speak
well, I'm
of,
just so.
or just the increase.
Yeah, I'm just so confused as to why it went up so drastically when I have done absolutely
Right.
nothing.
How long have you been?
Well, the house has been in my family since the 90s.
Oh, okay.
I just
Uh-huh.
recently took over for my father, who's still
Oh.
there part-time.
Yeah.
So when we bought the house, it was an absolute nightmare. We did a lot of stuff to it. If I would have gotten this letter 15 years ago, I'd have been like, yeah, we're gonna take that hit.
Uh-huh.
We haven't done anything to the
Yeah.
house
Well, most
or the
people haven't.
property.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Yeah.
like, and I understand like, oh, it's the value of everybody around you. Lake Raponda, like I don't have a view of the lake. I don't have a view
Right.
of the mountains.
Mhm.
Like I understand like, oh, the property values around you, but
Yeah.
I'm not at the lake. There's been no new builds on my road. There's been no new builds on Higley. I just feel like that's an aggressive number for what I have and what I have done in the last 15 years, which is nothing.
Well, yeah, I can give you some explanation of how the values were created. And so the reappraisal, doing what is normally done in all the towns, used sales, all of the valid sales that took place in 3-year period ending with March 31st of this year.
So COVID.
Going,
So from COVID,
well, the end, yeah.
yeah,
yeah.
so when we had a big boom and everybody was like, we can't live in the city, it's not
Yeah,
safe. It's
that-
like 9/11.
it's the way
So
it
I'm
turned
being
out, yeah.
Punished
But
for,
2020 was just before the major influx of
Yeah.
property buying. But by the rules of the state requires that the towns have to do that. That's part of the process that they have to do. So yes, the sales were high. And so those sales are all used by the assessor to create new theoretical market values. And your change was, let's see, 118, 269. And I would want to point out, if you turn that over to show you that. This is where your main value is. I believe it's.
Yeah.
So as you're seeing, reading this, these are previous valuations for
Yep.
reappraisals and so on.
So this is
so
what
the
it was
top
the last
value,
time.
Yeah, the top value, no, what did you? Yeah, right, so it's two, so it's actually this one right here. This is the state part.
Okay. So this is what it was worth before. This is what it's worth now.
No, actually, this is what it was before. Let's see, was there anything else? Okay, so where it says 2020, that was the reappraisal for 2020.
Okay.
And now these are the new numbers, but it's broken out into the land and the building structures separately. 200%. So the top one is land. Second one that is the home, the house, and any structures.
And this is what it is now.
And the total. So,
So do you
what I
see
was
how
gonna-
big that went up for
Yeah,
me doing nothing?
I did want to point out, look at the increase of the land.
Yeah.
The increase, if you were to calculate the percentage, land would be not as much
That's the house.
as the house, which is usually the case. And land values are created based on sales of land, including land that may not have had houses on it, in order to find what the change was in the market.
So so in 3 years or whenever it is, you reassess again and it just like 9/11, everybody's like, oh my God, it's too hard to live in Vermont. We're selling. Am I going to go down?
Oh, there's no way to know that. We can only deal with what happened so far. And I would caution you to not anticipate what your tax bill will be, because that won't be determined.
I understand that. So how do I gain? So basically what I'm hearing you say is there's no way that I can dispute this. This is
Oh,
what it
yeah,
is.
no. What many people have done is looked up comparable properties to their house, using whatever means they could. You can use things like Zillow,
Zillow, yeah.
Realtor.com.
Okay.
You don't have to do that. It's not mandatory. If you feel that that value is too high for a market value, even if you just expressed what you think your thoughts would be for a theoretical market value, that is something that is worth considering. And what will happen is, from this point forward, after the assessor gets whatever we discuss here, he will review the assessment of your property carefully, just to make sure there was no mistake. Human beings can make mistakes. Part of the process involves using a computer system that is made for assessing a whole town, but the assessor has a great deal of knowledge himself for assessing properties. So whatever the computer creates is looked at closely to see if it needs to be adjusted in some way. So he originally looked at this and decided that seemed to be relevant based on the sales. But as far as what you can do to challenge this, so to speak, you'll be getting another notice in about 2.5 weeks. And that notice is to let you know what change, if any, took place from this discussion and what the assessor decided. That notice, very importantly, would mention the options available to you as further steps to seek a change. There's a few steps that can be taken step by step if you're seeking change. And one of the first things that would be available would be a meeting with the Board of Civil Authority, which is a group of people who can make a change based on whatever you want to present to them. So that's your opportunity you have some time to collect information for that hearing. This process is going to end, as far as the hearings go, Monday morning. So if you wanted to submit something like photos or other text details, you're welcome to send stuff, but it would have to be emailed no later than Monday morning. And Sarah, that would be Sarah's email that you could send some things to, or just photographs,
Okay.
whatever you think might be useful.
Okay.
But as I said, the assessor will review this based because you came in and you feel that it's too high, and that's totally legitimate to grieve the process, start the process. And also on the backside, there is there's details over here, most of the interior information, and it's saying that you have 3 bedrooms. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And is it only 1 bathroom?
Yeah, half bath, I just put, yeah, half bath, but that's been in there for a long time.
So there's 1.5 baths?
Yeah.
Okay. Normally that should have been on there, but if they didn't know about it, then it wasn't entered into the data.
Okay.
And there's a shed on the property. Is that still there?
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
on a slab, like it's a movable one.
Yeah, it's not, these days, the assessments
Okay.
don't include whether it's movable or not.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just a shed.
Okay.
And what is it, a small shed?
Yeah, it's just.
It says 8 by 8.
I would say it's more like 8 by probably 10 or 12.
Okay. It may have been an estimate. That's something you could email if you want,
Okay.
if you want to measure that.
Okay.
Is it fairly old?
Oh, yeah, it's
Is
been
it-
there
is it-
since,
Is it in poor condition?
What?
Is it in poor condition? Is it usable?
I mean, it's usable and we store paddle boards and boats and tools and stuff in
Yeah.
there, but it's been there since 2005. I think it's been there,
Since when?
2005.
Oh,
I
okay.
built it
So
late.
it's about 20 years old.
Yeah.
Okay. I think maybe there was an old shed that was much older that was replaced, maybe. It says 1900 here. That doesn't sound correct. If it's 200. Is
I
it?
mean, maybe, but I remember there was an old like pole barn when we first bought the house.
Oh,
I
but
wouldn't say it was a shed.
that wouldn't have been 8 by. This said 8 by 8.
Yeah, it was like a little, it was just a place that the lady could like bring her like little 4-wheeler tractor thing and park it under.
Oh, so it was a real small,
It was
like
a
8 by
s-
8?
Yeah, it was a small.
Oh, okay. So it
but-
was changed over the years.
Yeah, like
okay.
in 2005, we were like, oh, why don't we just put a wall over here and do this? But
Yeah,
again,
yeah.
we just threw it on a slab of,
Yeah.
well, we put it in the same spot she had it. 'Cause it was
Okay.
grandfathered in by the neighbors.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that, yeah, you can look that over.
Okay.
And like I said, if anything you want to submit
Okay.
by Monday morning is acceptable.
Okay, perfect.
Well,
Okay,
all right. Well, it's
Thank
good that you
you.
came in.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You
Okay,
too,
bye now.
thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this is my son, Bill Rothman.
Hi, how are you guys? Good, thanks.
And Sarah?
My name is Dan. I work for the assessor, and my task today is to hear your issues and go over if you have any documents to submit as well. And everything that gets done here goes to the assessor for his reviewing of your property over the next couple of weeks or so.
And then if we are still unhappy, we go to the BCA.
Yeah, then you will be getting a second notice. It will describe the things that are available to you after a decision was made here. So that'll be in the notice that you're going to get in about 2.5 weeks. And yeah, the BCA is the next
Right.
step up,
Yep.
and then there's one after that, or two after that. I'm not sure which.
Right.
Printed your property card.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And I just got frustrated at home because we have a full house and someone had unplugged my printer and I wanted to print and I'm
Oh,
like,
gosh.
my apologies for us being here a little late.
Oh, we'll manage.
Okay, thank you. You mean run into where the grandkids must have borrowed the plug?
Probably had to plug in an iPad or two.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow.
This is what we refer to as Cousins Week, when everybody is here,
Oh,
so it's
great.
very hectic.
Great. Yeah. Fun, but hectic.
Fun,
Yeah.
definitely. So my
Yeah.
question for you.
Yeah.
Is the house site value versus the homestead value?
Oh.
Explain that to me.
Actually, I'm not an expert on homestead. It's not really I do this part of the process and I do field inspections. Sarah might be able to help with homestead.
So,
Yeah.
so you, sure. My understanding was that the house site, that the homestead was the house plus 2 acres. Okay. So the house site is the house plus 2. Okay, so so in this new appraisal, so you weren't involved with the appraisal?
It's not part of my work, no.
Okay, so who
I
did
would-
the appraisal?
Well, that would be the assessor. So as I said, all of this information will go to the assessor, and the assessor will review everything about your property to see if there was, number one, if there was any errors in creating the value, and also to include any possible things that are here that might be worthy of making changes to the valuation, whether it's about land or the building.
Yeah, so was it, just so I can understand,
Oh, sure.
is there a comp group, a comp set that was used to come to the valuation?
Well, what the appraisal does is the requirement is that the town has to use all of the valid sales for the past 3 years, ending with March 31st.
Okay.
So all of the valid sales that took place are that those sales are entered into the computer system that's used to create the new values.
Okay.
And the assessor uses those sale prices
Sure.
to come up with new market values that reflect what was happening with the sales over the last 3 years. The most recent year counts the heaviest. The computer has many internal functions that allow to filter and create the proper approach for each year of history. But the most recent year counts the most. And there were no sales used that took place after March 31st. That's totally out of the assessment year process.
So March 1st, 2020.
Of this 24. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
going back to what, March 31st of 2021, is that correct?
No. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah,
So-
basically. Yep, that 3-year period. And if you wanted to, if you were looking for comps yourself, to come up with your own version of property comps, you wouldn't use anything that took place after March 31st.
Outside of this window.
Yeah, right, yeah. So,
My
the-
next
yeah,
question,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Were you all set?
I was just gonna ask, was there an actual appraisal done by the assessor or?
Oh, okay. The
Is there a
the
report?
2020 reappraisal was done with a full inspection of the town, house by house, there were 3 listers. Are you aware of the lister process?
Oh, yes,
Okay,
but
so-
listers never came to my house.
Well, they didn't go, they didn't, you wouldn't have known when they were coming unless you had called in for them to do an appointment. They may have come to your house when you weren't home and done an exterior inspection. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's more than a drive-by. They would have looked over the whole property, outbuildings included, and taken photographs. That's all.
Sarah, do you have any of that information on my house?
From the 2020 appraisal,
Yeah.
I could look through the stuff from back then. I wasn't here.
I know you weren't. Yeah, I know. Debbie
But
was,
I
yeah.
can certainly look through the files to see. I want to say there was like a uniform report of appraisal that was printed for each property. I'm almost positive, so I could look and see if there is a copy. And then I could scan and email that to you.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I can take a look.
So, I did want to, so whatever information was collected then is now was put into the computer for that 2020 year. So all the information that's here about the structure is as recent as could be possible. But this reappraisal, as you're probably aware, was statistical, which means no visits were involved. There were visits to properties that had taken permits out for construction or destruction, whichever. So those properties may have had an inspection, but overall, it was not a town-wide inspection.
So is
Go ahead.
that a state position or is that?
No, the town hires, this is a change that other towns have done where they no longer use elected listers. They use a contract assessor who's hired just like anybody else would be hired. At this point in time, we have an interim assessor. They haven't decided how they're going to go about getting a permanent one. So we have an intermittent assessor who's very experienced with Vermont towns.
So in essence, they're taking the data that was collected in 2020, putting it into.
The most recent data. There was data in there prior, all of the information of previous appraisals, but the most updated data was from the 2020.
And then they're kind of taking that data, comparing it to the sales data over that 3-year period, and trying to come. Up with a
Correct.
valuation.
Yeah.
Are they doing, so does that mean that they're using an algorithm?
Oh, well,
Computer-based algorithm?
what the assessor uses is a very deep, extensive software system that the state has approved for the town to use. The state has its own system that towns can use. It's abbreviated by calling it a CAMA system, which means computer assisted mass appraisal, meaning you can do a whole town. You could do a town with multi-million parcels with it. So it's a very deep analytical system, and it's not something I don't work with that part of it, but the assessor is someone who is very experienced in using it.
So unlike an appraiser who would go out and do a comp analysis.
Right,
and
with
do-
3 or 4 houses.
Right,
Yeah.
and do adjustments.
Right,
Those
right.
based on different bedroom count,
Exactly.
kitchen,
Yeah.
all those things. That analysis was not completed. The software doesn't take it down.
Oh, it does. And all of the details that you see on here,
Right.
where it describes the number of bedrooms and bathrooms and other aspects of those structures and the outbuildings as well here. It's all done in a way that theoretically it would be, you'd expect similar results from both properties, both methods. And as I said, the assessor that's here has a long history of,
Who are Dan and Russ? Who are
that
they?
would
This
be,
is Dan.
Russ is the assessor. I'm his brother, Dan.
Okay.
So
And
I work for him.
You work for him, so no one works for the town?
No, he's.
They are
he's employed
contracted by the
town.
town.
Contracted,
So
right,
at the
yeah.
same,
Yes.
even if he had become the interim assessor, he has a reappraisal contracting business. And he's been doing that in Vermont for 30
So-
years or so.
So
Um,
you, Dan,
Yes,
my question, one of my questions is,
Sure.
how did the value of the house site, how did it go up 138%?
well, that would be based on land values, and the land values are calculated using sales of land just the way the rest of the property is, but it's a separate
But the
calculation.
house site is only 2 acres, correct?
Yeah, so the land is another process where everybody has different amounts of land, but the assessor is able to come up with values for land regardless of what size it is. So I wouldn't, you can look at the house site and say that's the 2 acres, that has the most value. And everything else is excess acreage, which gets assessed at a very different, much lower value per acre because it's excess acreage. So in every case where there's at least 2 acres, that's the most important part of the valuation.
The rest is considered excess, yeah.
Yeah, and it's based on sales.
Also, that number is showing you a generalized number. It's not breaking it out into your acreage and your house where the property card does. The property card shows you your land value and then the,
Right.
if I,
This one,
yeah, the front, so
that's what you-
right here, so this top number is your land. Yeah, land, building, total. So top number, the 281 is land. The 721 is the building, which is your house. And then the last number is the total. So that helps to break it down.
So the home site takes into account, so that's the 2 acres you're stating are valued at 97,000. That's contract. So this is the house value. The home site valuation, 97,000.
Right,
Okay.
right. So it's really, I mean, if you're looking at the valuation of the home site, your number, the reason it's so large is that your house went up.
Yeah, the house value.
So if you look at what the house value was last year, compared to this year, and then your land compared to last year to this year. So that's where, so I understand what you're saying, like how much it's grown, but it's not just your land. So it's not just the 2 acres that's grown exponentially. It's that your house has also gone up.
And I would add that that building value represents every structure that included. So
Sure.
your outbuildings are included
Right,
in that as
right. I
well.
forgot to say that.
Um,
Anything on your
Go
land.
ahead.
The values that it shows for 28, those aren't broken out. Is that just-
It's because they were just putting in, this system is on the newer end.
Yeah.
We didn't use this system until a number of years ago before the reappraisal. And so they were just putting in old values. It wasn't calculated between land and building. It just gave you a generalized amount.
You understand.
It just
the
shows,
percentage?
it's helping to show the history of
Yeah,
Yeah.
values.
Um,
yeah. So there isn't, so in essence, there isn't a comp list that we could get. from
No.
you With that, help us to
Well,
look at it.
yeah.
and talk about.
Right, not the
Right.
way that it's done with like individual appraisals,
Yeah.
like,
Many people that have come in have,
That's-
well, yeah, but I was gonna say they've gone out and done some searching from sources, even things like Zillow and so on,
Right.
to find reference of parcels that they think in town are comparable to
My
use.
comparables, the last time that I did it, the comparables, there was nothing in Wilmington. So in 20, did they do comparables in 2020?
Yeah, it's a shoot.
I believe they probably did.
So, Sarah, when
I
you
wasn't here
find
for
all of
that.
That
Yeah, I can definitely look through the file
wonderful.
and anything that I find from it, I'm gonna make a note and I'll scan it and email it to you.
Super.
It's all
Thank you.
public, so.
So I know Russ is the assessor.
He's the interim assessor, yeah.
But in essence, so the way I've done before,
Uh-huh.
do a common analysis. And I'm assuming that if we come back with common analysis that's pretty clear, based on either inconsistencies in this range, or just based on
Mhm.
comps that have sold
Yeah.
in this window. I'm assuming they must take that into account.
It would be something worth having him look at.
Yes.
I should mention the time frame for this process
Go ahead.
for submitting material is Monday morning.
This one.
Yeah. The time frame has to end when the grievance hearings end for submitting material. So what would be available to you after that is in the notice that you're going to get in 2.5 weeks to show what, if any, change took place from this hearing. We'll tell you about the other things, options that are available for further resolution.
So at that point, then you need to, what is it?
The BCA.
The BCA.
That's the
yeah.
first next step.
When you get your result of grievance notice, it'll give you all the details of how to, if you wanted to appeal further, your next step of how to get there.
So between now and after Monday afternoon, Monday morning, the time forward there's a good bit of time for you to get material together if you want,
Sure.
thinking that you might want
Yeah.
to go
What
to the
time
BCA.
is the Monday when the grievance is over?
I don't know.
Um,
When you need responses by, so that that's what I chance.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Monday, it's-
Right now, Monday, yeah, I mean, if you get it in by Monday at 5, I'll take it.
Oh, okay.
Monday, business day,
That
we'll
makes
say
sense.
that.
You
'Cause
might
I'm
want to do
still-
that then.
There's still people
Yeah.
pending, so.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, so
crazy.
that's something worth thinking
Yeah.
about.
We
But
can at least do, at least review this, obviously, do the common analysis.
yeah,
See what that
yeah,
looks like.
yeah. Some people have put together quite comps.
I like that your brother sent you to have to deal with the firing squad.
So, yeah, it's the way
We're
it
the
works.
information collectors here.
He's a busy guy, and it works out okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So yeah, obviously your main issue is just the increase, basically. Yeah. Well, yeah, after you look over the property card, and it does have information about the outbuildings, so that'll be something you want to look at too. It shows you're built and so on. So all of that is good, worth looking at. It's not unusual that people who have had old structures that they take down and they don't realize that it's still in the assessor's records. So it's important. So just in case you did make some change like that.
Those are the easy ones, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
If you find something like that, it's a good.
Yeah, it's a clear black and white change. Well, okay.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much.
Is that your pen?
That's it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Sarah's pen.
Oh,
Yeah, for the next
Oh,
person.
well,
Thank you
yeah,
both.
good luck with
You're
And
everything.
thanks for
welcome.
getting
It's
that
good you
for me,
came in.
Sarah.
Absolutely, yeah,
Appreciate
no
that.
problem.
Take
Okay,
care.
take care.
Nice
Good
to meet
Have
you.
fun. Okay, same here.
Okay, so next we have, there's my page here, we have Ron, who's on Zoom. Ron, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so I do want you to be aware that we're recording just because it's an open meeting and we're required now to record everything. So
Of course.
here we are. So Ron,
Can I ask the camera just be pointed a little bit to the left of the gentleman that's in frame? I can only hear and I can't see the rest of the party.
oh yeah, it's because the table where people sit, we usually have it.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Excellent. So hi. So my name is Ron Schreiberg. I'm the property owner alongside my wife, Lorene Schreiberg, for 124 Fanny Hill Road in Wilmington. And I've owned the home since early 2000, actually, yeah, early 2009. I've actually attended prior grievance hearings before. So I'm familiar with the process if nothing has changed since back in 2016. And if so, then we could probably just a brief intro on your side and we can get right into it.
Okay. My name is Dan Bodwin, and I work for the assessor here in town, and I'm taking notes and anything else that you want to discuss. And that information will be passed on to the assessor for him to review your property after we're done with this particular hearing here. And so you're welcome to go ahead with whatever issues you'd like to bring up.
Sounds good. So before I get into kind of the basis for my grievance, I wanted to just ask a couple clarifying questions, if I may. You may have the information or the answers, you may not. If you don't, then I'd like it on record that I'm requesting such information, if that's okay. So my first question is does the town of Wilmington issue building permits for work to be construction in homes?
Yes.
Properties? It does.
Inside homes
Yeah.
or
For whenever someone does a renovation, a remodel, or new construction.
for brand new construction, yes. When it comes to the footprint of the house, if you're not changing the footprint, we don't always require a zoning permit.
Okay, perfect. So if someone were to interior reorganize the space, perhaps to take storage space and make a bedroom or a basement into bedrooms, or even install bathrooms, you would not know that because necessarily they could do it undisguised without building permits.
I'm not quite sure about bathrooms just because I'm not sure how that would work. I think that might depend on, you know, wastewater allocations, things like that. It might end up through zoning,
Yeah.
but just to, if you're building a wall to make an extra bedroom, interior stuff like that, we might not know about it now.
Fair, thank you. And
Well,
then
I should mention, especially with bathrooms, that's a very important point of data for the assessment of properties.
that's right.
And even if no permit was required, the town would need to know about that bathroom. And I think generally maybe work that's going to require plumbing and electricity in some cases does need, might need a permit. So I don't know for sure either exactly what needs permits, but those issues involve safety and so on. So that might be something that is on the list of things for permits, but
we also have a zoning administrator here for the town that, so if you did have questions that go unanswered here, you can certainly email them to me and I would get answers for you.
Perfect, thank you. My next question is, when does the town of Wilmington have a programmatic systematic reinspection of all properties on a regular basis?
Okay. Well, there's been some changes by the state for the requirements of doing a full town reappraisal. In the past, it was a physical visit to all properties once every 10 years. And in between that 10-year period, there usually was a statistical reappraisal. So it would be everything but physical visits to do an analysis for a reappraisal after a 5-year period. That's been changed now recently to a reappraisal every 6 years. So that would be this, in this case, the last reappraisal that was done here was in 2020. And after the state saw the values become very out of whack with what the market was doing, it said that the town had to do a reappraisal this year after only 4 years. And so this was statistical after 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Once every 6 years would be the new statute.
fair statement. What I'm getting at, and the two prior questions that I asked are a basis of my grievance, and that is the Agency of Administration for Department of Taxes in Vermont. I believe you just referred that agency in the new regulations and guidelines around tax reappraisals. In their website information, they talk about the types of appraisals, right? From a rolling reappraisal, otherwise known as a cyclical reappraisal, a statistical update rather, which is what the town of Wilmington is currently undergoing, and then of course a partial reappraisal. Statistical update, as I understand it, is, a reevaluation of all the town properties, right? But unlike complete reappraisal, doesn't require on-site inspections,
Right.
except to confirm the validity of the data for a sample of the properties. And I imagine you did that, right? As part of this process. I'm going to now just quote the definition and the description of statistical update from the Agency of Administration, Department of Taxes, and that is to say, the goal must be to implement new values for all properties to reflect 100% of fair market value. If building permits are not required in your municipality and there are no program of systematic reinspection of all properties, this is likely not an acceptable method of establishing equitable values, as any inequities that currently exist within the grand list may be magnified using a statistical update. So I want to just call upon that last statement because I have an error on my list, on my lister's card, in the term of what's important, number of bedrooms, right? And if there's an error on my lister's card, I would presume that there's possibility of errors on other lister cards. And I put that out there for a known statement. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I have grieved property tax in the past. I actually grieved in 2017. I wanted a reduction by the Board of Listers, by the Board of Civil Authority, and subsequently had considered but did not pursue the next level. Now, in 2020, when the reappraisal came through, I actually as well tried to grieve. How unfortunately I missed a deadline that subverted me from following through. So here I am meeting with you all today, but I give you that background not to appear as a repeat griever, right? But more so to say, when can we get my lister card accurate? I've had one more second, Dan.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've had the Board of Listers, I've had the Board of Civil Authority in my home multiple occasions. It's been noted, it's been documented, and to have my lister card still with errors in the number, particularly in number of bedrooms, is a erroneous mistake that is causing me and my family tremendous discomfort in having confidence in the listers having accurate information in their grand list for which my home is being measured against. I will add one other thing. my home, while on Fanny Hill and exterior in immaculate, beautiful condition because of, the community that I live in with multi-million-dollar homes around me. I spent money to have a renovation in the exterior. In the interior of my home, I do not have high-end luxury finishes. The interior of the home is still wood paneling from the 1960s. The basement still is relatively unfinished. The bathroom in the basement is literally vinyl, right? The bathroom on the second floor is from 1969, untouched. So when I'm being measured against the quality and finishes of construction in homes that are higher end, that are maybe $1 million, it is unfair to then put my property, which I understand I'm paying a premium for the land value, right? I have no argument about that. My argument is if you can't get the grand list card right in number of bedrooms after having been in the home multiple times, and if you can't actually get the quality right, and the grade of construction that I'm going to then be measured against across all of the comparables and then across the community, I'm not confident that the statistical update is an accurate method for which you can measure my home. So I'll pause. I know you have probably some comments and or some thoughts. So I'll
Yeah,
hear.
sure. Well, as far as the room count goes, I will be definitely marking that on my information sheet here to pass on to the assessor.
Okay.
And it's no problem to change the number of bedrooms. What is the correct number of bedrooms?
It is a 6-bedroom home.
Okay. Um,
It has always been a 6-bedroom home. There have never been added bedrooms. As a matter of fact, when I did my renovation, I pulled a permit. I did all the proper things. I submitted plans, right? So I'm just beside myself in not having confidence that the assessed value of 961,690 is an accurate representation of the market value of my home.
uh-huh. Do you have a copy of the current property card?
I had requested a
Okay.
copy of that, in which Sarah, in fact, did send me, and
Okay.
that's what I've referred to. Now, interesting to say, there were other errors on the card in prior years, which have in fact been corrected and are reflected in the current card.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yes, it is. While those were corrected, the other things like, that the where you assign a grade, or you will, if you will, average
Yeah.
or above average or good, that's not been corrected. And as I mentioned, like I'm happy to let anyone through the home to review, to validate the number of bedrooms, to validate the quality, and in fairness, recognize that you're measuring my home up against $1 million home that has high-end finishes. And that goes to actual market value, right? Which is what we're talking about. Some market value. The one other thing I did want to also just bring up, and I don't know, look, I get it. I'm on Fanny Hill. The Hermitage Club has a very big effect on property and the values of those properties. But I also want to just ask if the Board of Listers has put in consideration to the market pool of potential buyers for Fanny Hill homes. Because my home, while you're assessing for 961,690, maybe it is worth that. I don't know, but maybe it isn't. If you took that home and you put it, let's say, 5 miles away in Chimney Hill, it's probably worth a 500,000, 600,000.
Uh,
But my question is, isn't that increase being recognized by the land value that you're assigning and not necessarily by a, increase in what the home market price could be? Because there's only a very small pool of people that will want to pay that money to buy that home because they're Hermitage Club members. I'm not
Well-
going to find a buyer that's not a Hermitage Club member, right? Because we're talking about market value. So I'm
Yeah.
just curious about that.
Well, I can tell you that the land values were separately uh, um, analyzed for valuation, separate from many structures, and that was based, and it was based on using whatever sales there were for land over the past 3 years. I did want to mention that there is no longer a board of listers for the town. Did you-
Okay,
if you weren't aware of that.
I wasn't.
And there is now an assessor instead of 3 listers.
I see.
And so the time frame for this hearing involves the people that are grieving, and this will end on Monday.
Okay.
There wouldn't be time. I can't say that it's impossible, but there wouldn't be time to have a visitation for this part of the process. It may very well be possible for the next stage after this hearing process is done. So you will get a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to show what change, if any, was made as a result of this hearing and the assessor reviewing your property. That'll show the old value and whatever the new value is. And that notice will also mention the steps that are available to you after you've gotten that notice. And that would start probably with the BCA, which you may be aware of. So I have noted on here the change in the bathrooms and that there haven't been any updates. You're welcome to submit anything that you might want to send by email up into the end of the day on Monday, because that's when the hearings will end officially. So there's some time there that you could submit something to Sarah's email address, which you may have.
Yep. Would you consider, photographs of those
Oh,
rooms,
yes.
right, to show the indicative
Yep.
value and the dated finishes?
Sure. Yeah. And anything on PDF files for comps and so on.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, as regards to comps in prior years, I've actually done that research and pulled proper comps. But unfortunately, I had requested the original card from 2020, for which there were the original comps for me to even have a baseline for doing. I know you guys have been inundated, but I don't have those original comps. So if I could receive the original lister card that had the 2020 reassessment comps that were used, that would give me something to then, because I know that's what you're basing it on, right? I can then research those and say, hey, maybe the data is right, maybe it isn't. But I don't have those. So if I could get them, that would be great.
Yeah, if you have specific properties in a list that you already are aware of, that would be the comps you'd like. Other than that, there isn't any compiled list of comps that I know of. So it would be a matter of you knowing which properties you wanted to look at.
No, yeah,
Well, I can get you the documents, whatever we have in the file that was from the 2020.
Okay. Yeah. And then, I guess the hard thing for me to do is I obviously am not intimate, nor is the assessor, or hence prior the board of listers, but I'm not intimate with each of these properties room counts and such,
Yeah.
right? So it's kind of a blind path. My goal is to show evidence that the card that my data is accurate, and
Right.
then I don't. Perhaps you can educate me with now the office of the lister of the assessor versus the board of listers in prior years. If I were to bring a compelling enough and accurate and factual statement, right, the board of listers were obligated to then prove it wrong, right? Versus me continuing to have, it's called burden of proof, right? Versus burden of I'm having a senior moment but
It's okay.
but does the process work even though there's no long the same, even though there's not a board of listers, it's an actual assessor? Is the process meant to work the same way?
Yeah, it's probably similar. I don't really know all the details of how the listers worked. But certainly for this hearing, whatever you submit will be seen by the assessor and considered. And what you can't get together for this hearing, you would be able to do for the BCA.
Understood.
Because there'd be time for you to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good enough. I appreciate the extra couple minutes you've given me. I want to be respectful of everyone's time. I know you have many more. So, Sarah, you can send off that information. That would greatly be appreciated. And thank you for your time today and consideration.
Okay.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks.
Okay, so next we have Hal. Oh yeah, no problem. I was like last minute, but we had somebody cancel,
All
so
good. I know you guys.
figured.
Probably 2,000 things to do.
Not quite, but
It's a lot, I'm sure.
my name is Dan Bowden, by
Hi,
the
Dan.
way. You're Hal. And I work for the assessor, and I'm here to gather whatever we can from you
Okay.
and pass that to him.
Okay.
So you can start discussing your issues.
I had
I have your stuff here.
Okay. Oh, that was good. I had a question. So there in each person's like home file, there's comparables that they use to come up with values?
No,
Oh, okay.
actually, yeah.
That's I
He was talking about the reassessment that was done in 2020,
okay.
where it was more a site-by-site inspection done. I'm not
Okay.
positive there were
Okay.
comparables, but back then there was a report that was printed
Okay.
that everybody got.
Because I
but-
was curious. I was like, if there's something in there comparable, I'd like to see it. But
Yeah.
it was like news to me.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, everybody's got their own file. And
No,
there's like
no.
4 or 5 things. I was like,
Yeah.
wow, that's, would be helpful. But so I included a bunch of comparables. I mean, I
Oh,
did
good.
my best.
Yeah.
And it was just, I just went on the internet and downloaded whatever is currently on the market. And I include, do you
From-
want to take a minute to go through it?
Oh, well, you can keep talking. So
Okay.
you were looking at things like Zillow, I guess, or
Yes,
Yeah.
Zillow, whatever those.
Other people that come in with the same kind of.
Right.
Sure.
So I included, just in size and, price range.
Yeah.
I did my best.
Oh, yeah.
And
look
I
at that.
included, and I made a little bit of notes on there.
Mhm.
So, basically I found like it's 10 or 11, and I know some of them are not in the same neighborhood but I just,
Yeah.
was throwing darts and trying to get what I could.
I'm
and
sure I'm sure you got some relevant things here.
Yeah, I mean, some were condos. I tried to take those out. I did my
Yeah.
best.
Yeah.
So, it was just, I thought that the appraised value was kind of high, and that.
Did you calculate the difference from any
Um,
chance? I don't have. it
well,
calculated.
mine came in at 626.
Looks like it might be about 50% maybe.
Oh, the percentage that it increased.
Yeah, the change.
Yeah, it's
Somewhere around.
yeah, probably maybe it's under 50. I
Uh-huh.
think about 40%. But yeah, I just thought that there's larger houses, it's always a give and take. some houses have smaller property, some houses have larger property, but I just thought that the price range should have been, considerably less.
Mhm.
Probably, closer to the low fives than the 626.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's always helpful if someone has an idea like that. It's not absolutely necessary, but we would say, so it was 440.
And I know things went up, so I would think that I would be, like I said, in the low fives.
No.
I liked his constitutional argument that the whole thing is unconstitutional. I was like,
Oh,
yeah.
that's a bit extreme.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a question for the judicial process, which could take years.
Right.
It could take a
Yeah.
lifetime, and no one's ever going to be happy. I
Right.
mean, good luck doing
Yeah.
something perfectly.
As I say, we got notified by the state that we had to reappraise, and so we as a town did that.
Yeah, and
And-
I'm sure you guys just you
and
can't
figured
do
out the
everybody's,
best
and you just
way
did
to
a
do it.
standard percentage across the board because everything got more expensive.
Mhm.
So that
Well, and we went through due process to state exactly, like, we had to apply to the state to say, this is why we think we could do a statistical. They look through a whole study that we give them, and they say, yep, you're right. You're in line for statistical. Go ahead.
it's your best effort.
We
right?
don't have to do a site by site.
Otherwise, it's gonna. Last time it took a really big effort to have somebody come out and walk around. And
Oh, yeah, it's expensive.
it's expensive, and I know prices have to go up because everything's expensive. Gas is more, gravel's more. I'm sure
Yeah.
everything. So they need money. I
Unfortunately.
get it.
Right.
So that's pretty much what I just tried to list out as best I could what my house is. And I think one of the bigger things, I'm on a slab too, and most of these other places, if not all of them, have basements. And I know that doesn't get calculated
Okay.
into the
Yeah.
actual square footage of
Well,
the houses.
Let me speak to that. Did you get a copy of the property card? This property
if
card?
you have
She
one,
has
I'll-
a copy.
Sure,
Yeah.
I'll take one.
Um,
Yeah.
I'll take
'cause
anything you'll give me.
I'm using that to reference what you're discussing.
Okay.
So what you have is, it's actually what's called a lower level.
Okay.
Which-
Yes.
It's above grade. And it's, that's finished area basically. Right? Okay. So, so that's where we're not saying, we know there's a slab there.
Oh, no, I'm just saying
Yeah.
the comparables probably when they list the overall square footage of the house doesn't include the basements.
Only if it's finished area.
Okay.
And it would be a slightly different valuation.
Sure.
Being a basement where there might not even be windows or whatever.
Right.
But the computer would have that ability to, but yeah, there are a lot of recent modern houses that don't have basements.
Right.
But there's a few, and
I was always
One
paranoid
reserves.
about getting flooded.
oh,
This just seems to it made sense, for my mental well-being.
so you acquired the house in 2005?
It was built, we built,
In 2005?
yes.
Oh, okay. Because
And
I don't have the full sales history here. And I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
There was some kind of change.
let's say
2005, maybe it was. a name
Alan
change or
Davis, this was the last house that he built.
something. Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with Alan.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, and you've never seen the property card before?
No.
Okay,
No.
so this has a lot of details on the backside. There's a sketch.
Okay.
And there's details on the left-hand side. So we'd like you to, it's good for you to look through that and go through it and make sure that the data is correct.
What is an interior finish? How's that calculated?
Okay, it's basically a measurement for the whatever the main level is.
Mhm.
In your case, the lower level and the main level are the same dimension.
Right.
So if you did have a basement, it would still be measured on the outside of the footprint
Mhm.
for that area. And in your case, is the basement fully finished area?
It's
Or are
a
there parts that are not?
it's a garage. Part of it's
Oh, okay.
garage and part of it's There's a 1 bedroom there, and like a little den and a bathroom.
So,
I
Does any-
calculated that out.
oh, you did?
Yes,
That's on this sheet here?
yes.
Okay.
It's,
Yeah, normally, that's good that you calculated. So you left out areas that are not finished in the lower level?
yeah, just the garage was subtracted
It was
from,
easy to subtract just
Yes.
that particular area.
and it's a
Okay.
1-car garage with
Yeah.
all the mechanicals are in there too.
Oh, okay, right. So that's exactly what.
Yeah. I think
a
that's what it
lister
was.
or,
Yep.
there's no longer listers, but whoever would be
Mhm.
visiting the house would have measured things the same way that you.
Right.
did. Okay. So
And-
you, did you get a number similar? I don't know offhand if the value, so it says 1802, which means, oh, it says 600, okay, on the sketch there.
Mhm.
Right here, it says
Oh, okay.
614 square feet of the lower level.
And I think
Does that
that
match? Or is
sounds,
it different from your?
I got 560. I mean, it's not that.
Okay, we can use your number,
Okay,
560?
560 is the ground floor.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think they broke up the actual garage. Oh, yeah, one built-in garage, 374 square feet with 200 square feet of storage. So I guess those two plus the other one should come up ballpark 560, 570 is 11. But yeah, it's ballpark.
Pretty close?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay, good. And so the other details that are, let's see. So you do have a detached garage.
Yes.
It's just a normal garage. It's got a slab,
Yes.
electricity.
Yes. No water, no.
Yep. So on this column here, it's a lot of interior details. The roofing is shingles.
I got a new roof. It's now it's a metal roof.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Um,
my roof shot.
when did you acquire that?
Over COVID? During
Oh, okay.
COVID? Yeah.
Okay, so that's been, so is it standing seam or corrugated steel?
I think they're panels that are pushed together. I don't know the
Oh.
term for it.
Standing seam would be a wide strip going up and
They're
it'd
strips.
be like a 1-inch ridge that's the seam.
Yeah, and they
vertical.
overlap, right? And they press it. I guess they press it together on the edges.
Okay.
That's
yeah.
what it
It
is.
sounds like standing seam.
Yes,
Um,
that's what I would guess.
so that's standing seam. And your siding is what,
Wood.
clapboard, horizontal clapboard?
Yeah, it's up and down.
Oh, vertical,
Yes.
okay. Is it solid
Yes.
wood or is it,
Sheets of wood.
okay, about 4x8 then?
I don't know how long the sheets of wood are. They
Is there a visible?
this may help you.
Oh,
That's from an old.
it does look vertical.
Yes.
And is it like plywood?
Yeah, it's
So that might be T111.
okay.
Have you heard that term? Yeah, so T111, it's plywood, usually 4x8. I
Okay.
think there's longer ones. And then ridges are carved into them.
Yes.
So,
To make it have the appearance
Okay.
that they're all
Yep.
separate
so they
pieces.
only had wood here, but, so that's a change, that had been something
No,
else?
that's the
original?
original. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that's new is the roof.
It is wood, but we have the category T111.
Okay.
Which is.
I'm sure it
just
designates something
More
else.
accurate description.
Okay.
Um,
It says here, I have a different number. I don't know which is right.
Okay.
The number of rooms,
Oh,
finished
yeah,
rooms
okay.
is 7, and
So.
we have 6,
that-
but I don't.
The total number of rooms does not include bathrooms.
Okay.
So it includes all the rooms, bedrooms. and
I
so
just I grabbed that off of when I did the grievance eight years ago.
on. Oh.
That's
okay.
why it wasn't this skilled to come up with these
Yeah.
numbers. I just
Uh-huh.
copied it and everything was the same.
And Sometimes if it's an open space where it's living room, dining room, kitchen.
They may, okay, it's
It
like,
might
yeah,
be
one big
less.
room and they might, okay.
Yeah, so the total was on here total was 7. So, and then the next thing down is bedrooms. So what would the count be?
2 bedrooms
Two
and I
bedrooms.
have 6. I don't know.
Oh, we can use 6.
Okay.
Doesn't actually directly change the value.
Yeah, I'm just
But we
saying
wanna
that was
get it
the only
accurate.
thing. Yes.
Yeah, we do want to get it to be accurate.
And I don't know if all the appliances are still original, so I don't know if the interior finish depreciates or.
Well, the fact that there's been no updates means it's just what it was.
What it was,
in
okay.
2005. yeah.
Okay.
Um,
I was trying to take cues from the previous person.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
he was
yeah.
saying that his stuff is, really crappy inside. And I'm like, you have a really nice house though. Like, who's
Well-
gonna fix the outside and it's gonna be horrible inside? Like, it just,
Yeah,
didn't
it's
make
somewhat
sense.
subjective. I mean, he's
Yes.
describing it in his way, but
Yes.
it would have to be looked at to really be accurate. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh, your heating. I see the word radiant.
Yes.
So how does that work in the house then?
There's
I
radiant
mean, where is
in
it?
the floor upstairs and in the slab.
And it's hot water.
downstairs. Yes, hot water,
Um,
propane hot water.
Oh, so
There's no sewer lot,
so
sewer.
each floor gets its own radiant.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
That's a good thing.
I think it's just like a double zone upstairs and down.
And yeah, and it's also breaking out the radiant for just the finished area in the lower level.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
It also says you guys have finished area 1802 and I think I have 1748.
Oh, for the base area?
Yeah, it says finished area 18. Oh, it should be less because that includes, or maybe it doesn't.
Oh, no, yeah, that finished area is including the basement.
Okay.
The area in the basement.
Okay, I have 1748.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because you said it was less, and I think I was gonna write down. I didn't actually write down what you said you
Okay.
calculated the lower level.
The lower level was 560 living area,
Okay.
and then
So-
the second floor was 1188.
Oh, yeah, I actually wrote that in. I forgot.
Okay,
Yeah, I put 560, so it will become
and the total was 17.
the same as yours.
Okay.
Excellent. Yeah,
So the total for finished area up here is
will be,
it's a little less, 74.
yeah, well, the assessor will make these
Okay,
changes in the
okay.
computer, so after you get your notice, you can get a copy of the property card.
Okay,
It would show the change.
that's funny. I'm looking formal dining room. It's,
Oh,
I'm
that's
just
an-
laughing
It's an
because
obsolete term.
yeah, I'm laughing. It's just formal. We have stuff on the table that's been there for
Oh.
years. I'm like,
It's not very formal.
yeah, and we haven't eaten there since probably COVID.
Yeah, it's an old.
It's
term,
okay.
and it's misleading, and that doesn't, the room count and so on, and that description don't change the value. And so, the bathrooms, so, there's 2 full baths and 1 half.
And a half.
So how are those distributed over in the
There's
house?
one downstairs.
A full bath.
It's it's got a shower, toilet, and sinks.
Okay.
And then upstairs, there's one full bath attached to the master bedroom. And then there's a half bath, that's by the kitchen, great room, dining room. The formal dining room.
So, okay. So, 1 full bath on the lower level, and 1
Correct.
main floor.
Yes. You guys are fans, but the half bath has the dark side of the room.
Oh.
Picture it going from one wall to the other.
No, that's cool.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a good thing to
Yes.
be able to see.
Yes. Not that should increase my house value.
No, don't do that, don't worry. So as I'm looking, there is a 2 fireplaces?
Yes.
On one.
Yeah, you back to back on the
Okay.
top.
Okay. Yeah, it's saying here, it's saying that there's the main fireplace
Okay.
and then secondary.
Okay.
One on the chimney.
Yeah.
Same 2.
Yeah, they're both back.
Yeah, that's correct.
The bedroom one we don't use, it's funny, it's storage.
Oh, okay,
It just-
well,
It amounts, yeah, it's
it's
okay.
there if you ever need it.
No, I know, it's still a fireplace.
our. So so that's, so the detached garage, 20 by 25. We already discussed that. I think, as near as I can tell, we've covered the main physical
Yeah,
features.
yeah.
And so, so this will be helpful for the assessor
Okay.
to get an idea of what.
Yeah, that's what I
found
just,
for
like
comps.
I said, I did my best.
Yeah, it's perfectly usable information. And so in about 2.5 weeks,
Okay.
you'll get another notice.
Okay, sounds good.
As you heard.
I have a
probably.
question that has nothing
Go
to do
ahead.
with this. And I'll preface it. My brother passed away
Oh,
in August, and he had a bunch of cars and stuff. So I was thinking of building a bigger garage, detached garage. Is that something that adds, like, is that, like, would that bring the value like, way, way up? Or like, I don't know,
Well,
just thinking tax
it's
wise.
hypothetical, but basically outbuilding rate per square foot is much lower than, say, the dwelling itself.
Okay,
Per
okay.
square foot. What you might want to do, I don't know how they would accommodate you, but if you had very specific plans, you could theoretically, you could possibly get an estimate
Okay.
from the assessors.
Oh, wow, okay.
A very rough
No, no,
estimate.
that makes
If
sense.
it hasn't been built yet.
No,
it'd be
it's
great
just an
information.
idea. I mean, I don't even have the money for it. It's just
Yeah.
thinking, well, I could steal some of your information from your head.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's as close as we could come,
Okay.
but it would be, because it's unfortunate when people built something and they had no idea how much it was gonna
Oh,
cost.
yeah, yeah.
Something, very expensive, and all of a sudden.
I put some of this stuff in Reedsboro, and I know it's pretty cheap. Like, it's $100 a month, and there's 2 cars there. So it's like, tax probably wouldn't go up more than that anyway for the
Oh.
garage. That's what I was just thinking.
Oh, yeah, that's something to consider, yeah.
And I never, I mean, they're in Reedsboro. I haven't driven them. They've been sitting there since September of last year. They haven't moved the beach.
Oh,
So I was just thinking it would be nice to bring
Yeah.
it over.
well, if you get to the point where you're
Yeah.
seriously thinking about it,
Yeah,
call the assessor's
Okay.
office and see what they might be able to do,
okay,
theoretically.
sounds good.
value.
Hope I didn't torture you guys too much.
Oh, no.
Not at
I
all.
was gonna say, I was gonna guess I'm probably would have been easier.
Yeah, no,
Like,
it's-
I
it's
get
quite,
what's going on.
Sure.
Like, I know.
It's tough for everybody.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see
No,
a huge increase, but
no, and you can't give a small number for everybody because you're not gonna get to the values. Just like you gotta start high and then you pull back a little.
Well, yeah, and the assessor basically knows values very well
Mhm.
and can do the job so that it's not overvalued. There's nothing to be gained by
Right, and nothing,
overvaluing.
right, well, I was saying you have to start, because you need to hit a target, that's what the state wants, and then you gotta pull back a little, then you can't say to other people, well, we gotta go up again.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah,
So it's like a,
Yeah.
it's like an equation, it's gotta sort of balance. and
Right.
You start high, you go, my whole argument was like, just the comparables that I thought,
yeah.
I didn't see anything as high as mine, and I'm not saying I don't like my house, I like my house, but, there was one, it's funny, you start looking, there was one house, I was like, I'd love to move into this house, and it's cheaper than my house assessed. Well, I don't know what their assessed value was, but what it selling for was less than my assessed value.
Oh,
I was
that's
like,
interesting.
this is a much nicer house, and
Well,
I
it
didn't
could be-
include it.
There's probably reasons why that value is different.
Oh,
There-
yeah.
There would be.
But I looked at it, I was like, well, they fixed it up to sell it. Like, it's got Viking stoves and it has a bigger piece of property and it's got a basement. I was like, and it was all clean. And I was like, this is nice.
Well, you have to be careful too about online estimates.
Oh, I'm sure.
We don't know how they do their work.
Right.
It's probably very usable, but we don't know the
I
process.
didn't include it because it probably had a big explanation where the other stuff could speak
be.
for itself.
Could be.
So,
Yeah.
all right,
Yep.
I'll let you guys get on.
Well, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And good luck with everything to you.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So watch for that notice. in
Okay, and
about
thanks for
2.5
moving
weeks.
me up. Makes the rest of my day a little bit easier. I gotta head back downstate to deal with my brother. He's got an
Oh.
auto body shop and 4 employees.
That sounds challenging.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes,
Wow.
horrible, but things will work out.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right. Thanks. You too.
Do you need anything? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Yes. Hi, I'm Joseph Sincata.
Hi. I'm Dan Bodwin. I work for the assessor.
Dan Burton.
Yep. And has the no Beau. It's the French name. Bodwin. Yep. OIN. So I'm here to collect and gather your information to pass on to the assessor to do his job. That's Sarah. You may have dealt with her already.
You have the letter?
Yes, I have your, I believe that's your letter. She's the administrative clerk for the assessor's office. Oh, no, he's a contract. He's interim assessor. There were listers. Were you aware that there had been listers here in town? Okay. The original way that towns had an assessor, it was 3 listers elected. They have chosen in 2003 to eliminate listers and now have an interim assessor because they haven't gotten to the plan for hiring somebody. But that will be done at some point in time to have a permanent assessor in the office. And so all of our information here today goes to him. He will be doing a intensive review of your property information over the next couple of weeks. So you're welcome to start your discussion.
I'm scared. They raised the value of my house $211,000.
Okay.
My neighbor's houses, Swanson and the one at the end of my driveway, are worth well over $1 million, but my house has been there for 35 years.
Mhm.
I haven't had an oven in my kitchen in 15 years.
Wow, okay.
Everything's 35 years old. The windows need to be replaced.
So no updates have taken
My
place.
driveway is in such bad shape that Fuzzy doesn't want to plow it anymore, so that needs $3,000-4,000 worth of work.
I should mention driveways don't really enter into the actual valuation process. Obviously, it's important if you were going to sell the house.
Yeah,
put
there's
it
been no
market.
updates on my
Right,
house.
okay,
It's-
no updates.
Everything's old. All the windows need to be replaced. They're covered with black mold and all the strings are broken, so they weigh a ton.
Oh, my goodness,
Yeah, so I
yeah.
have to put some like,
Oh, you'd have the weights,
well,
and-
like when I have to shovel off the sunroom, I've got to put a 2x4 under the window to hold
Mm.
it up and climb out to shovel off the
Mhm.
sunroof.
oh.
But
What
now
else?
I'm not supposed to shovel it. The garage doors are broken and they need to be replaced.
Oh, I see you have a list here then.
Yeah, there's so
Yeah.
much that's,
Hmm.
I have logs that are rotting on part of the house that's log, and I'm trying to fix that myself.
Logs are rotting?
Yeah,
Oh, so it's a log house?
half of it is.
Oh, okay. Built in 1989. How long have you had the house?
We built it. my
Oh, you
husband
built,
and I
okay, since, oh, okay.
I've
since-
lived here for 50 years. But the thing is, my income's $1,200 a month and my mortgage is $650, and now they've doubled the value of my house, so I'm really scared.
Yeah, and I guess you're probably wondering what the tax rate's gonna be.
I'm
That's
scared.
not yet decided. It
And I
probably-
read this morning that Texas and Georgia give seniors a break on taxes, and Massachusetts.
Some states
It's
do
like, what's
that. Yeah, some states do that. Even though there's been that large increase, let's see, you probably didn't calculate it, but it looks like it's somewhere near, not quite double perhaps.
Yeah, 211,000.
So it's probably very unlikely that the value, that the tax rate would, we're not supposed to discuss taxes, but it's unlikely that it would go up and double. So you need to not to worry about, it's too soon to worry about that, but at some point there will be a new tax rate after the assessment process is completed.
But with my mortgage, which includes the taxes,
Oh,
goes up. It's already more than half of my income.
Well, what we want to do is focus on items that could perhaps bring a change, lower the value of your property. So I do want to go over, Sarah might have a copy of your property card to give you, or she can give you one. Oh, okay. Yeah. So on the back side of this is a lot of information about the structure of the house and what the inside is for features and so
I don't
on.
understand any of this.
Well, yeah, some of it is not all that self-explanatory either. So what I can do is, I did want to ask about some of the items on here that might be. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Because I want to be able to just
Oh.
put it as double.
You need glasses, Joseph?
No, 0.4 font is not acceptable.
I've also been annoyed by the small print.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
4.10.
It's the system that the analysis is done on prints this out in this way. It really should have some feature to it. Magnify.
Or something, yeah. Is it something available online?
No, I mean,
Email me PDF right now.
Sarah's gonna.
She's gonna try that.
Actually, she can send a PDF. Yeah, and then you can magnify it. Yeah.
It's just silly.
Yeah.
I do architectural drawings.
Yeah, it's.
And if I gave that to a builder, I would get the drawing smacked in my face.
Yeah.
That's not.
It's not. I wonder myself why they cram everything in with this small print. But I've never heard that they had any other options. The system does actually print an enlargement of this sketch part here, but that's as far as everything else.
I mean, I'm looking at it, that's not even complete point font. It's like 10.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but
12
yeah,
and 10 are the same.
it's small. And I don't have bifocals. I have to hold this up to my face to read it.
I've had a plumber at my house 4 times in the past 6 months
Okay.
because the pipes are wearing out.
Okay, is that in your list of things?
Yes, I believe she
Okay.
put that. in the
Yeah,
list.
this is a good list. And did you do any looking for comps in any way? Comparing values for houses online?
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
Yeah, she did. And they're
Oh.
both millionaires on both sides.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, I should explain the reappraisal used in order to do this reappraisal for the whole town. The assessor system uses all of the available sales for a 3-year period, all the valid sales, a 3-year period that ended in March 31st, going back 3 years. So all of those sales are used to help create the new market values.
It's not really fair because when COVID happened, the property values went up and everybody
Yeah,
was selling their house for way more than the
It just
assessed
so happens
value.
that the appraisal years just fell that way. But that's basically why this reappraisal was done. Normally, it would have been 5 years after the 2020 reappraisal would have been done 5 years afterwards, statistical. Oh, I'll tell you, that's what I was going to say. The state monitors all of the towns to keep track of what the difference is in their assessed values relative to what the market's doing for a particular year. So it turned out that the state said Wilmington's market values were too far out of whack from the current market. And instead of being a 5-year period, they said you have to do a reappraisal for 2024.
So from what I understand is when COVID happened, the population of our town doubled, which means that they're getting that much more in tax money because the population is doubled.
Well, we don't have any figures that involve that. The assessor just basically has to use all of the sales for all of the properties in town.
Yeah. If you have a PDF, I'll look at it. on this.
Yeah, he thought of that, and I didn't.
Email is,
I mean, you have to admit that this is scary. When I got that, I was like horrified. At
Yeah,
what
it's
was gonna happen
it's
to
a
me.
great change.
I might be forced to sell my house.
Well, what we
And
want
I
to do.
don't want to
yeah.
sell my house.
We want to go over the information to start so the assessor can have the accurate information. So,
I mean, the house, Swanson's house is brand new. The one at the end of my driveway has been completely redone and they're worth well over $1 million.
Yeah,
But they're
you would-
immaculate and brand new. My house is
you wouldn't
35
be
years
directly,
old.
they would not be directly influencing the value of your house. The assessor will be using, the system will be using houses of comparable year built.
Yeah, but they've had upgrades.
I'm sorry. It is Sarah, JC at linesync.com, LINESY.
See, the thing is, a lot of these people have put upgrades in their house over the years. I haven't had the money to do any upgrades, so everything in my house is 35 years old. I mean, I still don't have all the trim in my house. After 35 years, I still don't have all my trim up.
Yeah. Well, it's not something terrible to not have the trim.
Yeah,
but
I know. but
Obviously,
I'm
it's,
just saying that
it would-
nothing's been
yeah.
upgraded. I mean,
Yeah.
everything's old. I haven't had an oven in 15 years because my husband had decided to put in a 36-inch stove. Well, guess what? They start at $2,000 and go up, so I haven't been able to afford it. So I live with a toaster oven.
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh.
My refrigerator needs to be replaced at some point because it doesn't stay.
So how many bedrooms are there?
Three,
Three.
well, four. One in the.
Okay.
My disabled adult son lived with me until last year.
Okay. And
Yeah,
how many,
it's really
how many,
bedroom den, I would say. 'cause
three, what, three
it's a
bedrooms?
Three-bedroom den, it's a TV. The beds,
Oh, out of the four,
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
is, oh, well, I'll change it to three.
you make do when your son is disabled, then you need a place
Yeah,
to stay.
yeah.
But it's her work, study,
And the bathrooms, two full baths. Sink, so one on each floor. maybe?
No, two on the downstairs.
Oh, two
Oh,
on
wait,
the first
one
floor.
upstairs and one downstairs.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so it is one up and one down. Okay. And what, your heating, is it hot water propane?
Yes.
So it's baseboards, I guess? And all the rooms get heat?
I used to heat with wood, but I can't do wood anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of work.
I can't.
And so part of the house is the garage, lower level, it's the basement level. Okay. What's the basement like? You get any water down there?
The garage floods.
Oh, the garage
And I do get water near the washing machine. That's why I've had the plumber there a lot because the pipes are slowly starting. He's terrified of my house and the plumbing. Just terrified because the pipes keep wearing. They're so thin. He showed me. He grabbed one and squished it with his fingers.
Oh, geez.
The minerals are eating away at the pipes.
thin,
It's
yeah.
35 years. It's sad. Jeff Badalini is my plumber.
Wow.
And
it's also listed as 5 bedroom.
Yeah, I'm changing that,
Why?
yeah. That doesn't actually create it's not,
It's not helpful.
no, well,
Well, there's,
we want it to be accurate,
there's
but,
3 upstairs and the one in the other side could be a bedroom.
We have 3 baths.
I should mention that the bedroom count doesn't
Well, it's a
directly
half.
change the valuation, but we do want it to be correct.
Yeah.
It's important. Yeah. So the plumbing,
What's in plumbing? After 3 extra bath, it's number 6.
oh, yeah, so that is,
It's actually 2.5
it's saying there's two and a half.
baths.
Oh, there's a half.
Yeah. Because my mother, we turned a closet into a room. We made it bigger and put
Oh.
a toilet in when my mother was not doing well, and they had her with me.
Oh,
So
is there a sink in there too?
just a toilet and a sink
So there's,
and a closet
Two-
like
two
space, very
bathrooms.
small.
so there is two full bathrooms and one half.
Yeah.
Okay. So to get back to your question about the 6, the left column is saying there's 2 bathrooms, and then the computer counts the number of fixtures and totals them up. So the 6 represents the total 6 figures, and then it also notes that there is a kitchen sink and a hot water heater in most houses. So those are plumbing fixtures that get
So
calculated.
we added 2 more to for the half bath.
Oh, right, exactly. Yeah, yeah. And that's on the first floor of the half bath?
Yeah.
Okay.
My tub's finish is worn off and the tiles all breaking up. That needs to be redone too. I forgot to include that in the letter. The bathroom. The toilets need to be replaced, the tiles coming off the wall, the tub's got the finishes worn off the tub, and it's one of those huge cast iron tubs that's built in.
Oh.
Because my husband had the brainiac idea of putting heat pipes under the tub, which it doesn't do any good, but. So it's this monster thing that, I don't know how you'd replace it. It could be refinished, I guess, but the tile wall needs to be redone because it's falling off the wall.
Toilets, they've got 2 bathrooms that are built in the house, but are not in any group.
Okay.
And then you have a half bath, which is probably into a closet space.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, it's below average, I would say, but the fact is, as long as they're still working, they are counted as functioning
No
bathrooms.
matter what kind
But
of shape. they're in.
overall, we want to see that, you could say that,
Can you add that on that
Interior.
list of stuff that's wrong, the bathrooms in really bad shape?
yeah,
when you
yeah,
say the piping is not viable,
Yeah.
that would mean bathroom is taken offline. Well, definitely in the house.
Yeah, he did tell me that my pipes all need to be replaced in my house because they're wearing out.
I'll make a note that the half bath it's the half bath?
No, copper.
Is
But I
it?
guess the minerals in the water here eat away at the copper pipes. He said he grabbed one and squeezed it with his fingers and it crushed.
That's one of the full bathrooms?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll make a note of one full bath not functioning.
Just say copper pipes. That's an
Okay.
option.
No,
Yeah.
especially, well, most of them,
Plastic pipes.
Right, yeah.
that's what he's been replacing, the ones down near the boiler with those plastic pipes.
Yeah. And they're drinking.
I know, because I asked him if he got plastic out of the plastic pipes, because I was concerned about that. Because I know there's no lead in the solder in any of my pipes in the house. But
What's technical
what's with the
is
plastic? It's,
We don't know what everybody's water is like. Everybody's water in this country, this world, is conditioned by the local minerals. So we cannot say certain that the plastic pipe that we're using
is safe.
is safe. It's not.
Yeah, when we get a lot of rain, there's a seam between the garage and the house that leaks and floods the garage. And the garage floor is all cracked and the thresholds are cracked real bad. It's like, my house needs a lot of money
Yeah.
that
yeah.
I don't have,
Okay, well, I make.
but
my
I don't
note
want to
that-
move. I don't know where to go.
Yeah. Well, all we can do is try to get an accurate idea of what it's like. I think we've,
I mean, the nicest thing about my yard is, about my house is my gardens, and that's not part of the house.
right.
The rest of it needs so much work.
That's routines.
Yeah,
If I showed you a picture.
okay.
But the house is in great shape. It needs painting again too. No, the skylights are rotting. I forgot to put that in there. The skylights are all black and moldy and gonna collapse
Make a
someday.
note here.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
black mold over all the windows upstairs.
Really?
Yep,
That's not healthy.
I stay downstairs. I
Okay.
keep those doors closed up there. I don't even use the upstairs. Yeah, that's the only thing I do use is the shower upstairs because it's the only shower, so. And I put down a bath mat because the iron in the tub gives me a rash. Because the tub surface is torn off.
Oh, that doesn't sound. So what's the basement like? Do you get any water down?
Only when I get the leaks in the pipes.
Oh, okay.
a little bit.
Nothing's coming through the basement walls.
No, from the crack in the basement into the garage, it does flood, yes.
Oh, you said that. Yeah, the
Which is
garage.
you open the door in the basement and you're in the garage.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
only with heavy rain.
Right.
And happens. Until 4 years ago, I snow blowed my 350-foot driveway, but I can't do it anymore.
No, it's
I'm
a lot of work.
68 years old and I have muscular dystrophy.
Well, I've added the details you've been giving us here, and
And I just got this thing from the state. And is my tax bill this year gonna be by the assessment on this or a new assessment?
Sarah.
I'm just wondering how much my mortgage is gonna go up.
For what is this pertaining?
I got this from the state saying how much they send to the town.
Yep. So that'll apply to your tax bill when it's generated. Our tax bills have not been generated yet.
But I'm wondering, are they gonna go by the new tax bill or are they going by this is what they put down for what?
So that comes from the state. That has to do with your income taxes and what the state gives you as money towards being a homesteader of Vermont.
Right.
So
Are they going by what this value is or the new value?
when the tax bills are generated, they're generated on the assessments of this year.
So this is null and void.
No. That comes from the state. That will go towards your bill that's generated in a month or so.
Okay, but they're doing what they're giving me from the state. They're giving me on the amount of what the house used to be worth.
Well, it goes
If
by your
there- if
income
there's a-
tax.
If there's a new value,
Mhm.
then that figure would change.
So that won't change. Your assessment value is your assessment value for that. I mean, I'm not,
I'm confused on that. Like if they raise the assessment. If
So-
they raise my assessment another $200,000.
homesteaders in Vermont,
it's
if
gonna
you
change that figure.
reside in Vermont and you file, this is tax things. So when you file your tax incomes, your income tax, you can also file a form called an HS 122, which says that you live in Vermont, you reside in Vermont over 180 days of the year. Vermont state, depending on your income and what you file for your taxes, may give you money towards your tax bill.
Well, I have my social security. Yeah, I guess. Yes, yes. But do you understand what I'm saying? They have my assessment at what it was. If the assessment goes,
Because that's what you would have on the HS 122, because that is what comes off of your 2023 tax bill. So the information that's included on the HS 122 form is from your 23 tax bill.
And that will change though, because of the assessment.
It will change for next year's HS 122.
Yes.
so my mortgage could, because of this new assessment, my mortgage could jump a whole real lot and I won't
I
get
don't
more
know. I
money
have no clue about
and I won't get more from the state.
I'm
Not
not
until,
sure. This, so it's based on what you signed for your 23 tax. Because that's the tax.
So we don't have, we can't, not looking into the future. No, we don't know.
I know, but if the assessment goes up, my mortgage will go up October 1st.
so that would be for 2025, that the, I mean, as far as your, like she said, the next time you file,
See, they'll send Brattleboro Savings and Loan what my new tax bill is and then my mortgage goes up.
for 2000, yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What she's saying makes sense, right?
Yeah,
But I won't get a break on that from the state until
the
next
following
year.
next year,
So,
right.
so if it goes up this year, I may be forced to sell my house if I can't afford it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, I
but-
mean, you're talking to somebody it's trying to plan dental expenses of $4,000 a month. And it's just,
yeah,
it's, picking her up, hearing the story like, this is, our state should not be causing somebody.
well,
else.
yeah. We
Just
want to be
should-
cautious about what,
And he's picking
What
me
the
up
tax
because I
rate
don't
will
have a
be.
car and I live
Yeah.
3.5 miles from town.
um, well, I do want to continue to explain. You will be getting a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to show what, if any, change was made after the assessor goes through with this information and examines your property information. So it will show what, if any, change took place. It'll look a lot like the first notice you got. And that notice will also tell you that there are other options after this part of the process that you can go to seek further change. The first one that would be available, the notice will tell you, is the Board of Civil Authority. It's a body of people that can make changes after this part has been dealt with. So that would be an option for you later on.
Where is that?
It's part of the town's government, I guess. It's members of residents of the town who sit into decide issues that haven't been dealt with, been resolved here. And there's after, so other steps that are available. Oh, it'll tell you about that. Yeah. The state as a person that is also part of other further
So
reductions.
you're saying the tax rate might change?
Well, it changes every year.
Goes up every year.
Yeah, so they can't decide the tax rate until the reappraisal part is done, and that'll be done in at some point in late August. You might see a new tax rate. It's not definite yet what exactly when that will
Yeah,
be.
here it says 13%.
So it's a matter of waiting, and in about 2.5 weeks, you'll get that second notice.
Senior citizens are hurting by all of this. Us people that are on fixed incomes. It's killing us.
Did you get the PDF file?
I did. right
Oh,
away.
okay,
Yeah.
great. Oh,
But and this also. actually,
oh yeah,
notes on this.
we everybody is gonna gets a copy of that.
Yeah, I was asked why. It's not a question of glasses. I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
It's- some point,
Yeah. And you might want to get one after all this is done, the changes are made. After, you might want to get a new copy, another copy after the process is done. You'll be able to see changes, in it, I'm sure.
Have any other questions?
They can't give any answers.
Well, if something comes to your mind, email Sarah. She might be able to answer questions that you might have.
My whole point is if the assessment goes up before the state payment goes up, then I'm screwed.
Yeah, you made that
Mm,
very effective. To summarize, this hearing has pointed out that it has nothing to do with taxes. It's merely
Exactly.
assessed value.
Yeah, that's
We've gone over some corrections, and the corrections have included the house, the addition of makeshift half bath, and I think repair of the house covers a lot of which we talked about.
yeah, and the bathroom count
The bathroom count
was
and the
changed.
bedroom count was changed.
Yeah,
See, I was
exactly.
a single mom since 1998. So I hadn't had the money to do any upgrades. I mean, now my kids are grown, but I'm there alone. I haven't had any money to do the upgrades. And then I went on disability at 58
Mm,
because I have
okay.
muscular
Yeah.
dystrophy.
Well, we've pretty much gotten to the end of what we could do here. So we have some other people
Okay.
online. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing some Zooming here for people who are out of state or just can't make it physically.
Yep.
Mm.
Right. Thank you.
Well, good luck with everything.
Thank you.
For coming in. It was useful. Of course.
I don't care for the winter so much anymore now that I'm older, but I love living.
Yeah. Oh. 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 Hello, Krista. Hi. Can you unmute your audio? We're still not hearing you. Okay.
Yeah, it takes a minute, I think.
I can't read lips.
I think I can, let me see if I can do this.
Mute. Can you hear
There
me
you
now?
go.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right, thank you.
Can
I'm
you
sorry.
hear both of us?
I can now. I
Okay.
couldn't hear you before. I could only
Yeah,
hear.
Okay.
so I just realized my microphone is dead. I gotta put a new battery in it. So
Oh, okay. Okay.
all right, so we're a little early because our last one didn't show up. So this actually works out.
Okay, George may be zooming in. he's remote as well right now in a
Okay,
parking lot.
did you want us to wait? We can certainly wait a couple minutes.
Sure.
Because you're still, I mean, there's still 5 minutes before your appointment. Or if you
Okay,
want to start talking, you can. It's really up to you.
let me just quickly text him.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Okay, I'll start anyway because I do know that he's not very technology savvy either. It takes some time. So first of all, I really want to appreciate you giving us homeowners the opportunity just to state our cases. I know you both are in a very difficult position. So we appreciate that. And is this Sarah that I'm speaking with?
Yes, that's
Okay.
me.
And I'm
my
sorry
name is
about
Dan.
Dan. Nice to meet you.
I
Krista
work-
Conlon.
Okay. I work for the assessor, and I'm here to hear everything that you can tell us, and also your documents that you submitted,
Sure.
and these will be passed to the assessor for his re-examining your property values.
Okay, excellent. I was going to ask about the process, so thank you. And I apologize, Sarah, with all the emails yesterday going back
Oh,
and
no
forth.
worries.
Again, not
This whole
tech
Zoom
savvy.
thing is very new to us, and with the new statutes, I do want to let you know we do have to record it. So it
Yep.
is recorded. But we have these new open meeting statutes where we have to, we do, I mean, the Zoom is great for people who can't get here physically. It gives you an option, an opportunity to be heard, and, it works, but, there's a lot of technology that goes into it.
Sure, I appreciate it. Okay, so George just texted me that he can't even get on a hotspot. All right, so I'm going to kick this off. So I appreciate the opportunity. So I'm here today. I'm just going to send him to voicemail. Okay, forget about George. Okay, so we're talking about 15 Haymaker Lane, Unit 6B. George and I had purchased that property back in 2011. So we have been there for 13 years. Prior to that, we were over at Spyglass, not as sole owners, but we shared a condo. So we've been in the valley for about 28 years. We planning on retiring there. George just recently retired, 66-year-old. So what we want to talk about is there is no conversation regarding increasing reassessment of the value of our condo. We totally agree it needs to be reassessed. That's not up for discussion. It's just the amount, right? Going from 190,000 to 394,000 is 107% increase. And I can only assume, I don't know anything about what your role is and how, Dan, you go about assessing property value, but I can only assume, and I know what the nickname assume means, but that it is based on recent house and property sales in the area. Now,
Yep.
I did my due diligence as well because I was quite flabbergasted with the assessment value. And everything that is in the area, I feel like it is unfortunate that I am in the Hermitage area. I was there before the Hermitage became the Hermitage. All the properties that I have sold on Garmisch Court, what do I have here, Grenoble Way, Powderhorn 8, these are all brand new facilities, dwellings, whereas, ours is from 1988. Now, there have been a couple properties in the old Powderhorn that have resold at significant value, but I can guarantee each and every single one of those have been a complete flip. There are a handful of us that are still living in 1988 condos. And there is no way if I put my house on sale today, would I get that property value for sale? Because I'm not sure if the assessors go into the facilities to actually look at the properties, but ours, we have windows from 1988. We have the original furnace. We have also shared with you our property outside the decay. We recently, in the last few months, have had many HOA meetings, and I'm sure you've heard this and you're privy to this as well. We haven't had any work done on our property for 5 to 7 years. And if you go take a drive down, you can see the visible rot on our property. Well, it's come to our attention, they're doing a special assessment, and they kind of alluded to in a call to just set the expectations that this isn't just a replace dry rot situation. This is a peel back, and the issue is now further in the dwellings. And they're saying, just be prepared for a multi-million-dollar bill that, of course, not day one, but that it is going to be a multi-year project by pulling back all the outside, looking at the rot and redoing it from all the ice dams over the years. There's no flashing that was put on the roofs, etc. It's going to be a significant spend, which our HOA coffers do not have that kind of fee. So they have prepared us that it is going to come down to the owners. How much, when, I don't know. But the fact is, our 1988 condo does not have that value. So what I'm imploring is, have the reassessor go walk our condo. We are not, don't look like the condos that are sold for 500, all these new dwellings. So I agree. Yes, we should have a reassessment, and what should it go up? 20%, but clearly not 107% day one, because it's just going to push some of us out. Some of us are on fixed incomes. George is retired. I'm still working. This might just push out my retirement. But this is our valley. We were here doing Irene. We helped the church. We helped the high school. We were here. It's our valley too. So this is really my case, is the assessment of my actual unit would never sell at $394 the way it is today.
Okay. Well, yeah, we do want to hear about the issues that are affecting the evaluation. So I'm making some notes here about the siding problem. Do you have a copy of the property card, the assessor's property card yet? It's a two-sided page with a sketch on the backside.
No. No, we have not received that.
Okay, Sarah can email you one.
Is the email that I've been using, is that the best one?
You know what, Sarah, can I give you mine? Because I'd be a little bit.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, it's Krista, CHRISTA .Conlin, CONLIN @gmail.com.
Okay, I'm gonna send that along to you right now.
Okay, thank you. And Dan, I did share some photos as part of my grievance letter.
Okay, yeah, I have that in front of me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I should mention this reappraisal was a statistical. The last one in 2020 was a visitation, a physical one, where all the properties were visited. And for this one, the state mandated to get one done for 2004 because of the market going very high. And so there wasn't any visitation for this reappraisal. So it's very helpful that you're showing us the issue in particular about the siding. And I guess it is affecting multiple units from what we've heard. So it's important for the assessor to know about that.
Correct. And there is I just don't know what I can share from the HOA, because there was a assessment report put out with images of all the properties and misalignment of back decks that need to be addressed. But if it would further help, because I would by all means invite having a in-house, visitation one, where you can see popcorn ceilings, leaky windows, original furnace, to see that we haven't flipped our house like some people that come in from the Hermitage. I don't mean to use that term lightly, sorry. that can invest 100 to 200 and flip these houses all at once. We've been there 13 years. We've taken down wallpaper. We've replaced some vanities, but it's not the flip that these houses are getting, or condos that are getting the value.
Yeah, this part of the reappraisal won't allow for, there won't be any time to do in-person visits. That might be something available to owners in the next phase of the process after the grievance hearings are done. You will be getting a second notice to show what, if any, change takes place in about 2.5 weeks. That notice will tell you about further options for getting results in your assessment, which might be something that may be able to do, possibly, I'm just theoretically, do visits to see the actual damage that's going on. But for this part, it's not going to be something that's available. But the fact that you've sent some good pictures helps. So do you have a value in mind that you think would be a theoretical market value? If you were
So
to want to.
sure, I put down in my grievance letter, I think I got down to 219,000. I mean, 230, 240, which is anywhere from below a 20% increase, I think is a fair value without that further investment that other folks have put into their properties. And again, 90% of what's being reassessed are against properties that are brand spanking new, right? That's apples to oranges. And I just feel there are a handful of us that are original Powderhorn owners. And I feel like we are being penalized because we are not in that stratosphere of income.
I would tell you that the process of the reassessment does involve all of the valid sales that took place over the past 3 years, ending with March 31st of this year. The assessor has to use those sales. The state requires that they do it in that way. So it's actually using recent all the sales that took place in your area to come up with the new values, but you're not directly being earmarked for being compared to those higher end places that you're and higher sale prices. So the assessor would have done whatever was necessary, and they are in line with what the sales show was happening with the market. So are there any other issues that you haven't spoken about yet that you think would be relevant?
Well, I have a question. When you say area, can you define area?
Well, no, I don't do that part of the process. That's what the assessor's doing. He uses a system for reassessing whole towns, and it's a very complicated process, and it's not as simple as just directly coming up with a percentage to revalue every property at the same percentage. So there's a great variation in the increases amongst different structures. But certainly your properties are compared with other similar structures. And I don't have any direct answer about which condo units would be you coming from other areas possibly, but certainly your area is important for what happened within that area.
So I find the process a little bit too lenient in terms of, okay, I'm going to buy a Jaguar. One Jaguar is completely stripped inside, nothing in it. Another Jaguar is all set, and that Jaguar may sell for $500,000, but my Jaguar has nothing inside, but it's being assessed at the same. I feel that it should be a capability or a line item in the assessor's quill or their quiver or their job description, just not to assess in the area and like dwellings without going inside and actually seeing what the value is. I just find it to be unprofessional,
yeah.
maybe.
That was done in 2020. There was a full inspection physically of the whole town, visiting all of the properties. This reappraisal was mandated by the state that it had to be done because the market had changed so greatly. And it had to be a statistical reappraisal. So as I said before, you might be able to go to a further appeal after this one where you might be able to request a visit. So that would be something to consider when you get the notice from this hearing in about 2.5 weeks, in order to perhaps get a request for doing a physical inspection.
Okay, so I have two more questions and then I'm done.
Sure.
One being, part of this process, part of the appeals and grievance process is annual income and fixed income a factor in reassessing?
No, nothing that's outside of the residential structures and commercial structures. There's no way for that type of information to be used in reappraising.
Okay, so that's not a factor. That's unfortunate.
Right.
That's another
Right.
unfortunate lever, right? There's so many levers to evaluating. It just seems this is a
Yeah.
one and done. I get the second grievance. My last question is, would additional photos help of the decay internal, since nobody's going to walk internally, help this case?
If you have serious issues for the interior of the house, mention them now for sure.
Okay.
You can mention that to me right now, and I'm putting information like that in my notes here.
Okay.
So what would you say?
So actually, I'm going to be there tomorrow, but so I have ceilings that are dropping in the basement from leakage. I have,
Oh,
again,
okay.
the photo of my furnace being the original with the original 1988 tag on it, and every year praying to God it's not going to break. We have leakage in the kitchen ceiling,
Okay.
which doesn't help with popcorn ceilings. So there's some, what other things off the top of my head? So off the top of my head, those are the kind of things where it's falling apart right now internally.
Yeah.
And the leaking windows, but that's not visible. We just know windows from 1988 don't hold.
Okay. Yeah. Windows. Okay.
If you end up taking pictures tomorrow and you want
Yes.
to send them through to me in email, I can make sure they're part of this.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll do
Yeah,
that.
that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh, okay. So yeah, keep in mind that the notice will come in about 2.5 weeks.
Mhm.
And then you'll have some information about further options that you might want to take.
Okay, great. Unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. It might chase a lot of people out of this valley, unfortunately. Just unfortunate all at once. It would have been nice if it could have been done in increments over the years. But all catch up in one year is just not feasible, right? So,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, yeah. That's the way it turned out. Yeah.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you for your time. And
Yeah.
I'll send you some pictures tomorrow, Sarah. Thank
Okay,
you.
sounds great.
Got
I'll
it.
look out for them.
That'll be good. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Mary.
Hello, I was,
Hi. So our 11 o'clock, or I mean 1 o'clock is not here.
oh, okay.
So, and our meetings are only 15 minutes. So at this point, I'm gonna say, let's get on to you, because
Okay,
if
great.
we did let her come in, then we're just pushing everybody late this whole afternoon.
Okay,
So let's, so I just want to let you know that our meetings are recorded, just as a part of open meeting law. And I'm gonna set us a timer just to kind of keep us on track. Each appointment is 15 minutes. I'm Sarah, the one you've been talking to through
hi,
email.
thank you.
And then I'm here with Dan, who is an associate to the assessor.
Hi, Mary.
So he's
Hello.
gonna take all your information and it gets passed to the assessor
Okay.
for a second review.
Okay, sounds
I'm
good.
gonna let you take the reel here.
Oh, thank you for doing Zoom. I appreciate it. My husband is up there working on the house, but he's also working our main jobs. So
Right.
so yes, we've had the property, well, it's my husband's parents had the property for a long time, and so it's been in the family for a while, and we bought it from them knowing that it was in need of structural and water damage and all kinds of repairs. And so, it's been we've been working on this, towards this for many years, my husband and I, saving up and setting up our financials. And so we are in the process of repairing the top part of the house. We had there was a bow in the roof line, and so leaks have been happening for many years. In our part where we live, the tenant section was maintained and has been in good repair since we oversaw that in 2008. And so this new assessment has come in, and I know that we added a garage. We've added a garage with this, and but there's no additional square footage living space. So there's no new bedrooms, no new bathrooms, no bump outs or anything like that that have been added to the space. And the deck on the back has always been there. We did have to knock it down at one point because we had to get an excavator that back there to do a dredge. I think it's called a drain curtain on the downslope of the hill behind the property. And there was water damage on the house from where the deck was. So we are in the process of repairing it, and we did put in our permit last year, and and we signed a contract in April of with a contractor in April of 2023. And unfortunately that has not gone well, and we are still at the point of not yet at rough inspection.
Yeah, I want to mention,
Yeah.
I was at the house.
Yeah.
I don't know if your tenant told you that.
Oh, no, no,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had a nice
She
chat with
did.
her,
Yeah, maybe she did. She's a nice lady. Yeah.
and she actually mentioned about the first floor being in process or whatever, gutted or so and so on.
Upstairs, yeah.
Yeah, but that was the only detail that she meant about the inside of the property. And I did do a walk around and take photographs as well.
Good, good.
And the workmen were out there working.
Yep, they might have been there, yep, but that contractor went out of business, got shut down or something, so now we have a new contractor that we've found
Yep.
to continue the work, and the new contractor is way better.
Yeah,
And
well, that's good. Yeah.
so
Yeah, I was there. I was there just in June.
oh, in June of this year?
Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Yep.
good, good. So you saw the newer
Right.
contractor. Yes, so I'm at, so it's not yet in a livable space, in a livable state. And we don't yet have a time frame. We're just kind of taking it, with our contractor as we can. Folks are very busy. So we hope, it'll be livable by the end of this year, by the end of this year.
Yeah.
And so we're asking, just to maybe defer or reassess, it based on not being livable right now and, not increasing the interior square foot, our living space. There's the garage, but,
Yeah. Yeah, I can't speak for, what the assessor might do, will do. But certainly, in a situation like this, it would be, feasible, to think that, there could be, a reduction temporarily while it's being worked on. And at some point, it would, whenever it did become complete, the valuation would change back to what it should be for a completed first floor. So any information you're giving me, and I did make notes when I was there, of course. And because she had told me that it was gutted, I was prepared to, make sure that the assessor gets that information, of course. And so theoretically, if it gets done, during this year, sometime next year, I would probably you would probably want me to just visit it to get a look at what was finally done.
mhm.
And so I'm sure that could be easily arranged if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
But that's my
Mhm.
hypothetical thought about it, and we'll have to wait and see what the assessor wants to do.
Okay.
Uh, and do you have a copy of the property card by any chance? The assessor's property card? It,
I have this letter. If you could show me, I don't know if you can.
it's
flash
a
to the camera.
two-sided page with a sketch of the structure on the back side of it. So if you don't have something like that, then Sarah can email you one.
Okay, that would be great. I'm not sure I remember receiving one.
Okay,
Um,
probably you didn't.
okay.
And it has all the details of the aspect of the interior of the house and other exterior information that you could look over and make sure that, well, things are changing sort of. So there may be changes to that data as well. If it has to do with roofing and so on. Uh,
Do you
things that
mean,
might be changing.
oh, okay. Do you mean I should review it and see what is,
Yeah,
different
well,
from the
actually,
sketch,
I could,
or I-
will the number of bathrooms be changing in any way?
we are making one bathroom bigger, like it's taking over a closet that's next to it. Yep, so it's gonna be a steam shower bathroom, a shower instead of the regular tub shower combo.
I just sent you a copy of that too, to your email.
Okay, all right. I think, all of the permit plans that we have in, we haven't changed from the from the permit plans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that the factor? It's not based on square footage, it's based on,
What, pardon, what was that?
I didn't know if that's the factor of the assessment, if, I don't know what it's based on. Assessment.
As far as the increase?
Yes.
Yeah, well, the increase was created because of sales over the past 3 years.
Okay.
It's gone up quite a bit over up to March 31st.
I'm sorry.
Sales.
Okay, I couldn't hear a couple sentences, but it must have clicked off your mic a little bit. But it's based on sales.
Yeah, and so all of those sales, the valid ones, are used to create new market values.
Mhm.
And so at this point, there wasn't, actually, I'm not sure. At this point in time, even though I was there, well, I was there in June, so there wouldn't have been any change in the original data. So it's still showing the first floor as being not being gutted. So that will be changed
Oh,
for this reappraisal, I believe. I don't see why it wouldn't be. So we'll have to just wait and see for that. But some of these other details can wait until I'm I'm sure I would have to be going there next spring to take a look at it, and we can make corrections then uh, as well. Um, were there bathrooms originally, or
yes,
okay,
upstairs, yes, there previously are 2 bathrooms and 3 bedrooms. The 2
okay,
bathrooms are mirror what's on the ground floor,
okay?
and it'll be the same. It's just that the one bathroom is absorbing the closet from one
Are
of the
you
rooms.
are you adding a fixture, a shower or a toilet, or I mean a bathtub?
No, it's always been, they have both been full bathrooms, always.
Okay.
So they've always had a tub, shower combo, a toilet and a sink.
Oh, okay. All
Um,
right.
And so
So
that is staying the same.
yeah, our computer counts fixtures
Okay,
for each bathroom. So sometimes an extra sink or a shower, a separate shower and tub would, so yours would stay the same. Yeah.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
we are adding a washing machine.
Oh, yeah. Appliances don't count.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Uh, so the garage, there wasn't a garage there before, right?
There was not. That is,
Okay. So that's adding value to your property. Not a huge amount. From what I looked at, it looks like it's just an ordinary garage. There wasn't any flooring at the time. Is it going to have a slab or not?
um, we hope so, to be honest.
Okay.
We are, delaying on that because of
Yeah.
budget, unexpected, unexpected budget costs.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't when I was there, it looked like it was going to have a slab, but I didn't.
I'm sorry, sir, your microphone has gone out or something. I couldn't hear the last thing.
Oh, what was that?
I couldn't hear your last couple sentences.
Oh, you. Oh,
Wonder if your battery's dying. Use this one.
yeah. Okay. Oh, that one doesn't. It looks similar in color. How's this now?
Thank you.
Oh, good. Yeah, the batteries in these microphones don't last very long for some reason.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess what will happen is the assessor will do a review of the information and probably make some changes. You'll be getting a second notice in about 2.5 weeks to show what changes in the valuation took place. And even if there was no change, you would still get a notice, but it looks like there will be some change here for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
And well, don't thank me yet.
Well, all right, we'll wait, but thanks for considering it.
Yeah, of course.
No,
Of course. And that notice will also tell you that there are further avenues of making a change with other bodies of authority after you've gone through this process. But that's just for the future. So once you get this notice, you're welcome to call up Sarah and find out what the change was created from, just in case it helps you to make a decision. But we'll just wait and see what the assessor does for that. And you could have a PDF copy of the property card showing whatever changes would have taken place. Um, Right now, it is showing a garage. So I'm not sure how that, it was started, when was the work started initially?
April of 2020. Well, no, I guess he didn't really start demoing things until July of 2023,
Okay, last summer, last year,
last summer. Yep.
summertime. Okay, that was what I thought, but I wasn't sure. So I'll just make a note of that. Um,
Yeah, I think the garage got started.
Okay,
foundation and stuff, maybe in October.
October, oh, okay. Okay, so I guess that's about as far as we can go right now.
Okay.
And so keep an eye out for that notice, and then you can see what you want to, what you need to do. But as I said, Sarah would be able to help you with um, getting information about the changes in the structure.
Okay, sounds great. Well, but I won't bother you until after 3 weeks, right? So I'll wait for the mailed notice first, right?
Right, right. And that's when our systems will be updated.
Okay, all right, great. Well, thank
Okay,
you,
Mary.
guys.
All right, Mary, take care. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. So you think those were new batteries that went bad already? Ran out?
be. I mean, I don't know what else,
Oh my goodness.
because that means they're going that fast. That's crazy.
Yeah. With all our turning off to save power. Okay. Should I give this one back to you, the one that Rhea?
Oh, yeah. I'll try to see if we can reach out to her. Read it in. Go there.
I can't see why that neighbor wouldn't accept it if it was given to, offered for zero. Um, why not just give it away? I mean, it's. Hmm. Hmm.
So one of these people that are, this guy, oh no, wait. Yes, this one. He decided not to come for a hearing for all of these. He's submitted these letters that have a lot of description on the land and why he feels they shouldn't have gone from 500 to 1,500 for those lots. We have a lot of
Are these all
lots.
dwellings?
No, they're just land lots up in a development that never
Oh.
got developed.
Oh, one of that,
Yeah.
that situation.
So he decided he didn't want to come for hearing. He's just gonna let this all stand for itself.
Yeah.
So I just did it very generalized. I put the name of the LLC. Should I put the name of the person that actually sent this in, or does that not matter?
Into, is this for the reader? Or, I mean,
Yeah,
uh,
or should we just say it's from this company?
oh, I see.
Like the
Um,
owner is, I think, the
yeah.
most important, because that's what people are gonna be looking for, is the owner.
Yeah. That,
Have a
that,
good day, have a good day tomorrow.
Thank
oh,
you.
yeah, we hope so.
All right. Have a wonderful weekend. Thanks.
Okay, take care, bye.
So, so I just listed each parcel number, tax map ID, span number. Then I just wrote each cover letter stating condition of lien. So like the first guy, I wrote and an appraisal from February of 18. Part of it, right?
That sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't have much to say about.
Hi, Scott. You can go ahead and unmute.
Hi,
How are you
Hello.
today?
fine, thank you. How are you?
Good. All right, so Scott is here for Mountain Ridge, Vermont LLC.
Yes, I'm joined by my wife as well, Vanessa. She's right here.
Okay, I see Vanessa. So this is for 29 Mountain Ridge Drive, 51 Mountain Ridge Drive, and 41 Mountain Ridge Drive.
Correct.
So it is, we are being recorded. It's just part of our open meeting statute. So I'm Sarah, the one that you've been in email contact with.
Hi,
And
Sarah.
this is Dan. He actually works for the assessor.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
And you can begin whenever you'd like.
Okay, I'm not sure if you want some background on us as owners, and this is raw land purchased with development certainly ongoing. And I'll just preface by encouraging anyone to take an on-site tour of the site. And I say that because you would see that the development is in progress. The house specifically on lot 5 does not have any power or water to it. Frankly, we just finished connection to the Haystack Golf Course and have not made the trek over to Man Road. The house.
Which parcel is that?
Parcel 5 is the one that has a house that is half built, doesn't have floors, walls, no electricity, no water.
Because
Can you reference an address?
Oh,
House number?
Just because
sure. Parcel ID number ending in 300. Is that what you're looking for?
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yep. Which you have
Yeah.
I think tripled the value of, and the reason you probably did that is because you see a house there that I've been working on because we've had many hurdles with this particular development. The hurdles are everything from contractor pauses due to work not being done correctly, Colebrook
Really?
Fire, developers agreement delays, and more bedrock that we've encountered. So this is an ongoing development that, like I said before, is I'll just be generous and say half done. The house is certainly half done. You see a shell of a house. If you were to take a tour inside, which I would offer, and would ask anyone to join me in a tour of inside the house, you will see that there are no floors, walls, electric, water, sewer, and so forth.
We're hoping that you actually have the incorrect property details, with the square footage, the number of rooms, because there's really nothing there. There's no livable house there right now. So maybe that's the first thing. Has anybody gone out to see this, this construction site?
No.
Okay.
And so any description you can give me now will be very helpful.
Sure.
Basically,
yeah, it's a scary place to visit right now.
And
unfortunately, we've just been blocked. We had such high hopes of moving into the area and with our children, and it has just been one block after another. And now we're hearing more and more the real problems in Wilmington, Vermont versus Dover, and class action starting. And we're just in a panic that we're halfway through this construction progress, not getting the help we need. Nobody wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole. And it started out assessed at 500,000, and now you've got it at 1.3. We don't know what's going on. So we're hopeful that it's not even the right area. And we're just we're talking more and more to people in terms of what is going on. Our neighbor is Larry Mann. So what is the appraisal on his property? What's the appraisal on Blueberry Farm? We're just starting to open up all these questions, and are happy to I'm sure you're overburdened with work. So I'm a lawyer from New York. I'm happy to go through all this because I can't make sense of it. I don't know why we're 3 years into this, so much money poured into this area that we fell in love with and made no progress at all. It's very bizarre. But the more we talk to people in the area, the more we're hearing that there's a real problem and difference with Wilmington versus Dover, and especially blocked people from the outside being blocked. And I wish we'd known all this before we'd sunk, all our funds and money into this area. Now we're sort of halfway through and in big trouble, but something's not quite right. So we're hoping you can help us figure this out and get us back to our original assessment and appraisal, because we're going backwards with this property, not forwards.
Well, I can give you some explanation. Since nobody's been out there, it wasn't known how much progress had been made. What would be best for me to be able to give the assessor for information would be if you can estimate the structure has been entered in the computer as if it was complete, and what we would normally do is subtract a percentage of however much is not done as a whole for the whole structure. So if you would have a rough idea of, since you've already mentioned what's not done on the inside, what kind of percentage would you say has been done and what percentage is not done?
Maybe 40, 45 has been done, but our contractor said we're gonna lose it and it's gonna be severely damaged with the winters if we don't
Oh.
finish it. And we don't have the money
Yeah.
to finish it right now because the infrastructure people 4 times the cost of our original. We have the piece of paper with the original cost of the infrastructure, and then one day it was 4 times that. And everything changed. And then he got sick, and it's just been sort of literally one disaster after another.
Yeah.
We according to Valley View Builders, who is our contractor, we have about a house that's about 40 to 45% built. So what you see from the outside is frankly a framed home with windows and, you know, quote unquote, you know, winter, whatever, with insulation, but there are no walls, floors, there's no electric, there's no running water, there's no sewer. It is a house standing on its own, sort of alone without any connection whatsoever. And the infrastructure is in the same boat. Like my wife said, we were quoted something initially from the seller, and those costs have 3 to 4x'd. And we've had to pause on top of the delays we had from Colebrook Fire and from the golf course and from the town of Wilmington with regards to our developers agreement.
How long did it take us to get the developers agreement?
2.5 years.
So that's very odd and very, very difficult financially.
Well,
you know, for a
okay,
family.
so I have written down about it being at most 45% complete. And if you have any photographs, you could submit those.
Can we give somebody a tour on your end? We're very happy to bring somebody to the area. It's all.
Oh,
you
I'm
have to
sure
bring
that.
some, a hard hat and some boots.
Yeah, unfortunately, this part of the process doesn't have the time frame to do on-site visits for this
Okay.
part of it.
We can send pictures.
Where would I
Yeah,
send
and
pictures
pictures.
to?
I want to mention, while we're at this point, that you will be getting a second notice for each of these parcels showing what change, if any, took place in the valuation. And part of that notice, which is especially important, also tells you about options to get further changes made by other bodies of people beyond this hearing.
And we would like to explore all of that 100%. And I know it's public record to find out what Larry Mann's appraisal is, as well as our neighbors at Blueberry Farm and anybody in the area, because there isn't much going on in that area. You know, we're next to a golf course. And we just can't really understand why everything has taken so long. You know, and the contractor can't finish without electricity and water. It's just, we're really stumped. And then not only that, the other lots have also doubled in price. They're just sitting there, mud, nothing's with pine trees, nothing's happened there. We don't understand how that's even possible. They're up to 95,000, over 95,000. So somebody obviously doesn't know this area. And I know, as I said, I know you're swamped. And so we want to do our part to help you sort of really get a full visual inside and out of what's going on here.
Well, and yeah, so what I was getting to is the second step that you could take after you get the notice would be that they might consider having on-site visit for it. But that would be something they would decide and not anything to do with what the assessor would be doing now for this hearing. So you'd have to wait to do that. So that's something to consider. For now, if you can submit some photos, basically what you're describing is really just a frame over a foundation. So that's about the way I'm describing it here.
Okay, where would I submit to what email address would I submit the photos?
That would be to Sarah.
That would be mine.
Yeah.
The one that we've been talking through.
Okay.
And it's one of those homes, it's not in a box, but what do you call that?
It's not modular. So I will submit to Sarah. Also, we have, thanks to Adam Palmer, and I have them up on my screen now, numerous comps. Again, maybe this is for the next step, but there are homes in the area that are, call it, you know, frame on foundation, that are being sold actively for quite a bit less than what 1.352 has been put on this particular property. So I'm armed with comps, whether they're half done for sale or completely done, finished for sale in the last year that don't
you
even
could-
get up, that don't even get up to this number.
If you could submit that as well in the email, that would
And
be useful.
that's public record, right? All our neighbors, appraisals is public record?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
great. Perfect.
There's a list available on the town's website. What's it called, Sarah?
So if you're on our town website underneath, if you go under departments, you go to grand list / assessor. And there's a couple spreadsheets that show the new valuations by owner and then by address. So if you,
How would, I'm just so confused as to how they could have come up with these numbers if nobody's even seen the property.
Oh, well,
What address do you have for the property? We don't even have an address really.
well, it wasn't
do.
known how much of it was not finished, but basically, in general, the new values are created based on sales. All of the valid sales in town are used over the past 3 years worth of sales.
Yeah.
Were
It's
you-
pretty, yeah, it sounds like it's pretty obvious someone took a look at the house and saw what's there and figured, oh, there's a broker sign there, because we're always willing
Well,
to.
yeah, anything that's in progress does get a visit. It wasn't visited yet, but there definitely is a visit scheduled for 2025. And certainly it would be getting a visit during this coming summer.
The fact that it was doubled is what concerns me. We
Tripled.
missed it. We
Tripled.
tripled, but we missed it last year. So we're really in trouble. Like we should
Oh.
have somehow caught this last year. Nobody's even visited the site. You know, I don't even know where to start, but are you guys aware that there's serious problems with delays with the building and getting permits in Wilmington?
In getting permits?
Yeah, getting permits and getting
Developers
developers agreements and being able to move forward.
which we just, again, 2.5 years waited for ours.
That
Because I've heard
isn't-
people are starting a class action against Colebrook and other places that are delaying the permits and not letting people who've paid money to buy their land to build their homes and get done. This can't take 3 years.
Oh.
We're already 3 years into it and now they've quadrupled the price.
But were you talking about problems getting permits in Wilmington?
Yes.
not
Yeah.
from our zoning though, not from the town zoning department. You're talking about through
Everything from the
Colebrook?
tax department certainly comes on time without fail. It's not that, it's my developer's agreement, which does not allow us to build after I cannot connect to anything public service without the blessing of Colebrook Fire and the town of Wilmington with regards to a developer's agreement, which I waited 2.5 years for and just got literally like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
And people on that
And paying
board,
taxes all along and paying Colebrook Fire. Here's Colebrook Fire's maintenance bills. That's $1,200 for stuff that I don't even have. There's nothing there. So we're paying tens of thousands of dollars to Colebrook and to the town of Wilmington for something I could not do anything on, and you're evaluating it at 1.3 million.
and I wish we'd known this before we got in, because now we're hearing from neighbors and people in the area that there's probably a conflict of interest with the people on the board of Colebrook and other places. And we just wouldn't have come in if we didn't think it was going to be so inhospitable.
Yeah.
You know, we fell in love with the area. We want to build a home there. We have 2 children, and this was supposed to be a generational thing. And now we're just like, oh my God, we want to probably get out, and nobody wants anything to do with it because it looks like a war zone.
I mean, right now, according to your numbers, lot 5, the one with the house, 40% house built, is 1.5 million. The other lot is 95,000, and the other lot is 102,000. My
Just
goodness,
sitting
you're getting into 1.7 million valuation when there's absolutely, I mean, I've been held up at every turn, and it's a war zone. If anyone goes over there, there's nothing really completed because I've been stopped at every step of the way and had to stop construction when prices basically climbed to 3 to 4 times what they were originally quoted at 3 years ago. So,
And there's no-
not to mention the holdup with
Well,
Colebrook.
I think it would be useful if you could put into words for a letter describing what you've just described about the problems with the permits and so on.
Sure.
For the assessor to read, that would be useful.
Can I send that to Sarah as well?
Yes, it would have to be by the end of the day on Monday is the deadline to submit things like that. So if you could do that over the next few days, and 5 o'clock Monday would be the deadline.
Should we be including the other lots? Because there is zero justification for those to have changed from when we first purchased them. They're just,
yeah.
nothing's changed.
Yes. Anything you want to say about the other lots as well, definitely.
Okay.
Put something in there about those.
Okay.
Yeah. So what will happen is you'll get that second notice for each of these in about 2.5 weeks. So
this is just your first step.
Right.
So really, this is just getting your foot in the door of grievance. The second notice will give you options for being able to go forward.
Yeah, our
with the
lawyer,
appeal
Sandy
process.
Schreiber, sort of gave us the sort of the progression of things. I will work on that letter to you, Sarah, which will just come in email form, and it'll be lengthy in prose describing or whatever. I will include as many photographs as I have. If I can try and get someone over there as a favor to me to take additional photographs, that's fine, but I'm happy to do an on-site visit. They will see firsthand exactly what kind of sort of project is currently going on there with regards to blasting, and nothing is connected whatsoever with the exception of the golf course.
And Sandy is so nice, and maybe too nice for the trouble, the problems we've been going through. He's wonderful. My colleagues have also told me to reach out to Paul Frank and Collins PC, MSK attorneys, and Dents PC. Do you recommend that we hire one of those in addition, since they specialize in this kind of thing?
I
don't think that we'd have any, I don't have any legal advice one way or the other. None of those names ring a bell to me. I've only been here about 4 years, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So our next step is to Sarah, and I guess is that where we go from there?
Right, and you'll still receive a second assessment notice with everything that you're going to submit to me. It will be included in this part. And it'll also, all of that will go, if you decided to pursue an appeal further than what this results from, all of that will also be included.
I think we're going to have to, because we can't even finish. We don't even have the construction costs, never mind paying, 3-4 times the taxes on all this land. I mean, this is before we can even spend a night there. So, and that's maybe 2 years away if we're lucky, if we don't get more people stepping in the way. So any advice that you have for us for this area as newcomers? It's not like we're not being welcomed with open arms. I can tell you that much.
Well, and everything you're bringing up about Coldbrook, it's, they're completely separate from us as a town. So like, I haven't heard anything about, what's been going on there. So I don't know, how to speak on that, or, it's new to me. So,
have you heard of other development sites that are having to wait many years for their developers agreement? Because I know that there are some that approached me to join a class action suit against the town of Wilmington because of their withholding developers agreement, which I just got after 2.5 years while paying taxes at the same time. So they sold me 38 acres, happy to do that, but then did not grant me a developer's agreement for 2.5 years. And I heard one group is waiting 5 years.
So how can taxes go up when we haven't even been given the developer's agreement and we've been standing in line for almost 3 years? It doesn't add up. Well, but we'll try to put all this in our letter to you.
We can't really speak about the tax rates. We have to wait and see what that will be. So that's going to be a while.
Well, we just want to make sure that whoever is doing this, that they fully understand what they're looking at here and what they're dealing with.
Of course.
Because it's been every day is a nightmare for us dealing with this.
We came in with the idea of investing we fell in love with Wilmington and the surrounding area and with the mountain, and we're above Haystack Golf Course and Haystack Mountain. We came in with the idea of investing in this community and having a nice place for our family and for our kids and so forth. And it's really been very challenging over the last 3 years to get. I mean, if you go over there and see what we've done, you'd think we just started a few months ago, and it's been 3 years. And everything has just been going up or been stalled from the very beginning. So it's been very frustrating to keep a positive attitude when all we wanted to do was to invest in this community for our family and frankly for others that were visiting, whether it was first in the wintertime to ski or in the summertime for the charm and the beauty. So it's been disappointing.
Well, maybe it'll turn around in some way, but we'll just go it step by step.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank
Well,
you.
You're
okay.
welcome. And I just want to say, I'm sorry to hear all of this.
Thank you.
It's definitely news to me. I haven't heard anyone's story like this before. So
Yeah.
it sounds terrible. I love this town, and
I know.
having
Yeah.
lived here,
We do too.
Well, everybody
it's
we
very
meet,
sad to hear this.
I know everybody we meet in the markets and stuff could not be nicer. I mean, the sweetest people, but this is it's like Jekyll and Hyde. I don't know who is part of this other.
It's
group,
been tough.
but-
The town of Wilmington and Colebrook and I have just been incredibly difficult to work with, and they've switched lawyers, they've switched people. I've been pushed off month after month, year after year, and with Sandy Shriver's help, a law firm out of Brattleboro, I was able to get finally my development agreement, but that took so much effort and cost and so forth. I know that there's another group waiting, so
Yeah.
we will send
that's
that.
okay. No, you actually had a lot of time to be able to talk about 3. So you're
Okay.
right. You're fine.
Thank you, Sarah. I will get that to you before end of day Monday.
Okay.
Thank you
That
both.
sounds good. And I'll
Thank
watch
you.
for your email.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Take have a good
Thanks.
weekend. Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Wow.
It does sound like a nightmare.
I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. Do we want to just move on to our next one? Maurice and Carol?
No, I don't see why not.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
here. I mean, they're not supposed to, but that'll give us time because who knows about the rest of the day.
Yeah.
All right. So
If
is
they're
that you,
able to.
Carol? You can go ahead and click the unmute button. So this is Carol and Maurice Thomas
Okay.
and Christopher Thomas. So they're probably all, they might all be in the same Zoom.
Looks like it. 6:39 and 19.
I think there's a way that I can ask it to unmute. Let's see.
Oh,
Did that help anything?
I don't know. Can you
There
hear
we
me?
go. There we go. I
All
can
right.
hear you now.
Okay, this is Greek to me, so. This is my son's computer, so.
I'm becoming an expert, but
Oh, I'm not.
it's kind of new to me too.
oh, what
Yeah.
happened?
Okay, we have 2 pieces of property. We have one for Maurice and Carol and one for Maurice and Frank. And they raised, I guess, the assessed value on both of them. But I kind of did a little bit of research. And the one for just the land, in the area, there are same people that have just land, and their tax rate or assessed value is so much lower than ours. And we've never even developed this property or did anything with it. And we've had it since 1986. And a few years ago, they reassessed this piece of property, the one for Maurice and Carol, and they raised it a few $100s then. So I kind of don't understand why they're doing it again. Am I making sense?
Well, this reappraisal is using sale prices for the past 3 years. That goes for land as well, ending with March 31st, going back 3 years in time to use all of the sales that were available. And there has been some very high sales, even with land. And so the assessor would be creating values based on those that 3-year period of sales. And so if you're talking about the vacant parcel first here.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So it looks like it changed from 127 to 184,000.
Right.
And it is a buildable site, I believe.
I don't see where.
Pardon me?
Where? Because it's up in the mountains, like there's no basic, really easy to get to.
No utilities.
There's no utilities, there's nothing there.
Is there direct access to the road for this parcel?
Yes.
No,
How do you get to it?
we haven't been to it. I haven't done anything with it.
Is there a driveway that has
No.
access to?
No,
So, and you said you've owned it since 1986?
yep, and we haven't done anything with it. We bought it as a thing, but we never did anything with it.
Okay. And what is it about it that would make it unbuildable anywhere on the land?
There's no utilities.
There's no utilities or even, no utilities. And we thought at one time we would do something, but we got up there in age and we just never did anything with it. We just held on to it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll make a note of that. And why did you initially buy it?
Because we were much younger at the time and we thought, well, we could put a camp or do something up there. But then we just never did because just to get to it was like, to be honest with you, you'd have to be a mountain goat to get to it. So I said, no way am I going to do this.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So Carol, is this the one in your name too, or Frank's name?
Yes, no, this is in my name and my husband's name,
Yeah,
both our names. That's just the
Carol, yeah.
land. And like I said, and I did a little bit of homework and I found that on the same side of the mountain, people that have just the land, their taxes are much lower.
Well, we're actually not talking about taxes, but we do want to talk about the market value.
Well, what's the market value on that property?
Well, it's gone up because of the sales over the past 3 years. And so land sales as well would be increasing because of sales for land.
The land where, around that piece of property or in Wilmington itself?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you're saying that the value of the property, the sales, but in that area where we have the property, those sales went up or in the town of Wilmington? I don't know if I'm making sense.
They would
How do you
sales.
figure that out?
They would be sales that only sales that took place in Wilmington. If there weren't any sales nearby of similar properties, the assessor would use whatever sales were available for the assessment, and with knowledge and experience would have some idea of what the value should be. And so that's how the value came about on your property. And so if you feel that should be lower, do you have an idea of what you would consider a lower value for marketing it?
No, I have no idea, but I don't think it's worth that much, whatever you're saying it's worth.
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
think, do you know what the assessed value is? I don't think it's worth that much. I don't think anybody,
Yeah.
I just can't see somebody really buying it for what? I don't know why we bought it either, you know?
Yeah, well, I'll make a note here that you basically feel it's too high.
Too high, absolutely.
And
So I'm just looking at a satellite image of it, and it looks like there might be a structure on it.
Oh.
That would be off Woods Road or Camp Trail Road. It kind of looks like it touches both.
I don't know. I can't think of, you know, I know, we did have and way back when we bought it, we had an acre, but we sold that, you know, actually on Woods Road. That was a special, and there's a house there, but it's not ours.
Okay. What I'm gonna take a like a screenshot of what our mapping system shows, just so
Okay.
you can take a look at it, just to see.
Okay,
Because it looks like I mean, you might have access on a different road that maybe you didn't know about, but I don't know.
I don't know either.
But it might just be good to look at, you know, because
Okay,
it's a newer, our mapping system is updated yearly. So this would have been from like April of last year.
okay.
Okay, so that's that one.
So you're gonna show it to me? Is that what you're doing or what?
I won't be able to do it right this
Oh.
second, but
Oh, okay,
I'll send it to you just so you can
oh,
take a look at it.
okay, that sounds good.
Do you want me to send it to the email that we were talking
Yes,
through
that-
before?
Yes, that was my
Jamie?
daughter. Yes, my
Okay,
daughter.
okay.
Yes. Okay. So that one, yeah. So did you want to go on to the next one?
Sure.
yes,
All right. The next one is also, it's in my husband, Maurice and Frank, my brother-in-law.
yeah,
That's 12 acres
Mhm.
and that has a camp on it,
yeah,
right? So even that, like I said, we did the homework and there's, right in the area, somebody that has a camp and has 3 times the amount of property, and they're not even paying what we're paying in taxes now. Well, the value is not, whatever, however you word it. You know, what's compatible in the area.
uh-huh. So this, does this dwelling get used for anything?
It's a camp. It's a
Yeah.
camp. It's a hunting camp, you
Okay.
know.
Do you rent
It
it
does-
out or?
No, not at all. No.
Okay. So I guess yeah, it's a camp, all right.
Yeah,
Is there, it's heated by a wood stove
yes,
and there's one bathroom?
yes.
Okay.
It's-
Is there a,
it's- It's an outhouse bathroom, if that's what you mean.
okay, okay, so there's no septic or anything like that?
No.
And there's one fireplace, I guess?
No fireplace, just a
No
wood burning
fireplace?
stove. No, just a wood burning stove.
Okay.
No electric, no running water.
Does the stove, is the stove up against the wall or is it out in
No,
this?
no.
It's out in the, is it out in the middle of a room or so? area?
Yep, yes.
Okay,
There's no running water, there's no electricity.
okay, no electric and,
And no running water.
okay, and, So what's the general condition of it? Are there any major issues with the structure itself?
Oh,
Okay.
It's old.
it's old. It's been built, it was built in, I guess I would say, I think it was 87, 89.
Oh, the town has 1950 for the age of year built.
Maybe. I
Does
didn't
that
think
sound
it
in-
was, but I don't know. It
Um,
might have been there when we bought it, built then.
yeah,
And we just kind of, did a little work on here and there.
yeah. And so there's a deck around it or a deck?
Yes,
Yeah,
Front.
in the front,
yeah, okay. So there's a second floor area or loft or something?
No. No, it's not a loft.
Oh, there's rooms up there?
Storage.
It's like storage.
Okay. There are bedrooms though? Are there bedrooms in the?
Yes, there's bedrooms downstairs, like, there's 2 bedrooms downstairs.
Okay, so the upper level is just for storage, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is the roof made of?
Shingles, I guess, roof and shingles.
Shingles? Okay, asphalt shingles, yeah.
Yeah.
And the exterior outside walls,
Wood chip.
Wood, whatever you call wood planking or whatever you call it.
okay, yeah. Okay, I think that pretty much covers the basic details about the
So how do
Yeah.
we find out, like the verdict of whatever is?
find out what?
So what happens
Oh.
is all of this gets submitted back to the assessor. The
Okay,
assessor goes over each person that attended a grievance meeting, gets basically kind of a second look. And the assessor goes over each property and the documents that you submit and this conversation. Then what happens is, once the last date of grievance happens, we have 7 days to basically reassess each one. And we send out another results of grievance notice. It'll look a lot like your change of appraisal notice. And it'll show if there's any change made, or even if there's no change made, you'll still get a notice. It'll also
Okay.
give you details of any steps if you wanted to move further with this, if you weren't,
not happy or
right,
satisfied.
right,
whatever.
exactly. Satisfied. That's the word I was looking
Yeah.
for. But it'll give you the details on how to pursue, the next step of the appeal process if you wish to.
Okay, sounds
So
good.
you should start looking for that, I'd say, in probably about 2 weeks.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so next is what, Christopher Thomas?
Yep.
Do you have?
We
Okay,
have
he's
him.
right here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Chris.
I don't
Hello.
envy your job.
Oh, it's a fun one.
Yeah.
And it's my first year. So
Is it?
this is my first experience with grievance. So
Okay.
I mean, I guess I'm coming in on fire.
Uh,
right,
I
so-
just got a couple of questions, and it's basically, I don't think it's for you, it'd be more for the assessor. But
Well,
my house
you-
is 17 Woods Road in Medburyville.
Let me explain. My name is Dan Bodwin.
Hey, Dan.
I work for the assessor.
Okay,
And for this hearing, I'm here to hear whatever you have to say
Okay.
and pass on all the information we gather here to the assessor.
Appreciate that, Dan.
So you could go ahead and continue then.
Okay, so I didn't get the new letter of my assessed value. So I don't know where I stand right now, to be honest with you. I just came back. I was on a trip in Ireland and I just got back 2 days ago.
Oh,
So, but I just feel that my property in Medburyville, with I'm pretty much the second to highest assessed house in that area. I probably have one of the least amount of properties in the area. It's just over an acre. The person to my left is assessed way lower, which more property. The person in front of me has a smaller lot, but he's assessed way lower. And then I have a person down the street who you're pretty all familiar with, Lenny Chapman, who's a great guy. And his house is assessed at twice my value, yet his taxes are lower. So that's why I need an explanation. That's all.
okay. Well, we wouldn't really be able to deal with taxes per se.
It's value, okay.
Yeah, we can only be involved with actual property values for the reappraisal. And I should mention the reappraisal used all the valid sales in town for the past 3 years to analyze those sales and determine how the market changed and how to create the new market values. And as you've probably heard, sales have been pretty high over the past 3 years.
Due to COVID, everybody was moving out, moving up, and property values went through the roof.
Yeah.
But now taking the fact that in the next 3 years, property values or the sales go down, our taxes assessed value is going to go down.
Yeah, well, the next reappraisal will be 6 years from now, unless the state, as they did to mandate the town do this reappraisal.
That's why it happened, because I know I just got reassessed 3 years ago.
Yeah, so the market had gone up so much since that 2020, the state said the town had to do a reappraisal this year.
Okay, that explains a lot then, Dan.
Yeah, well, and so the state just recently changed the scheduling for doing reappraisals, and it will now be once every 6 years, unless the same thing happens again, where the market has changed so greatly, either up or down, that the values are not usable anymore. So there won't be another reappraisal until 6 years.
The state, deems it needs to.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah. So the market values were created because of the large increase in sales, and there's no way to control who buys what property, and how much they pay for it is what they are willing to pay, obviously. So unfortunately, that's why there are some very high value changes.
Yep.
And I see yours went from 325 to 460.
Oh, that's a big jump.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that value, so I didn't know.
Oh,
So
of course.
are you saying that you didn't get it at all, or you just haven't been home to get it?
I didn't get it at all.
So
I've been home 2
can I
days. I've
just
been home 2
confirm
days.
so we have an address of 65 Church Lane, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it did get Middle Island, New York, 11953. Okay, so
But like I said, I was in Ireland and I had the postal service hold all my mail. So when I got home, I went and got all the mail. And my mom contacted me and said, "Did you get the letter from the, everybody's property?" And I said, "No." I said, "Set up the Zoom call," but I didn't get the letter.
Okay. Okay.
maybe-
So if you could talk to the assessor, because that number seems very, 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 very high to me.
Well, what will happen is that I will put in my notes here that you feel the value is too high. And he will be reviewing all of the data for your property
Great.
to see if there was anything incorrect, and also to see if there is any way to resolve the issue of the valuation. Are there any, oh, maybe give them a property card? What we can email to you, Sarah will do that, a digital copy of the town's assessor property card.
Oh, that'd be great.
That will, among other things, on the front side of it, it will show the valuation changes. And on the back side, it has a sketch and details of the physical structure, the house itself. So she's going to email that to you.
Chris, do you have your own email that you would want
Yes,
me
I
to?
do. I do. It's, you ready?
Yeah.
It's Cowboy, UP, Cowboy Up, 514 at,
You said
Don't laugh.
544?
514.
514.
Now, don't laugh, at AOL.com. I'm dating myself now.
Okay, so I'll send that right now.
Okay.
So what I could, if I could for a minute, go over a few details about the interior. Is it 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms?
It's 3 bedrooms, 2 baths.
Okay, we can change that.
Playboy distancing themselves from the Heifer Playboy era, said they trusted and validated women and their stories. Now you've had a
And
chance to tell your story.
is there 1 bathroom on each floor?
Yes.
Okay. 1 up and 1 down. And what is your heating system?
Oil forced hot air.
Oil force, okay. And is there 1 fireplace?
Yes.
Okay. So the basement, is there any finished area in the basement?
No.
Okay. Is it, it's all cement down there, I suppose?
Correct.
Cement floor, yeah.
Yep, cement floor, yep, cement walls.
So there's a detached garage?
Yes.
Okay. And that was built when the house was built, I guess?
No, it was built a few years after.
Oh, okay. So like around 2010, maybe?
Yeah, somewhere around there, I would think.
Yeah, okay. And there's a 2nd floor area. There's partly a loft, I guess, on the 2nd floor level.
Yep.
Okay.
It's me, your skin. What's it feel like it's me?
The landing, it's only like 6 by 8.
Okay. So there are bedrooms up there?
2 bedrooms upstairs,
As
1
well?
downstairs, 2 upstairs.
Okay. 1 down, 2 up. Okay. Well, and there's no other outbuildings besides the detached garage?
Correct.
Okay. So that pretty much goes over the basic structural interior information. And
The assessor wants to come, I could set up an appointment to meet him up there and I can bring him through the
Oh.
house if he'd like to see.
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible for this portion of the, for this process here. The time frame isn't allowing that there to have scheduled appointments, although I understand maybe you would want one. What's going to happen that might relate to having a visit? You'll be getting a second notice in about 2 weeks to let you know what change, if any, was made on the property. And it will also,
If you could put it in my comments, I would just like to have them look at the houses on New England Road and Woods Road, that my house conforms to those houses around me,
okay,
what their assessed values are.
which road besides Woods?
New England, where Lenny Chapman lives, it's actually one road where it just gets divided in half when you come over from Route 9. So it'll be New England Power Road and Woods Road. I
Okay.
believe there's maybe a total of 10 to 12 houses in that whole area of Medburyville.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, I've got that down here. So the notice that you're going to get will also mention that there are further steps that you could take advantage of to seek more change or some change that if there had been none from this process, to be able to possibly have some visit if they if they decided that one could be done. But for this part of the grievance process, it wouldn't be available for this period. You're welcome to send photographs if you have some or want to take some. If you can email them to Sarah, that would be usable. But you would have to have them in by 5 o'clock on Monday.
Do that.
That's the deadline for submitting documents for the grievance of this portion.
September 28, 2017. Gymnastics coach.
Well, Sarah, Dan, I really thank you for your time today.
Yeah. Oh,
And I'm sure we'll be in touch.
yeah.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day and weekend.
Okay.
You
Thanks.
too.
Good
All right,
luck.
be good.
Thanks.
Okay. Would you happen to be Ken? No? Okay. What's your first name? Okay, okay. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So we actually don't have anybody now till 2:45. Emily.
Oh, okay. Um,
We build in a little afternoon break.
look at some of these here.
So I'm gonna. I'm gonna turn this on just because we do record everything that we speak about.
So are Dan and Russ brothers?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's my older brother. And he's the assessor. So basically what I'm doing is gathering whatever information we can from you here.
Yep.
And I pass that on to him, and he'll be reviewing and examining all of your property information
Okay.
at some point over the next couple of weeks or so.
Sounds
So
good.
you're welcome to begin.
So I'm going to start with the 43 Castle Hill, which is my primary residence. I mean, it went up $160,000, which just seems dumbfounding to me.
Oh, I don't think I have that.
Are you looking at the Boyd Hill Road one? Yeah, I don't care. We can start with that one if you'd rather.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I have two properties, so if
I
you want to
have
start with
this.
Boyd Hill, that's fine.
There should be two there.
for, what's the road, street?
572 Boyd Hill Road or 43 Castle Hill Road.
43 Castle. Hill. Oh, how did that get over here? I got it right here.
Okay. So the previous value was 293,000,
Yeah.
went up to 454,000. I just looked at other homes, not for sale in my area, like the apartment buildings, which you would think would be much more valuable because I know Ed charges a lot of money. That's listed at 326 for 5 apartments. That's 26 Castle Hill.
Oh, wait, which parcel are you addressing here?
43 Castle Hill Road.
43 Castle. Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 5. 5, did you say?
All right. My house is correctly listed. Everything on here I think is accurate. I don't have any trouble with the listing card. I'm concerned with the amount that you are valuing my house at.
Oh, okay.
It's not worth $453,680.
Okay.
It could possibly be worth 353,000, but definitely not 453,000. There isn't a single property in the neighborhood that's listed at that price.
So you feel the 353 would be more appropriate?
Accurate.
Okay, well, we like to, hear that kind of
Yeah, so I have
opinion.
5 houses in the neighborhood, that 26 Castle Hill are the apartments that I was referring to.
Oh, okay.
They are worth 326,000. My other neighbor across the street, 32 Castle Hill, is valued at 371,000. And both of those properties, to be perfectly honest with you, have been upgraded. I had 4 children. I work for the town. I'm a school teacher. I have 0 time to put into my house. The kitchen is the original kitchen.
No updates?
No updates.
Okay.
The only possible, I do have an Airbnb over the garage because obviously I used to have 4 children living there with me and now it's just me. So there is an apartment there, but it doesn't increase the value.
That's
that
over
much.
the garage attached to the house.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So,
And
is
I
it- is
gave
it-
comps that had recently sold in my email. So you have those 2 comps. One was 229,000. The other one was 367,000. I mean,
is the apartment, is that something that was initiated recently?
No.
Or,
it's been there 10 years.
and so.
It was there as part of the house improvements by the
Yeah.
previous owner. So when I bought it,
Is it an apartment that could be, that has all of its own bathroom, kitchen?
it doesn't have a kitchen.
Okay.
It's just a studio. It's basically a bedroom and a bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's all open.
Yes, it's
But
one.
there is probably a sink somewhere.
Yes, there is a sink.
Kitchen sink.
Yep.
Okay. Because the system for listing the interior data
Mhm.
does count plumbing fixtures.
Okay.
So the extra sink, the sink that's up there would be a second sink. That would be it.
I don't know,
Needed.
John, my water guy came and looked at it.
Yeah.
He knows what it is.
Oh,
I'm
well,
on town water and town sewer.
Yeah, it's just that the computer counts the fixtures and
Okay.
the plumbing fixtures. So a 3-fixture bathroom has a full bath has a sink, toilet, shower. So the computer counts 3 fixtures there, and then kitchen sink for your part of the house. And then it would need to count the sink that's in the apartment area.
It shows that there's 3 fixture baths, right?
No, it's showing two bathrooms. So it's not showing, there's 2 in the main part of the house,
Yeah, there's 2 in the main part of the house.
and then there's 1 bathroom
in the
so that would be,
Airbnb. 3.
that would be a bathroom that apparently they didn't know was there, I
No.
guess.
Okay, I
So
mean, town
normally-
water knows. You would think they
Yeah.
would tell you.
No, between departments, there isn't always that kind of, that would be good, but
Okay.
it's not always existing.
Maybe that's something I'll have to look into,
Yeah.
making sure there's more direct line of communication with.
Yeah, I
Sure.
think,
Yeah,
Water
because
doesn't
John
talk to
just
us,
inspected it when the water bill went up.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
things
That would
can
make
get
sense.
missed over the years, or someone, if no one ever got into to understand what was up there, then
okay.
it wouldn't have been. But yeah, it would be good to have that have been in the records.
Okay.
So let's see. So no updates.
I don't know why you count a formal dining room. It does have a formal dining room.
Yeah,
But it's pretty
that
ridiculous.
everybody notices that, and it's kind of obsolete
Yeah.
labeling.
Yeah.
So we just kind of don't bother with it.
Okay.
But so there's it's saying that there's 3 bedrooms.
There's 3 bedrooms in the main house and then
So there would be 1 bedroom in the
apartment.
apartment, yeah. And the bedroom count isn't a value changer, just to let you know.
Okay.
So we would make the total 4 bedrooms.
Yep.
And yeah, okay.
Okay.
So and there's no outbuildings, I guess.
No.
Okay. Okay, well, the valuation, as it was performed, the way the state requires, used all of the valid sales for a 3-year period, going back from March 31st back in time, 3 years of sales to
include COVID?
Well, it was, the 2020 didn't include COVID.
Okay.
It's just the way it turned out that the reappraisal was scheduled for 2020. This reappraisal was mandated by the state because the market values had gone up so much from the sales. It was
Yeah, I mean, there's one property on Stowe Hill that sold for 367.5.
what
So-
address, what house number was that?
I don't know what house
Oh,
number on Stowe
okay,
Hill, but
that's all right.
it is on Stowe Hill and it sold for 367.5.
Okay.
So that, if you want to compare it to that, I
Okay.
suppose that's fair. I looked on Zillow and on Redfin both just to see what other houses sold for.
Right, yeah, that's what many people did.
Yeah.
It's useful.
Yeah.
In comparison.
Any other information I can give you for?
Well, I'm thinking if there is anything else I wanted to ask. The the basement, what's the basement like? Do you get?
A disaster. It's the
Oh.
old, it's the original foundation with stone leaking.
Oh, it's stone wall
Oh, yeah.
foundation? Okay, I do want to mention that in here.
Yep.
1911, yeah, that means,
Yeah.
yeah. And so you do get water down there?
Yeah, I have multiple sump pumps.
Is there a flooring? Is there any
There is
cement
a
down?
flooring, yeah, so that I can drive the lawnmower in, but it's.
Is any part of it not? So that's concrete?
Part
and
of it.
Part of it?
Yeah, I actually, I think we poured concrete and I put insulation down there.
Oh, you tried to
Yeah,
help it a little
I
bit?
tried,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So there's no part that doesn't have concrete on it?
No.
Okay, just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure, because we,
Yep.
if any place that has
a dirt floor.
partial dirt, that's a value change.
Okay,
But since yours doesn't.
yep.
Okay. Well, I think that covers the basic structural details.
Okay.
So what will happen is I will be passing this on to the assessor for him to
Mhm.
examine all of the details about your house and
Okay.
see what kind of change, if any, would be made. You'll get a second notice in about 2 weeks.
Okay,
And that notice will show the old and new, whatever the new value will be.
Okay.
If there was a change or even if there wasn't. And I don't know if you know about the process after this would be, there's other steps that you can go to for trying to get a change. If
okay,
enough wasn't changed here or if
Yeah.
none was changed. So it'll describe what those are and those will be available if you choose.
okay,
So that would be in about 2 weeks that you'll get that
that sounds
in the
good.
mail. So yeah, we appreciate that you came in and were able to clear up some
Okay.
things. And if you have any other, anything else you want to submit.
The other property.
Oh, okay, sorry. I keep doing that.
So this one is 572 Boyd Hill Road.
Yeah, okay, I got that in front of me. And is this basically about the valuation in general
So
increase or?
it's not worth $681,000.
Okay, yeah, it went from 498 to 681. So that's about maybe what, 25-30% change.
So the most recent house that I could find, if you look at 624 Boyd Hill,
Okay,
it sold in 2022 for $555,000. It's adjacent and it's neighboring.
okay.
You have it assessed at 543,000.
Is it somewhat similar to your property?
My
or-
house is very unique. It's a log home. It's a moose wood. We built it ourselves. It doesn't really have a comparable.
Yeah.
And you're gonna say, oh yeah, but it sits on 114 acres, which was Belvedere Farm. And we bought all 114 acres because they parceled it into 10-acre lots and they couldn't sell it because none of the other lots perk. There's one, maybe one perkable area on the whole 114, and it's Act 250 regulated. So.
Oh, okay. That's important.
So we have it in a
trust in a land, it's forest and meadow. So I get a break on the taxes.
Oh, the current.
Yeah, the
use.
current use.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that
Yeah, so
helps.
we have the Morris's cows are grazing there and
Oh.
yeah.
They're happy.
They are happy.
Yeah.
Petunia particularly, she's the friendly one.
Oh.
Yeah.
And so what's the, so how's that log house?
Well,
as far as
so my
condition and-
son is living there currently. It was, my partner was a mess, and passed away 2 years ago. So the
Oh.
kids have been working to repair it. The deck had holes in it. They've probably put $10,000 into it so far, and it needs probably another 10.
Oh.
So it's in a state of disrepair, but they're trying to
Yeah.
fix it basically,
It's
so they can
livable
rent it.
for now.
Yeah.
though. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And are there no outbuildings there?
No.
We're not showing them.
No.
Yeah. So there is a second floor.
Yep.
And that's a fairly newer house, 1997.
Yeah. As I said, we built it ourselves
Yeah.
and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
with Moosewood log homes.
Just make a note, it's Moosewood. And that has 4 bedrooms,
Yes.
3 bathrooms.
Yep.
How are those bathrooms situated? Which floors?
There's 2 on the second floor.
Okay.
And 1 on the first floor.
Okay. Well, I think that's the most we could do here.
Okay.
If you have any photographs or want to take any, you could submit those.
Okay.
If you think it's
Sure,
they would
I'll
have
send
to
those
be
on to
in
Sarah.
by 5 o'clock on Monday.
That's fine. I can actually do it this afternoon.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that would be
Yeah.
great to have some photographs to look at.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well.
Happy to do that.
all
Thank
right.
you.
Take care.
Yep.
Good luck with everything.
Thanks.
Thanks.
You too.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. That would be.
Hi, Ken and Beth. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself on the Zoom.
Hey,
Hi
Beth,
there.
Hi, it's Beth. Beth, are you on?
I only see you right now.
I know Beth was signing on.
Okay.
I just spoke to her 2 minutes ago.
Okay. I know we're a little early. We actually, this is rare. We're running very late yesterday afternoon, and so this time we're running a little early, which is great.
Okay.
But so we can, if you want to wait, we can give it a few minutes to see, let her get a chance to get on.
Sure.
Oh, here she is.
So Beth, you should unmute yourself. They're ready for us. Beth, just unmute put your video on, Beth, and your sound, your mic.
Unmute.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask you who you guys are? Is that Sarah?
Yep, I'm Sarah.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
I'm
You've
the
been
one you
very-
spoke with through email, I'm sure.
Yes, you've been very helpful and timely. We truly
Oh,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
She
You know,
always
you're-
is. My name's Dan. I work for the assessor, and my task here is to gather whatever information you're supplying today, and pass that on to the assessor for him to re-examine your property value and see if there might be a change made.
Okay, oh, what we're grieving is the total acreage.
Yeah, I did read your letter.
Oh, then we told you everything, then.
I
So-
suppose, yeah. Well,
So that you could see that we only own 56.27 acres and that we're being charged for 61.6. So, and we provided you the survey, which shows that we own 3.7, which we purchased in 2001, and the warranty deed for the land that we purchased in 2009.
so did you just recently figure out about this being the case?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, God, so do you owe us money then for 20 years then?
No, we had no idea you had it down for 61.6 acres until Sarah sent us a copy of our property record, and that's when we saw it.
Yeah.
So the acreage, I mean, I'd have to look at one to reference for real, but I believe it is on your tax bill.
Usually is.
Each year. So, I mean, but, at least we're assessing it at this point.
Okay. You're not going to change the 61.6 acres?
Oh, no, yeah, we would. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Now that we found this error.
Right.
Absolutely. We want to fix anything that's erroneous, whenever somebody finds it. Absolutely.
Is this the first time you've been bringing this information to the town or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can't speak for the assessor. I don't know exactly how this will be handled. I don't know if you may have to have some other documentation, but I suppose the deed might be all that's necessary, but I don't know for sure.
What else did they do?
Oh, well, it was this, I'm not sure what these.
This is a survey.
keywords-
So
yeah. And this was a survey that's in the town records.
right.
Oh, okay. And then there was the deed as well. Well, in any case, following just the regular procedure, this will go to the assessor and he'll make a decision, but obviously it seems pretty clear cut.
Are we allowed to apply for like money from because we didn't notice all those years prior. Are we allowed to get back pay?
I wouldn't be able to speak to that. I mean, I have never heard of this coming up before or any kind of anything like that taking place. I guess there's a chance that might fall into some category, but I mean, that would have to be dealt with someone else. So we can fix it at this point, but as going for anything backwards, I'd have to ask somebody else's opinion on that.
Okay.
That
I
wouldn't
guess
be
I
in
didn't
our realm.
Okay. All right, thank you. I guess I didn't study the tax bill. I guess it made me so sick. I just paid it and put it away. So I just paid it. So I didn't really look at it that hard.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, the assessor will do his part. And from that point, assuming that the proper change is made, you'll have to figure out, well, you may have to let the town know that in some way from your end, perhaps to let them know that it has been corrected. I don't know if they'll automatically know about it, but you'll be getting another notice in any case in about 2 weeks to show what, if any, change was made, which seems likely. There will be a change. So that's to let you know what the result of the hearing was. And if there is any problem, there would be further avenues of appealing for change from other bodies of authority. But it seems like there should be no problem.
Okay.
But I don't want to get your hopes up without the assessor's the one who will finally do the examine the values and so on. So, yeah, so wait for that notice. And if you have any other questions, you can contact Sarah. But it looks like you've furnished everything that's necessary here today. So it should be all um, all that's needed to make the change.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, you stop 20 more minutes now, 20 more minutes to rest.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Good luck with everything. Thank you.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
bye-bye.
Bye now.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, most towns, they
Well-
do put the acreage on. I think most towns do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the bills show the acreage.
Yeah, but I mean, that's, well,
But, so I'm just thinking the, what am I looking at here? I'm just looking at what we have in the system. So they're saying there's this, how much less?
how much it should be?
Yeah.
It'd be 55. 7.
Two.
Two pieces.
Oh, you know what? I figured, but I know what happened.
Oh,
Wait, 30, 22.
oh,
30, 22.57, and 3.70. Does that add up to what? Am I out of my mind here? 30 plus 3.70. Oh my goodness, I can't. 30 plus 22.57 plus 3.7 equals 56. 27. Where did they get 57.9? Yeah, this looks wrong. Because the other two parcels are, one's 30 and one's 22.57. But in NEMRIC, it's always been done manually any prior years.
Yeah.
So Deb used to just manually type in. So
oh, so it's a typo.
yeah, this should be 52.57. And the 3.7 is for this one. So if you look at the contiguous properties, now this one's wrong. This one's putting them two together, but this one should be 22. So this used to be these two together, but
Oh.
so this one used to account for this 30, but then it got added to this one. So 30, 22.57.
Mm.
So those two together should be 52.57. I don't know where this 57.9 came from. I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm gonna look on their maps too, because our maps are, they go by the surveys.
Oh, they do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, town views, I mean, it's a tax map, so it's not perfect, but it does take into account any new surveys lodged in town
Yeah.
records,
Hmm.
land records.
Maybe anything that might, like a screenshot that might be useful just to show us where the,
Okay.
where the correction is. It's
So in our system, we have 3. This one says 3, 2, 52.5. What are they saying?
50.
They should have.
Should have 55. 5.7.
This one. So it looks pretty generalized. These are the amounts. See what those add up to. 21.93. 2 plus 322. 52.57. And what did they say?
Sorry. Yeah.
And I have about 52. But still.
Oh. She does.
By
they
our
do-
mapping, but again, our mapping
Yeah.
is done by, these are tax numbers, so it's like, it's not true surveys.
Well, one thing that's maybe relevant, I don't know. She said the property boundaries were stone walls, which are still there. She said, unfortunately, the surveyor was not able to confirm the northeast corner location, whatever that is. I mean, how that relates to-
Well, if we went by our, but like, because like, so Russ had me do this for Chimney Hill area, is we went by our GIS system.
Oh.
And that comes up with 52.57 as their acreage.
which is less than what they.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we have on the grand list 61.6, almost 10 acres more.
Which that's kind of bizarre.
So that's a good amount difference, I would think.
Yeah.
So you think I should do this for Russ?
Yeah, I would say it would be one step that he could have probably done that himself, I suppose, but.
Yeah, but why
actually,
not?
the records, that first screen of the boxes and so on, that's not something he would have. So you could throw that into, I'll make that folder. Keep forgetting
That's
about
all
it.
right, because I've been moving stuff into days, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep my stuff where I can.
Yeah, if you have it all.
Okay,
Together.
We have one more minute here. Mark, you said your wife is meeting you here and it's for 3:30? Okay, perfect. I'm just gonna step out real quick. I'm gonna call somebody. Just because I've been going back and forth with her on email and just call her.
Oh,
So I will be right back.
okay.
That's your question. The woman who was here had assessed values of properties. How would I access that? How would I do that?
It's on our website. So there's two different types. We submit and put up a PDF version of every single assessment notice that we mailed out. So that's going through thousands. But then we also have summaries. We have 2024 values by owner, so it's alphabetical by owner. And then there's the second one down is alphabetical by location, and it starts with the street name instead of the number. So, but that just gives you 24 numbers. It doesn't give you the previous year, but so if you did find comparables that you were looking at, things like that, you kind of want to see like, oh, how much did they go up? You could always reach out to me, or if you knew the name of the person, because it'll give you the owner. You could then search the PDF file for those people, and it gives you the prior year to this year. So I mean, it's going back and forth between.
And those assessed valuations, do they have the same information that I have in my place?
So the property cards, those are public. So if you wanted property cards, if you found ones you thought were comparable to you, like sale price or in your neighborhood, and you want to look at the property cards, you can email me and I can provide you those. Those are all public. I don't believe they're online. If they are, they have the old values. I correcting myself. They are online. There's a link that's called Town View online, the parcel map of the town of Wilmington. That's another great way to, you can click on different parcels around yours to find out your neighbors or who owns the properties around. But within those, if you click on a certain parcel, it comes up with a little box on the left-hand corner, and it has a property card right there. It's a very generalized property card, but it does give you, it would give you their old value for 23. And it would give you some of the details of the house as well. Yep. 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 If you wanted to submit comparables, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, you're mostly going to be talking with him, so I might just set up and then I'll
Yeah,
just end up going
we'll be
making
fine.
my phone calls. But you're welcome.
Yeah.
There's no one else ahead of you.
Is this the one? This has a good battery, right?
Yeah,
This one's.
because I just changed yours.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I just changed that
Oh,
one,
okay.
actually, I think.
So they can.
Okay, so this is Mark Lieber, and I didn't get your name. Annette. Mark and Annette Lieber
Okay.
for 9 Island Road.
Yeah. Okay.
So just a little bit of background. This is the first time this is my first time in the town hall, and certainly the first
okay.
time
Yeah.
Doing
Yeah.
a grievance. So just a little bit of history on the property. So this is actually a historic property. The Rapondo Hotel used to be on this property.
Okay.
It is, you guys have us at 1.5 acres, which sounds right. But
Okay.
maybe a third to a half of that is unusable.
Okay.
Because it's forest buffer to protect the lake. So, even though it's an acre and a half, only about half of that is, usable for a lawn or for a house.
Yeah.
We demolished the house during COVID and rebuilt it. Because of environmental restrictions, we rebuilt on the exact same footprint that we had before.
Yeah. And I remember seeing you there now,
Yeah.
but I didn't go talk to you, and I guess you didn't realize
Well, I pulled in as you were.
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
And then you pulled out just a couple minutes later.
Yeah, and I had finished my inspection, and I thought you were just somebody who, because you were on the driveway access to 21. I didn't really occur to me that you might have been the owner. Otherwise, I would have gone right up to you.
Yeah.
It was just a weird, an odd situation.
Yeah. And you were, but I don't remember if it was Sarah or somebody else who I spoke with, but what I was told was that you were primarily inspecting whether construction was complete. Is that true?
Yeah, I was doing permit inspections. This was a statistical reappraisal overall, but things that are under construction or just general permits have to go out and visited if they're that kind of physical new structure or something.
Yeah.
So I was doing that as part of the permit inspection, and it coincided with that your house was more or less complete, I guess.
Oh, it's complete. Yeah, we've been in it for a year.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
little things that we're still fixing, but we're construction is beyond substantial completion.
Oh, so yeah, continue. I lost track of what you thought was.
The reason that the acreage thing is important is I see how you have us for, and I don't know if I can find it so quickly, but you had like one page about one waterfront home side, 1.5 acres. But it should be considered in the valuation that half of those acres are unusable.
Yeah, well, one factor that's also important is the waterfront frontage.
Right.
Do you know what that is offhand? Sometimes we have it in here and
It's certainly something we can calculate.
yeah. Oh,
What is
well,
the
it's probably
definition?
measurable on the map.
Right. What is
Yeah.
the definition of frontage?
Actually, I wouldn't have an answer for that. You're kind of the first person that ever asked me, but it sounds like certainly a valid question there's
So-
probably some specific definition. I don't know.
Yeah. So it would be
I'll
great
put a
to-
note for the
yeah,
assessor to.
Please do. Make the note and then I'll tell you why it's
Yeah,
important,
I'll just put frontage question mark.
the definition.
Yeah.
And this relates to the forest buffer that I was just mentioning.
Oh, yeah.
So if the definition is contact between water and land, then we've got a lot of frontage.
Okay, but it may not be like nice and straight, or it might be.
Well, if it's usable frontage where
Yeah.
you can walk into the water
Oh, yeah.
or see the water,
So it
that's
could,
a different story.
That could vary greatly, I suppose.
Right, right, because we've got a tremendous amount of bushes and trees that are planted along the water that we've never touched. I mean, never.
Yeah, you're fine with it. It's just, yeah.
Right, and the point is that it's there for environmental protection. If we cut it down, we'd be in trouble.
Oh, right, yeah.
So it's not usable.
It's unusable,
not-
Yeah.
and there's no view.
A very small area where we enter the lake on purpose, so we don't touch
Right,
the lake.
yeah, I think was there a dock or something?
There's one dock.
Yeah. Yeah, I had that in there.
Yeah, there's, we're on you probably noticed, we're on a peninsula,
Mm.
and then there's an island beyond it.
Right.
The island is not ours.
No, I'm aware. It's a new building there.
Right.
Very unusual.
Right, very unusual. And so ours is the peninsula. And so we have a dock on this side going to the water. And then on this side, there's a place where you can walk into the water.
Oh.
But both are very narrow.
Okay.
And the entire rest of the waterfront
Okay.
is unusable forest buffer.
I'll make a
Trees and
note of that.
bushes.
Very narrow access.
And again, that's deliberate.
Mhm. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's great.
And, the environmental authorities are happy with that. They're trying to get everybody to plant forest buffer along the waterway.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Actively.
Yeah, because when sediment and pollutants flow down to the lake during a rainstorm, if it's open to the water, they just flow right into the lake.
Yeah, which isn't really good.
It's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have forest buffer, that's why they call it a buffer,
Mhm.
then it flows to the roots of the trees and the trees absorb it and it doesn't go into the lake.
Yeah, yeah.
So, we're very happy to be environmentally friendly. Okay, so that's on the acreage
Mhm.
side, and we would appreciate you looking into the definition of frontage.
Yeah.
For the valuation,
Mhm.
and also into the definition of acreage. If half of it is unusable, we don't really have 1.5
Yeah.
acres. We have 1.5 bunch of land, but the usable part might only be half.
Yeah.
So that's the acreage.
Yeah, it does. Sometimes it's somewhat subjective as far as the usability. And there usually isn't a lot of call it, changing values based on being unusable, which seems unfair, but I guess it's all one package of land, and if there's a place to build a house, that's the most important part of the valuation of the land, that
Right.
there is a place to build a house there. And these days, some land that people consider unusable could be changed to be usable. So if it's considered a temporary situation like marshland or something that's not protected in any way,
right,
it can be changed. So it's somewhat fuzzy kind of
Right. There's a
description
judgment there.
something. But
So-
I'm making notes here about
Right.
what you're saying about your land.
Right.
And, yeah.
And so that is another point to look at. And you mentioned that you're involved with the permitting. So when we were designing with our architect, and I don't remember who it was that came out, if it was from the town or from the state, but they made it very clear that we could not expand the amount of impermeable surface. And so, like, for example, you probably saw the meadow directly next to the
Probably.
So you've got, this is, the Lake Raponda Road is up here.
Yeah.
This is our house. These are the two entrances to the lake. And then there's a big green meadow right here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
One cannot build there.
Yeah.
It's a very large space and one cannot build.
That was probably, I don't know who that would have been, but obviously it was some authority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's why, when you talk about a house could be built there, the only place where a house could be built is when you and I saw each other, you were parked.
Parking area,
you left,
yeah.
right. So just right around that parking area would be the only place where theoretically one could put a structure.
Oh.
But that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't even know if we could get approval to do that.
Yeah, maybe not. That's very limiting. Yeah.
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 Okay, so that's on the acreage. And again, the only reason that I bring this up is you've got the two calculations here. One waterfront home site, 1.5 acres,
Yep.
value $675,000. And so what I'm saying is not so much waterfront, and it's not really 1.5 acres. So that figure might be high.
Okay, yeah. Well, you mean in actual accuracy of being measured, or
no, I
or
mean
just in the
usable,
usability?
correct.
Okay, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Normally one might think, gee, it's 1.5 acres. I could put 3 half-acre parcels in there.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
that's just not the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's on the land.
Yeah. Okay.
Now on the house and the improvements.
Yeah.
So as I mentioned, same footprint.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
Same number of bedrooms. There's 5 bedrooms before, there's 5 bedrooms now.
Okay.
And you've got on the card the total assessment, in 18, 700,000, 19, 700,000, 20, 733, 500, 22 because of the construction.
Yeah.
605, 30, 2023, suddenly it goes back up to higher than ever. I don't know if that's because construction completed, but 751, okay.
Probably.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's high. But then, oh my goodness, from 751 in 1 year to 1.676 million in 1 year, that's more than double.
Yeah.
In 1 year. That's what got our attention.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
Well, it's the sales that occurred, in particular, waterfront sales. All the sales that occurred overall that took place in the years of ending in March 31st, 3 years back. Those 3 years of sales are what's used for the process of creating the new values.
And do you have the comparables that you used for that calculation?
Well, no, because actually all of the comparables are all the available ones for those 3 years are used en masse.
I don't know what
that it wasn't just a few that were picked out to create the value. They're all used all at once. This is a real estate reappraisal system made for towns of any size. So you could use it for 10 million properties if you needed to. So it's called computer aided mass appraisal, CAMA for short. And it's not as simple as, say, a fee appraiser who finds 3 or 4 comps, or even just valuing 100 houses of waterfront property. It's using all the available sales
In this area? Or
in the town of Wilmington. Yeah. It's
Waterfront
only for,
sales.
only
No,
the town. of
All sales. I think you're saying all sales, not just waterfront.
Well,
sales.
they're all in the computer and I couldn't tell you which portions of them are used, but certainly the most important ones are waterfront sales. And even on, for a closer look, all of the Lake Raponda sales might be filtered out. So it allows the assessor to do many operations to analyze different types of land and houses. And it's a system that is updated every year by the company that provides it. And it's something that's the town understands what the town is using, because you can't just use any program. It has to be something the town can approve. The state has its own CAMA system available, and some towns choose to use it and others choose to go out to other outside companies that make CAMA systems. And there's others besides the one this town is using. And so it's a very interactive thing between the assessor and all of the data and all of the ways that it can be set up to filter for different types of assessments. So there's no way I could really express it to you. I don't use it for one thing, except for drawing sketches and so on.
So who came up with the value?
Well, that would be my brother, Russ, who has a great deal of experience over many years of working in Vermont towns and using that particular system for about 35 years now. So you could consider him an expert. And it's one of the reasons why he's actually a reappraisal contractor by career. And so it's one of the reasons that he, along with that system, are hired by towns to do reappraisals. And he's actually an assessor in another town.
Right.
So his experience in using that system and in general for Vermont town values, he lives in Essex Junction. He has a great deal of experience to go along with that system. So that's how they came about, but it's only a brief overview of how it was done.
Right. So I guess I'm here to do a lot of learning because we've never done this before.
Yeah. But
what I'm hearing is, and it sounds like CAMA is not available to me. It sounds like it's only available.
Oh, no, it's you have to lease it, and there are updates for it, and there's outside information. The cost of new materials is something that has to be put into that computer for the current year. So you also have to buy what they call tables to add into that. So it is a system, and no, you wouldn't have access to.
Right. And so not only do I not have access to the system, I don't even have access to the method that he used in doing it. In other words, because and I don't remember, Sarah, if it was you or the very first call when we got our tax bill. And I said, how can it more than double?
Well,
and what I was told was, well, lots of people in town are doubling, and there's
some
a lot of
are.
people who are concerned.
Others were much less. There's a whole range of, some were maybe 25%, and others were every in between.
Right. So my point is that I'd like to understand the analysis that was done.
Yeah.
That led to a more than doubling in 1 year, because it's upsetting.
Well, what you can do, though, aside from that, is basically what we're doing here is discussing the different aspects, features of the land and the house. And you can look up comps yourself, which he might consider useful if you looked up some comps, a list for him to look at and compare. Another option would have been, what not many people do, is have the property assessed by a fee appraiser. That doesn't even guarantee a change.
Right.
It is something that is very useful if it's done by a certified or expert realtor.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, no, it's rare that anybody does. Sometimes people have just bought a house or done a reappraisal for other reasons, and if it's current, then it can be used for for this purpose. So those are things that are available to you. And it would, the actual method and so on is somewhat proprietary. And it would be so complex anyway that it would be like having to, take a college course for something. It's so, that's why he.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, my basic question is, did he apply an average for the 1,000 properties in Wilmington? Did he do it for all the 5 bedrooms, all the waterfront,
Yeah.
all the Lake Waponda?
Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to tell you, but I can say that it can be used in a very selective manner. But in the end, what really counts is whether the value that comes out of it seems accurate. So that's one of the main parts of his job, is after doing that in the computer, he uses his knowledge and expertise and decides whether that's correct or not. And he can adjust it at will. So it's as if you have an expert fee appraiser using a very high-end piece of equipment to assist him, only it's for thousands of properties all at once.
So really so you'll look into the land value, and then I'm gonna follow Sarah's suggestion and look into the town view and the parcel map, and those things are available at the Wilmington
Yeah.
website.
Do you want me to show you?
That would be
Okay,
great.
yeah,
Do you want to put it up there so we can all see, or?
My computer isn't hooked to that,
Okay,
but, so I can just turn this.
Okay.
to, so I'm gonna go. If you go to our website, just is wilmingtonvermont.us,
Mhm.
then under department and grand list assessor office.
grand list,
Yep.
okay.
And then if you scroll down a bit, under, right here on the top, the second one down, is Town View Online.
Okay.
So that brings up a parcel map of our whole town.
Okay.
So you can just type in an address up here. So if we did your address,
Island Road, yeah.
right, it's hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's your parcel.
Yep.
So if you click on it, there's this box that comes up over here, and there's a property card. So now this won't have the 24 values. It'll have the 20, well, what was previously a valuation. So it shows here you had a valuation in 22. That's the most recent, the 24 won't be there yet. But it gives you a generalized picture, which might not be up to date. But it just gives you a little bit about the owner, the address. And then if you go to the second page, it's all the specs of the house, layout of the house, how many, and then this details bedrooms, bathrooms, and such.
And so if I wanted to search for other 5-bedroom properties, is there a way to do that?
To filter just 5 bedrooms? Probably not. I don't know. I don't think
believe
so.
so.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I've never tried it.
Not within here, but I mean, if you,
Is there a way to filter on assessed value?
so this is just a way to get to those property cards, but you'd have to actually go and click on each property to get that card for that. I don't know why it's keeping this yellow.
Yeah.
And then, so like you would be able to see who owns this one and click on their property card. And if you zoom out, I mean, I guess if when you click on one, it does tell you, it tells you some of the information over here, how many acres they have. If you clicked on one that was similar size, But
So basically what I can do is I can click on each property surrounding the lake. So at least that way I've got Lake Waponda waterfront property.
Yeah, at the very least, yeah.
You don't have the comparable for 2024. You only have 2022, so that doesn't really help.
But then there are, so that's where you find the property cards.
Okay.
Then on the website. So that's the town view online where you can find the property. Then there's these summary sheets where it lists by property owner, and then this one is by location. And that's the new valuations of this year in a much more.
You see that?
Yep. Summary sheet by location.
Yep. And this,
Or
so this
owner.
runs by this street name. And then the other one runs by owner name.
So if you've identified something.
Well, I'm just a mystery. I don't know who the owners are.
Well, if you're looking first at the property cards,
Right.
you'll find the owners.
Yep.
So you will have their names. So I was told years ago, we've owned this property. The property was my parents. I don't know if you know that. My parents bought the property in 1964. So it's been in my family for a long
Yeah.
time. Yeah. So I was always told that the assessment was done by the number of bedrooms in
Yeah,
the
that
house.
may have been true somehow in the past. It isn't now. Some systems, and actually the bedroom count isn't really a value changer. It's just considered living space. Although obviously when people are searching for a house, bedroom count is going to be important, but it isn't really a great point of valuation that is all that useful.
So what are the points?
Oh,
of
it's
valuation?
hundreds in this system. There's so many places to put details. We can detail a certain square foot of part of a house that has no heat. All kinds of very little nooks and crannies that some systems don't even have. So it is really hundreds of points of data. They don't all change every year. Some don't change much at all, but that's the ability of a computer. It has so much information in it, and that's why it takes an expert to use it properly. But room counts are important, and that's why it appears on the data sheet here. What was
Is
your?
that a comparable that we do when we look at this map, or we just really looking at the acreage? That's what
I would.
How do we do those?
I know it is.
Yeah.
It is
I
tough
don't see
because,
how we can do that.
like, when you're looking up comparable sales wise, bedrooms matter. But in
Yeah.
our system, it's more the square footage of your livable space that's taken into account as opposed to separated
Right.
rooms.
You probably wouldn't see a great correlation between bedroom count and overall valuation.
So the key for the valuation is the square feet of livable.
That's one of the main things, yeah. And that appears on your property card, the actual usable, finished, heated living area. Well, actually, it also includes areas of heat that don't have heat, which is kind of unusual. Not many people have finished areas that are not heated, but sometimes they do. So, but yeah, the overall square footage is very important. And that's one of the reasons, well, that obviously appears on like Zillow and so on, along with the bedroom count, because that's important.
So everything we've been talking, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, no.
Everything we've been talking about so far, is sort of technical, is the valuation accurate? That's everything we've been talking about so far. Let's just go back to even the basic question. Are there restrictions, or is it a factor that doubling in 1 year?
Well, to get to the point of the final, what the market value is on your new value, you're welcome to, if you feel you have a value that you think would be reasonable for a market value, that's always the assessor always would be interested in hearing that. If you don't have to have a theoretical value, but it can be useful. So, but as far as any limiting factor on the market value at the high end, there isn't. It's up to the assessor. But to get to another point that kind of relates to that, you'll be getting a second notice to show what, if any, change was taking place in about 2 weeks. That's after the property data has been examined. And even if there's no change, you would get this notice. So the notice will also tell you that there are steps you can take with further with official groups of the first one would be a board of civil authority, which has people from the town who have a hearing much like this one, and you can bring your information to them after you've had this part of the process. And they have somewhat more freedom of making changes. They're not limited by necessarily by the rules and regulations of the assessor's office. They have more free hand. And there are steps up beyond that one as well. So that's something you might want to consider. It's called the BCA for short. And it'll be in that notice telling you that that's something for homeowners to go to.
And that we
yeah.
can do before we actually get our bill?
Yeah. They would have a time frame. I don't know exactly what it would be, but they would have a time frame in line with after this one.
So relevant to that hearing, maybe not to this grievance. You paid property taxes last year of $17,000, did you say?
Well, yes, when
Actually,
the house.
am I wrong about the BCA? Do they have their hearings after the values become official or not?
Yes.
They do. It's afterwards. Right, because it was in June, I think, when we did it last year. So I misspoke. Their timeline or their hearings would be done after the
We submit our numbers.
Yeah.
And if you decide to go on to the appeal process, you go in front of the BCA, and if changes come from that, it'll be a change to your tax bill.
Yeah.
The
We're still on
tax bills
schedule
will
for
end
that.
up, yes.
You'll let us
Yeah.
know in 2 weeks, and then we can pursue.
We can
Yeah.
still do that before we get our tax bill.
You'll still get a tax bill. It'll just be on the whatever value comes from this. But if you were to proceed further, there's certain, if they were to make different changes, then that would be a change. You get an altered tax bill.
Right.
Anyway, so $17,000. Gee, that's a lot of money. And now we're thinking it's going to be $34,000 just for taxes.
Well, the tax is totally a question mark. We can't even consider talking about that, or I would say try not to be too worried about what the tax rate will be. And it won't be what your value change percentage was. as
Yeah, it's
Sarah
not gonna
can
be
tell
that
you.
It's not even
type
double
of, no.
No,
No.
it would be,
Because it puts
When a
us in
town goes through a
situation-
reappraisal of this size, it brings the whole town's common level of appraisal up, which helps to keep our town rate down. So it offsets.
So even what I think you're telling me is, even though our appraisal doubled, our taxes may not double.
Right,
Right.
yeah, I wouldn't go by your percentage of what your assessment went up. I would not use that as the percentage your tax bill will go up.
I mean, that's what got our
Right, of
emotions
course,
going.
a lot of people
Yeah.
think that.
yeah.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
Towns don't often publish that information on purpose. I don't know why. It would certainly save some nights of no sleep for people that
They don't
are
publish
worried.
what your prospective tax bill will be.
No, that they don't tell,
You tell you
they
it's not
don't-
double.
they don't promote the fact that it's not an all one-to-one of the value change to
Yeah.
and sometimes it can even, the tax rate can go down, but it's rare that happens.
So this is, we live in Maryland is our
Mhm.
primary home, and this is a secondary. This is my tax bill from
Oh.
them. And it's $9,000.
Right. We're actually running out of time at this
Okay.
point. We're running into
Yeah.
somebody else's
I'm so
meeting.
sorry. Thank you.
No, it's
Oh, that's
fine.
okay.
And if
No,
you have
it-
more questions and want to talk further, you can certainly send me an email.
Okay, I will do. I appreciate
Yeah.
your patience and your help. Thank you.
Well, good luck with everything.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
yeah. I might see you again when I'm out looking at the big box house on the big large.
When they're done.
Yeah, whenever they're done. Yeah.
We'll see when that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
one of their managers said that they expect to still be there working at Thanksgiving.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
great. Wow. Chilly. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck.
Have a great
Thanks.
day. Yvonne?
Yes.
Hello.
How are you?
Nice to meet you. I'm Sarah. I'm the one that you've met through email.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for rescheduling me.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Did everything go okay?
Yeah, I rolled my ankle
Oh.
and just not paying attention,
Yeah.
and it blew up, and it I knew I'd torn some ligaments, but I wasn't sure if I'd broken it. But
Right.
luckily
That's
it's fine.
better safe than sorry, though.
My
Yeah.
name is Dan. I work for the assessor.
Okay.
So my job here is to collect information and anything you submit
Yep.
for the assessor to pass it on to him,
Yeah.
and he'll.
Um,
Go ahead.
Well, so I live at 458 Ray Hill Road, and I understand that it's a town-wide assessment, and I think pretty much everybody went up. But I just wanted to make sure that some of the information about our house was factored in.
Oh, okay.
We're not.
Do you have a copy of the
I
property
do
card?
have a copy of the card.
Let me see that one.
I just had this printed out
Oh.
from downstairs.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
so it might
Yeah.
not be the up-to-date one. Here's the up-to-date one.
And
Just
and
that has the 24
this one is a
values.
more complete with details. So
Oh, right.
that'll be, you can keep this. If you want.
Okay.
But, and I have a copy to look at it at the same time, what you want to talk about. Yeah.
Okay, so, I just wanted to make sure that, some of the information about our house is reflected in the valuation.
Sure.
Because we're not a new build. Our house was built in, 1992, I think it's definitely
Yep.
in the record.
Yep.
But just looking at the assessments from my neighbors in the area
Uh-huh.
and ones that are similar square footage, it seems that there's quite a big difference in what they're being assessed at
Oh.
versus us.
Yeah.
One of the properties, and also our house, we did do a renovated kitchen, but other than that, we need a new boiler, we need a new furnace, we need a new roof, unfortunately. So these are all things that right now, the condition of the house, I think we're overvalued for all the improvements that need to be made in the house. And there was a couple of properties on our, like, 144 Ray Hill, their square footage is 2628, and they're significantly less than us. They're like 366,000.
Okay.
Then 434 is 2,200 square feet.
What's that house number?
Sorry,
Sorry.
that's 434.
Oh, okay.
Ray Hill, and that's 361. Our neighbors are at 446, and they're 4,200 square feet, and they're only 258. And I think there's some challenges to our location just because Ray Hill is it's so busy.
Oh.
And I think when it became partially private road, that didn't really help us at all. I think even more traffic redirected down our part because now that the what would it be, the southern part of Ray Hill is now private, so you really can't treat that as a cut through. So we do get more traffic
Oh.
coming down our section of Ray Hill.
Okay.
And I wanted to print this. Unfortunately, my printer wasn't working and I tried to do it before I left because I've been just trying to gather as much information as possible. But 431 Ray Hill is 2395 square foot, and that's 371,000. And then 395 and Ray Hill and 373 Ray Hill. Those are both in the mid 400s.
Okay.
So we're outside of one new property, which is a brand new build. We're the only property on Ray Hill that's in the mid 5s. So I think we're a little higher, and I just wanted to reiterate that we're not a new build, that we have a house that has existing windows that were never updated, doors,
Okay.
front door.
So you said the only thing that you updated was the.
So we have an updated kitchen and a powder room.
Oh, okay. Those are important rooms.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy to email. I did a spreadsheet of comps for
Oh.
my particular neighborhood.
Yeah.
Could I email that to you?
To
just
her.
for the
Absolutely.
record? Okay.
Yeah. That'll get passed.
Anything that you want, and like you said, you had something that you wanted to print. You can
Yeah.
also include anything, and it'll get put together with all of this that goes to the
Oh, should I
assessor.
include in the email the list of things that, just to make sure that you know it's not a new build, that we have a, 30-year plus furnace, new roof, a roof that needs to be replaced, all that kind of stuff.
Anything that you're stating right now, Dan takes notes on.
Okay.
So all of that will be included in his notes anyways.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's up to you if you want to reiterate, but.
Yeah, it couldn't hurt if it's,
Okay.
um,
And then I also wanted to one last question.
Sure.
Just looking at the history, our taxes went up the last time by 100,000. It actually went up by a 44% increase. Was that like atypical for
your
the?
actual taxes?
No, I'm sorry,
Oh,
the assessment.
The assessment. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, it went up by 44% the last time we did it. So it went up 44% this time, but it also went up that much the last time. Was that pretty standard, like across?
That's just probably more like coincidence, I would say.
Okay.
You're talking about 2020.
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, that would just be coincidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Because there's no set percentages
yeah,
ever set.
yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to
It's
make sure that
interesting,
this
though.
time around, like
Yeah.
everything's being kind of considered, because 2 years from now, I don't want to see as big a jump. I'd rather get the assessed value kind of at a place which is reflective of what the
Mhm.
property really is.
So what would be the range that you would think it would be marketed for?
I think between 4 and 450.
Okay. That's always the assessor, likes to see that
Yeah.
whenever somebody has a number.
Yeah.
So 400 to 450. you
Yeah,
said?
and this kind of factoring the work that needs to be done to the house. It's also like the location not being as desirable as some other areas because we're kind of a thoroughfare with
Yeah.
where we are, Ray Hill, with people. back and
I could
forth.
tell you one aspect of traffic situations that can be addressed in the land value as a factor of a negative, some percentage of negative factor, but usually it would only be done when it was involving several properties, which may actually be the case here. If it was shown, if the assessor sees that several properties in one part of a road are being affected by that,
Yeah.
then they could all get some kind of change
Yeah, assuming my
for
neighbors.
the land information, land
Yeah.
value.
Yeah.
But I've mentioned that there is the traffic issue, and you probably aren't the only one that finds it.
I would not think I'm the only one.
No, of course not. So it can be addressed, and I don't know, it may already be addressed, but for your area, I don't know how that would
Yeah.
that would be working out. So
Okay.
it's good to mention everything in case it's usable.
Yeah.
And yeah, especially the things that are problems inside the house.
Yeah.
Great. Well,
Well, thank
okay.
you so much. And
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
definitely follow this up with an email to you.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
5 o'clock Monday is the deadline for submitting.
For submitting anything.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate your time.
Oh,
thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, geez.
Might want that.
Take care. Paste that.
So normal time, do you work every single day normally?
It depends on what my workload is.
Yeah.
And I don't, you mean as far as at home?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you just
Oh,
like your regular
yeah.
stuff, non-grievance stuff.
Yeah, no, it just depends on the workload and, so, and I am very flexible about when I work, so I may be working on the weekends just as well, but not necessarily 8 hours. And, there's been a lot going on, and I do spend time, but I'm also the bookkeeper for the company.
Okay.
So I get to do that stuff as well.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, we using a 20-year-old version of Peachtree accounting
Mhm.
because we don't need anything more powerful than what that is. So
Right.
it's a nice little software for all the billing and payments. And here's this must be.
It's not 4:30. But do you want me early?
Are you John?
Oh,
Yes.
So we actually have someone before you
yeah.
that is not here yet. I think we're gonna have to wait till 4:30 because we wouldn't, yeah, just because we don't have enough time to get through you without bumping into somebody else's time.
Okay.
Without giving you your full amount of time.
Sure. I was thinking that perhaps this guy would be through with maybe 10 after 4.
Oh,
or something.
yeah.
I guess that's not gonna happen.
Well,
But our
so
4
we're
o'clock
waiting
is
for
not,
that person. Huh?
they're not in, so.
They're
But then we do have a 4:15.
Yeah. Is the 4:15 in person or not?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So this one. Oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
I sent him the Zoom link. Not in.
Oh,
Which is tough. Now we're gonna sit here and if he does come in, then we're running into everybody else's times.
yeah.
My thing is if somebody were to come in, I would tell him he'd have to wait till the other 2. But we have 3. And actually our last one is gonna be long, I think. It's gonna
Oh,
run long.
what was
It's
that one
Janet
now?
Boyd. And I noticed this one is a commercial property, so she might not even be able to talk about this one today.
Oh, is she in just for this one? Or
No,
is-
she
it's
has-
also for the.
She has 2 others.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But one is just land, I think. You know?
It's a mobile.
Oh, that's.
Yeah.
Is this one just land?
Oh, is it? I don't. think I-
Oh, no, it
Oh,
looks
no,
like there's a
there's,
bunch of buildings.
there's something there. Well, there's one building.
What's all this stuff there?
Uh, Agriculture,
Oh, are
primary
they-
commercial. So it's,
I wonder if it's a farm. I know they have a farm.
oh,
I just don't know. And
Well,
that's
it
the thing
says-
is she didn't give me any details on what it was.
the property class is just basic commercial, 320.
What does that mean?
It just means that's the property, just commercial in
Okay.
general. So
It doesn't even say like what kind. of
it's not telling us.
Anything it is.
Oh, it says Boyd Farm Barn. So it's a partially 2 stories. It's heated. It's valued at. Oh, it didn't make a big jump. Big increase.
Hi, Ted.
Hi.
You can come on in.
All right.
We're ready for you.
Sure.
Yep, you can come right on up. I just want to let you know we do record all of our sessions.
Good, you have the lister's card?
So this is Ted Heavenrich. Heavenrich?
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of the card? I have it here if you don't.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
So should I give this one back to you?
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Hi, my name is Dan.
Hi, Dan.
And I work for the assessor
Okay.
here in town. And what I do for the hearing, I collect all the information that you may be submitting, as well as anything verbally that I could make notes about, and pass that all on to the assessor for his analysis of your property value.
Okay.
To see if change is warranted. So let's see, you're welcome to start off with whatever you want to.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I
discuss.
want to say is I take great pride in paying all my taxes, whether it's federal, state, local.
That's good.
You know, I'm a retired teacher. I don't have kids. I'm a bachelor, but I happily support school taxes, even though I don't derive the immediate benefit.
Sure, yeah.
I'm just trying to understand how the evaluation was arrived at.
Okay, yeah, that's part of our main
And
part of our job.
I find it somewhat to be an opaque process.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just start with two minor issues that sort of shake my confidence in the process. On the card, you'll see a garden shed listed as 12 by 16.
Mm-hmm.
It's 8 by 12, and I don't know
Okay.
how they ever came up with it. I mean, that's twice the area.
We don't usually ever are able to know why something got to be incorrect.
Right.
Over the years, different people have had to handle the information.
Right.
Does
Does anyone
it's
ever
easily corrected.
go to the property?
Oh, well, 2020 was the prior reappraisal.
Right.
That was a full physical inspection where the listers, the three listers went to all the properties.
Okay.
And it was, unless someone had called for an appointment, they would have just done street by street. And
Right.
if somebody happened to be home, they may have gotten to see the inside.
Right, I understand.
So
this is
yeah.
a question of outside.
Yeah, so that was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And normally there would have been reappraisal after 5 years. But the state, looking at.
Yeah, the
they-
CLA.
They monitor all the towns.
Right.
They demanded, or they said the reappraisal had to be done, but in statistical only.
Right.
So, and as far as you know, you don't know when the last time anybody came in your house probably, or on your land?
To my knowledge, no one's ever been inside the house.
Yes.
Not because I refused, no one ever
No.
asked.
You weren't home when they came by.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So as far as the shed goes, that should have been picked up when they were there in 2020.
And I understand it's very
cor-
minor.
It's easily correctable.
Okay.
So you said it was 8 by 12?
Yes.
Okay.
Another, again, minor issue, but I'm trying to make the point about confidence in the process.
Yeah.
On the lister's card, it's listed as colonial 2-story.
Okay.
But the card I was given has a picture of the house.
And it's not.
And if you look at the picture, it's not a colonial. You can see smaller windows in the upstairs.
Okay.
It's what's called a knee wall cape. And I wasn't going to make a point about this, but I have a good friend in a nearby town. He's a selectman, a builder, and hears a lot of tax appeals. And he said, oh, there's a difference between 2-story and 1 3/4, which is what I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm a 1 3/4 story.
Okay.
The knee wall, you know, in a colonial, the interior wall goes all the way to the ceiling.
Right. And in the Cape, and usually the rule of thumb for assessors is to, even if there's no, even if it's all open to the eaves, to start from a 5-foot imaginary knee wall and measure that depth or width of the
I'm
upstairs.
confused by that.
Well, usually there is a physical knee wall.
Yeah.
Even if there wasn't, usually the assessor would use whatever point where it's 5 feet high from where the knee wall ends.
Okay.
And so sometimes in a house, some houses, for whatever reason, there isn't a physical knee wall. So they would
Right.
just do an imaginary point
Gotcha.
where it's
Gotcha.
5 feet high.
Okay.
And so I see here, actually, apparently that wasn't done for this sketch that I'm seeing here.
Actually, no, I don't have any problems with the sketch. The square footage is correct.
Well, it's actually showing a full,
Well, because the knee wall is 6 feet high, that's why it's 1 3/4.
oh, okay. So
That's why. Yeah.
But how about the base floor area?
Those are correct.
So
I have no
it's
problem.
saying the upper floor is the same width, 24
Yep.
by 24.
Yeah, because basically the wall goes up 6 feet, then you got the roof.
Okay, so
and then you got the ceiling.
the basic appearance of it. Well, that's a fine point.
Right, it might be a semantic point.
Yeah, well, and it also, I'm not sure which house descriptions do have a value change.
Right,
There might
I
be a
don't
value
either.
change. Yeah,
Okay.
that I'm gonna make
It's
a
just
note
worth
here.
noting.
Yeah, I'll make a note that on here about that for the
All right.
assessor to address, because it could be a value change.
Right.
But certainly,
Now,
go ahead.
those are both minor issues. To me, the key issue is, you'll notice the grade is very good plus.
Yes.
And again, because it's not transparent, I am guessing that that's affiliated with a multiplier. Because right before that on the lister's card, it has the cost of construction, which was 318,000. And then it lists the value they arrived at, which was 639,000, I think. I mean, I'm doing that from memory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm assuming the multiplier was about 2.01. But my point is the grade seems to be very important.
It is.
Right.
It represents the quality of the structure as it was originally built.
Exactly.
In the beginning, yeah.
So my friend gave me the lister's rubric for grading a house.
Okay.
Foundation type. Good, 8-inch reinforced concrete. I mean, these are factual, anyone can
Could I
check them.
see that
Sure,
for a second?
absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well, I have to mention that, and this is for Wardsboro. Do they still have listers?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know if you may be aware that the town has done away with listers.
I'm not Wilmington yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Last year, they ended the use of.
So
having-
how is a grade arrived at?
There's a contract assessor. So some towns in Vermont are doing this.
Okay.
They're changing over to a contract assessor who's hired based on experience, just
Gotcha.
like any other hiring.
Right.
So listers, I mean, it seems very relevant. But
This rubric was provided by the company that runs the computer program that both Wilmington and Wardsboro use.
No, well,
Marshall Swift?
the tables are Marshall Swift.
Okay.
The program is called ProVal. Because
Okay.
Wardsboro, actually, now that you
Not
mention
sure.
it, I think Russ does do work for Wardsboro.
Right.
Yeah, now that you mention, I totally forgot about that.
Again, I'm
yeah.
a babe in the woods when,
Yeah.
this stuff.
But I haven't seen a list. So this was created for the listers
Yes, it's
in the past?
Yeah, as a teacher, we call these things rubrics because you're trying to create consistency and fairness.
Yeah. Well, it's possible that they may still have listers, but when, and my brother is the one who's the assessor here.
Right.
He may be doing work for them for the ProVal system, even though they have listers.
Right.
Or even if they had an assessor. There's a lot of things that the assessor or the listers may not know how to do in ProVal. It's very complicated.
Right.
So he does some work, and I don't know if he's, I don't know if there's listers there.
But I mean, if you look here, very
Yeah.
good plus. is
Yeah, okay.
5.7 to 5.9.
Yeah.
Now, I fully agree that some of these one could vacillate between one category and another.
It's somewhat subjective, I guess.
Right,
Yeah.
but some of them aren't, like
Yeah.
foundation type, that's not. No, that's a 4. Foundation corners, that's not, that's a 4.
Mhm.
Exterior walls, 2x6, good wood or vinyl, that's what I am, that's a 4. You know,
Yeah.
I just have standard clabber. You know, one could argue about exterior trim, whether it's good or extensive.
Mm-hmm.
Fenestration, I'm definitely very good, because I like light.
Oh, yeah.
But roof, again, clearly good. 10 pitch, 2 tiny hips on the porch, nothing else, just regular old asphalt shingles. And then the one that really got me was the floor structure.
Yeah.
Definitely average. I mean, you can go into my house. I have 2x10 joists on 16-inch centers.
So what is this called? This, you said listers what?
Rubric.
Lister-
RUB.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Basically a grading formula.
Yeah. So overall, what would you say the?
Oh, I did it out and I tried to err on the strict side, you know.
Okay.
Although again, because I'm sort of new to all this, maybe I missed something. But I came out with good plus.
Good plus. Okay.
Yeah. So not very good plus, not very good, not very good
I'll
minus.
circle that.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, being a teacher, I tend to talk.
oh, that's okay.
Well, retired teacher.
Okay. Yeah.
And then my only other big issue, and I thought we had solved it 15 years ago, when I
Oh.
came in here, was the influence factor. I don't know what it
On
is.
land. Yeah.
You told me it might be view. Might
I
be.
wasn't sure.
Right,
I
right,
just noted that there is a line on there.
right.
Yeah.
Can you shed light on that?
Yeah. The
And
word.
what does the
the word.
20% mean?
The word. So yours has an influence factor,
And it says 20%.
and is there a label there?
No, none. It just says influence factor.
Okay.
20%.
There's that could be looked up in the system. I don't think it shows up on. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Well, it's got a coded number.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So there are several different types of influence factor. And offhand, I don't know what the 7 is.
Okay.
But yeah, it says 20% additional. But
additional on what? On the total evaluation?
yeah,
That would
I
be
guess
significant.
so. Yeah.
That's a multiplier of 1.2.
Yeah. But it also says sound value. There's an SV here.
Okay.
And the SV stands for sound value, which usually means that the computed value is being overridden by a different value determined by the assessor, forcing a certain value, either more or less.
Right. Wouldn't you agree that that's not very transparent?
Yeah, the card can't show everything,
Right.
and that's why we do the hearings.
Yeah.
And the sound value it's not used it's very rarely used, but when necessary, it will be used. So the system is still creating a value, and it's there if they wanted to take that forced value off.
Right.
It's just a way to force it to have a value for this reappraisal. because some factors can change.
Right.
So an influence factor might change at some point. Like, yeah, I don't know offhand what that is, but I'm gonna circle that. And,
I mean, if it is view, my neighbor Diana Brown has the same view. She doesn't have any influence.
yeah, I don't, if there's, for, as far as views go, that's somewhat subjective, but also it can be a very definite thing.
Right.
But it has to be done carefully, where in a way that that there's sales that show that
Right.
is being part of the appeal to the land. So it wouldn't be for every property. And obviously, as you know, the trees could grow up and there's no longer. So
Well, exactly, the trees on.
Yeah.
There was a view.
That's what happened in your
70
case.
years ago.
Okay, yeah.
70 years ago.
All right.
But there hasn't been a view for the last.
Just in case that's what it's for, I'm just gonna write,
Okay.
is this for, and it's not, it doesn't use the word view. I'm not sure. Not sure what it is. And it can be more than just.
I just want to understand.
Oh,
like
sure,
the
yeah.
SV, that worries me. I'd like to know, is it forcing the value up? Is it forcing it down?
Yeah,
Why?
right.
Why was that assigned?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems to me that's the kind of thing people ought to be able to know.
Oh, well, nobody's hiding it. It just, there isn't really room to put all of that on here,
Okay.
since there might be very many different reasons for using sound view.
Okay.
So it's up to someone to actually come in and ask for it.
Right.
Which is what we can do. And
Well, I would welcome people coming to the house and just
Yeah.
pointing out to me what they're seeing.
it wouldn't be possible for our hearing process
Right,
here.
right.
There isn't a time frame to do
Right.
that. Which brings me to, you will be getting a second notice in about 2 weeks to show what change, if any, has been made to
Okay.
your valuation. And on that notice, it will also mention options that are available to you to go for further resolution.
Okay.
The BCA being
BCA,
the first one available.
Right.
The first step up from here. So that'll be in the notice. So in order to, after you get your notice, if you want to, whatever the change, if there was a change, but if you want to find out what the, actually, we could tell you at some point, I could tell, if you want to email Sarah, or she could just email you. Does she have your email address?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I can find out from the assessor.
Okay.
And she'll send you that email, that information as soon as we get it, which would be
All right.
in a day or a couple of days, maybe.
Okay. I appreciate it, Dan.
Yeah, should be no problem.
Okay.
I should mention that 5 o'clock Monday would be the deadline to submit any other further information that you wanted. Did you want to give us any paperwork?
Not really.
You don't have
because
to.
It wasn't about comps.
Oh,
It was
okay.
Just
Yeah.
correcting factual
It was
stuff
details. Yep.
and asking about how the grade was arrived
Exactly.
at. What
Yeah.
the influence factor.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you're bringing up
I
things.
have
that-
one final little
Sure,
question.
go ahead. Yeah.
SOL.
Uh, Actually, we call it property card because the listers are gone. Yeah, that's okay.
I think it stands for solar.
Oh, on the backside here?
Yeah,
On here?
yeah. It should be
Probably.
added near the bottom.
Oh, yeah, it's, yeah, it says solarium here. Is it a solarium? Or
Well,
not?
it's not clear to me. I mean, to my mind, a solarium is something that has heat gain.
Well, it's usually a structure that has a lot of glass.
Mine is a screened porch, screen doors
Oh,
that, all the way around. You know how you
Yeah.
take wooden doors and
sure.
screw them to 2x3s. And so the screens can be taken out in the winter and put glass in.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But it's not insulated. There's no solar
Yeah.
gain. And again, my friend who's a builder, said, boy, 27,000 sounds like a lot for that screened in porch.
Okay.
But I just don't know if solarium, because there definitely is
Yeah.
no solar gain.
Right, well,
You know, I mean, there's no heat advantage.
yeah, because the glass is only when it's cold.
Yeah, and it's single pane and the
Yeah.
floor isn't insulated.
Well,
You know, it's on
solariums would.
sonotubes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll bring his attention to that. So seasonal windows.
Right, you know, it's screened in the warm months.
Yeah.
I put the windows in before I head away for winter.
Okay. Yeah.
We hit our time.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
No worries.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
my
that's-
students would get up and start leaving.
Oh, geez.
You know,
And when
sort
the
of
bell
like,
rings.
"Bell's rung."
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll check into that as well.
I appreciate
And,
it, Dan.
and there may be a change to just call it a screen porch or, yeah,
Enclosed
temporary
porch.
windows. I've never had to get clearance.
Well, according
clearance
to my
on it.
friend, that's pretty common up here.
Oh, yeah, and we do have a label for screen porch. but
Right.
When there's windows available for it, I'm not sure how that gets taken into
Right.
account, so
Right.
I'll find that out.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'll get back to you. Sarah will get you.
Right. I'm aware of them.
Yeah, okay. Well, thanks for coming in. Good
Yeah.
luck with everything.
Thanks,
Okay.
Ted. Nice to see you again. We are ready.
Oh, yeah.
Ready and rolling.
I'm here to talk to you about a two-bedroom house in a neighborhood with McMansions all around.
Oh, mansions, yeah.
Okay, at 312 Lake Pond Road.
Yep, got that. here.
Okay. And actually, you told me that this was totally based on statistics. I was really surprised when I got a calculation value here. I spent a lot of time working on statistics myself on what I thought.
Well,
things
and
ought to
Dan will
increase.
be able to give you a better rundown of just what that means. of
So, and
statistical.
just to
So-
start off, though, I'm basically here to just collect information, but with some explanation as well, but to collect your information and give it to the assessor. But as far as being statistical, it is up to a point because the assessor does finally look at what the statistics are showing him for each house individually and may override that. So there is a human being who has a lot of experience behind the statistics. So go ahead. Yep.
First a question. On the land value here, it says EX. What's that?
That would be the general overall.
General overall quality.
Quality.
No encroachments, no problems with the land, basically.
Yeah, well,
right?
there's a lot of factors, so I don't know how to single out which ones would be applicable to your
Well,
property
I think
or
there are a
not.
couple of things that aren't included in that assessment.
Okay, go ahead.
Number one, there is a public right of way. Well, here on this corner.
Well,
Deeded to the public. I can't expand my driveway that like to over here because of this.
Okay. Can you,
So there's.
do you have a copy of this? Or can we scan it or take a photograph?
Scan it or
Yeah,
photo or
because
whatever.
this would be useful for the assessor. I can take a photo.
Number two, the property is now this entire. This and this triangle.
Okay. You say is now, was it not always?
Well.
Or that's
Not
okay.
when this map was originally.
Oh, okay, it's an old map. Yeah.
But way back in the 70s, I bought this parcel too. And that's included in the 400. There is a 50-foot right of way across this part of the property. I don't think that's included.
And that route right of way is for a house or the parcel beyond. So
That right of way allows about 7 or 8 lots up across the road that come down. Me and my neighbor. See here for access. Right of way goes up this way, across his property.
Oh, so this line is your property
Yes.
and that side is his.
That's it. Okay, so I don't think, I think that right of way ought to be included. This is nothing new. This I brought up in 2016 when we had this too. And the third thing, which I didn't have documentation for back in 2016, but I do now, and that is, which I discovered in 2016, when my next door neighbor on this side had his property surveyed. His septic system, septic tank, what is this, the pump tank and the piping is on my property. It's been there for more than 15 years. And my attorney says I can't do anything about it. So those 3 encroachments on the property, I think ought to be taken into consideration. And I don't think they were in coming up to that value of 450.
So what is this shape?
This is my neighbor's property.
Oh, that, okay.
This is my neighbor. This
And
is
then-
my property.
Oh, so this just, yeah.
Yeah, showing,
Okay.
just to document that that's there. Now, in 2016, I didn't have this map. I just had the knowledge.
Oh, that's, okay.
So
How did you get the knowledge?
the survey had been done. I hadn't seen it yet. And my neighbor came over to politely tell me that we had a little issue here.
Really?
And he wanted a right of way over this entire section. Which I
He
have
wanted
not given.
to acquired it either by buying
Yeah, he
it
wanted,
or,
he wanted legal access to the thing.
yeah. Okay.
And the surveyor, Merrill Mundell, said, well, you don't really need it because he's got it by, I guess it's eminent domain, I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Something like that. I don't think
That
that's the
it's,
right term.
for a long period of time, it's just been, it's not been addressed. Right. Oh, well, that's interesting.
Now,
How does this border your, where does it border your property?
that is this parcel. This is this parcel.
Okay. So it's right around here where.
Right.
In the middle of that, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this would be helpful for, it could be described in text. It might be useful as well as a visual aid. I could photograph it. You probably can scan large things, right?
You really,
Probably not that
you
big.
really only need this, right? You
That's
don't
true.
need-
Yeah.
Right, so I'm thinking,
Does it allow you to lay something large and just be part of it?
yeah,
If not, I'll take a photograph.
no, I'm thinking even if I just fold it the right way, you don't mind if I refold
I
it?
no, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Because if I fold
If
it
it's
in
gently
just the
folded,
way,
it's not going to be really.
right, I'll
And
make
this,
a copy of
and
it.
this one too, perhaps?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and is there a certain part that you want? on
Well, if you
this?
can just get the main borders of it. This here
This, do you know, is this,
and this. Oh, well, actually, yeah, this
these
one,
might be recorded in the land records.
this is.
Do you
on the
think they
top.
are?
Yes,
So then
I don't
Oh.
think that one is.
Okay.
Well, it may be, it may be.
Go ahead, I'll take a look over. to it.
Yeah, okay,
And
well,
then
we
if
can
not, I'll take
continue,
a-
yeah, okay.
And here's the description of the right of way that was,
I just got- I need to-
Oh, really?
that was retained.
And this week, we can copy this as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow, Wow. So you don't know if this was ever included in the town's information for your property?
But this one,
Well, yeah,
I
any
know
of
that it
this.
was included in my appeal in 2016.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't have the full history going back in time for the assessments, but that would, you appealed it at that time?
Yes, I've got that.
With
I've
the,
got that here too.
was that with the grievance, with
Uh,
this type of grievance or the BCA?
BCA.
It was the BCA, okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's because it just couldn't be addressed for whatever reason by the listers at the time, I suppose.
I don't know. Gosh, I don't remember. I didn't remember that there was a process like this.
Oh, okay,
Before
yeah.
Board of Civil Authority. I don't know.
And well, yeah. So the board, the BCA will be available to you after we're done, after the assessor's done with this, dealing with this grievance hearing. And I should mention that there aren't listers anymore. The town last year stopped having listers. So there's now an assessor in this one too.
Sure.
Thanks. Now the town has a contract assessor, which towns are doing because they want it, for whatever reason, they decide they would rather have a contract assessor who's hired the way you would hire any employee. And
By the
it
way,
doesn't
what's your-
have to be a resident of the town either.
By the way, what's your name?
My name's Dan Bodwin,
Dan
and my
Yeah.
brother's the interim assessor.
Interim assessor.
And he's also a reappraisal contractor for towns as well, other towns. So I do this part of the process, and I do inspections, field inspections and so on. And he's the one who's drives the train, with the computer and everything. So was there any other issues that we needed to know about?
There's a little minor issue, and that is
that
I can't find my second fireplace. It's listed in here.
Oh, so there never was one.
No, we don't have two fireplaces.
That's interesting. I'm not sure how.
I'm not sure how it got there because it's not in the 2016.
It's not. Oh, okay.
No, it's not in here.
I can't imagine why that would be. I mean, it could be a totally freakish mistake.
Yeah, it could be, but
there's no chimney on the house that would make it look like it or anything.
Yes, there is. There
But
is.
why?
When the chimney was put in, the fireplace is on the main floor.
Okay.
So when the chimney was put in, flue was put down below, so
Yeah.
we could have, but there's no fireplace now.
Oh, okay. I see. So it may have been a guesstimate or an
Yeah.
assumption.
Yeah.
That's easily corrected. So I just crossed that off. Yeah, if they haven't gotten to see the inside, sometimes they are obliged to guesstimate. But it's important for it to be correct. In this case, it wasn't.
Yeah, there are actually.
If that's what happened.
Yeah, there are actually 4 flues in the house.
Oh,
There's
really?
2 when the chimney was put in.
Yeah.
When the heating system was put in. Thinking that maybe there would be a fireplace later on in the middle of the house.
Yeah,
but there
that
never
makes
was.
sense. Yeah. Yeah. Does
Now-
it show 4 flues openings at the top or not? It's just,
You'd have to get up on the roof to see them.
oh, yeah, okay. So there's nothing visible that would be misleading.
Reason I brought up the thing about statistics was I didn't expect to get this report with a buildup of what the value was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is
So I
standard-
started looking at statistics
Standard
myself.
procedure. Yeah, okay.
And I went back to the previous report and looked at it. And then I looked at the comparables. And I looked at, here's the pictures of the property. Now, that's 2016. The only thing that I can find different is there is a branch over the roof here. It's been removed. Even that leaf looks like the one that's there right now. It's just no different. Nothing's been done.
Okay.
Then I looked at the comparables that were used in 2016. These are the three properties that the town appraiser picked as comparables.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that,
I
okay,
still
go
think
ahead.
they're comparable.
Yeah.
Now, the comparables went up in value 45%. All
These,
these
these,
three
yeah,
comparables,
for 2024.
right, from 2023 to 2024.
Oh, okay.
All the properties on Lake Pond, including these big McMansions and everything, went up an average of 37%.
Mhm.
Mine went up 57%.
Where did you get the, all the total, all of the properties average?
Yep.
Where did you get that?
I got that off
Is that on the
two
top?
reports. I got it, I took the town's 2023 grand list, and I took the 2024 report. I took the 2024 values, put them next to each other.
Oh, so you had to total them all up yourself?
Yep.
Oh, okay. How many was it? Over
Oh, geez,
100?
I don't have that.
Oh, maybe you just didn't quite get it.
I guess the 50.
Oh, it was only that many? Oh, I thought there was more.
Well, I took the properties along Lake Raponda Road, just on the lake.
Yeah, right.
And then I took Westlake Road.
Yeah.
Added those all together.
Mhm.
This portion of.
Oh,
the
great.
subject.
Yeah.
Then I did a couple different ones. Get as much
Oh, I see.
of these as I could, and then I
Yeah.
did a big one as well.
Great. Yeah. No, those are usable. and
Okay.
I could actually combine them if
Oh,
necessary.
perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then. that's it.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Okay, so you've got, there's no sense in my leaving prior reports, is there? Well, although, no.
Well, yeah, it would be useful.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're doing for time. I'm over.
Oh, Sarah probably knows. Yeah, I guess the next one is reading, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Well.
Now what?
So these will be going to the assessor over the next couple of weeks. He'll be going through all of the hearings to look at each property that came in for a hearing, and yours included, and decide whether a change needs to be made or no change. You'll get a notice in the mail in about 2 weeks approximately to let you know if a change was made, how much. It'll look like the first one, and it'll show the old number and whatever the new number is.
Okay, so you're not doing anything with the value here other than
No.
gathering.
Yeah, right. I don't do any of that.
All right.
It's all
Now,
the
if I don't
assessors.
like what they come up with,
Then notice also tells you of the steps available beyond this hearing. The first one being the Board of Civil Authority. Have you ever been before the Board of Civil?
yes.
So
Yeah,
that
in 2016.
it'll be mentioning, yeah, oh, that's right. It'll be mentioning that, and there's some beyond that as well. Ending up with, I don't know what, but So that you'll get that in about 2 weeks.
Okay.
And
This is not the same, right? No, it's your brother you said.
Yes.
Who's the appraiser, right? So, and he did
Assessor.
not work for the previous firm.
In 2020, he was the reappraisal contractor.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it wasn't until 23 that they eliminated the listers, and he had to become interim.
Okay.
Because they haven't hired somebody yet. So, and the new system for the analysis was installed here in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, some great information here. So hopefully there'll be some adjustment, but we'll
Thank
have
you.
to wait and see.
Will, yes.
Okay, well, thanks for coming in. Bye now. Yes.
It's been horrible 5 months.
So we have Janet Boyd.
With lots of confusion.
Oh.
So, I don't even know where to start.
Well, let me just introduce myself. And this is Sarah, who you've already.
know Sarah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Dan, and I work for the assessor
Mhm.
in various aspects. So today, what I do with the hearing is collect any information you're giving us, verbal or documents, and eventually pass. And I also take notes.
Good.
Eventually passing that all over to the assessor, who will then be the one who will use that information to possibly make a change. Yeah.
Sounds
we
good.
have your property cards here.
Do you want to start with any specific one?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Whichever ones you are ready to do.
What do you have on top?
This would be the commercial one.
Which is
845.
a floodplain. Okay. That's easy.
Okay. And there is a structure there.
Barn and
Yeah.
that's floodplain.
Barn. Yeah. Okay.
Can't do much with it.
Okay.
So we have nothing permanent could be put on there. I could do something on wheels. I have one little rise that I would trust something on wheels, but we use it for agriculture.
Okay.
It's vegetables.
Oh.
And last year we lost 43,000 in produce and we lost 135 yards of soil.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it was last year.
yeah.
That was a
and
bad year.
In
Yeah.
January, we came very close again.
Yeah.
We came close again. So I mean, it's never gonna support a septic system. It's never, it was 4 feet of water in the lower level.
Wow.
So, I mean, it is what it is. It's great growing medium.
Yeah.
And what I did was,
Is this something you're leaving?
I can leave that with you.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would, I'm sure the assessor would find this useful.
And then I have 3 things that, and again, this is a little confusing because I'm constantly confused why why 10, 11, 12, 13 years ago, whoever did the appraisal, Brian DeCesar did our residential. whoever
Okay.
did the commercial, I didn't. But Sharon Bill Adams had 3 dwellings, double the acreage, and very comfortably double the barns, if not triple the barns.
This is another farm.
They
The
came
Adams
in,
farm.
they came in less than us. Wheeler Farm had 3 times the acreage. Comfortably double, if not plus the house and triple the barns than we had. They came in less than us too. Brian was really a little freaked out sitting here. And he looked at me and then it dawned on him, Higley Hill and crap and 100 easily would have been done by their commercial, some other commercial broker, whoever that was. So between that period and this period, we bought these 14 and change acres. And then we also bought a little bit, like a half acre more that was an old septic system for the house across the street. I only buy the best. But it dawned on me, I didn't want somebody making a junkyard in front of it. So we paid a couple thousand, not a lot, but we secured it. So I guess I'm not sure what to say. I tried to look for comps, and that was not easy. I did look at Karen and Marty Sprague's property on Route 9. They have some current use. They have 17.82 acres. They have a brand new barn. They have a house.
What's their address?
I'm gonna give you this.
Oh, okay.
It's
Oh,
this. And
I
yeah,
gave you the printout, the thing that you asked me, where you wrote out all your comparables. I included that. It's just a Word document.
Oh, great.
So that just gives you a little bit more.
Right here.
It's in here?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
so it
Oh,
lists-
yeah, okay, yeah.
So this
Sorry.
is the one she's talking about.
Yeah.
Marty and Karen Sprague,
Great.
John Green and Mark Perry, so the three for
So-
that one.
So what happens on this one though, is they are very close to the same acreage. on it.
Mhm.
And on this parcel is a completely livable house, a brand new barn, an old barn, and they're not in floodplain. So that kind of left me a little confused. And I am not making any assumptions. I'm just trying to sell, I
Mhm.
sell real estate.
Oh,
But
okay.
if I were looking at my floodplain and this, I'd be going, it's a little weird. There's 111,000 allocated for their house, their big brand new barn and their old barn. Even if you took the old barn out, because I have a barn. But they're not even in floodplain.
Mm.
So
Oh.
the property value is, what did that come in? It's.
Yours?
No, his.
Oh, Sprague?
Yeah, 298 or something.
No, 280, 270,
Okay, so they,
280,275.
that's,
You think that would be reasonable for yours then?
for mine.
Yeah, or would,
Mine doesn't have a house, mine
Yeah.
doesn't have a brand new barn, and mine isn't
Oh,
floodplain.
okay.
His
Yeah.
is not,
Yeah.
his is on the high side. So, I don't know, that didn't make any sense to me.
Hmm. I did want to ask about that barn. It's a pretty old barn.
It was 1700s, and it was moved back 6 feet from the road.
Oh, they only had it as 1900. I guess they were guessing.
I'm sure, because no one's ever been in
At
any
that
of my
point,
properties.
yeah, there's probably no more depreciation after it becomes, if it was more than 1900, farther back, but there's probably no depreciation after 19, as far as change goes. But how's the condition of it though? It's not falling down though, but it's not in great condition,
Well,
right?
we can't do much with it.
Yeah.
We can pull equipment in it.
Yeah.
And if it looks like flood waters, we pull equipment out.
Oh,
I can't leave anything in it. We
Yeah.
can't build it. We use it in the fall occasionally to put pumpkins in our mums.
oh,
I mean, we can't do anything permanent.
yeah.
And on the property, we can't, it won't support a septic system.
Mm. As far as the actual condition though, would you say it's below average condition or very below average?
No.
For
I
its
would
age?
say- For its age, I'm sure it's
Just kind of
it's
average?
okay.
Yeah,
They keep it short of.
yeah, okay. All
I
right.
mean, we don't want it falling in,
No, of course not. Yeah, because you're still using it.
but it's still incredibly limited.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
Marty's got a brand new barn and a house, and his assessed value for more acreage is 111,000. That doesn't make sense. He certainly has more square footage for barns than we've got.
Yeah. How's the land, how's the acreage comparing?
We have floodplain,
Yeah.
he does not.
What's the actual acreage amount though?
I have, what,
so-
15 and change, he's got 17 and change, is that correct?
Not that much. Yeah.
Yeah.
17.8, yeah. So not a big
Yeah,
difference.
I do just want to say that, the Spragues do have land in current use.
So do we.
Okay, so I
Oh,
don't know
that's a
if
good
that
point,
would
yeah.
change, okay.
Mhm.
Do you know how much of yours is current use?
I think
I
all
think
but
it's
2
noted on there.
acres, all
Yeah.
but 2 acres.
Yeah. Yeah, they're 15.82.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
So
Well,
the other one that confuses me again, and I don't know about this one because there's absolutely nothing here. It says it's John Green's property, which is on, well, for Pete's sakes, it's a barn and land. It's 15.5 acres. It's on the road coming out from Shaw's. So I'm not sure what it's zoned. And he has a sugar house on it.
oh,
And he's not in floodplain, and his is considerably less than ours.
yeah, 93. And can you leave this as well?
I can certainly
Oh,
leave it.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
as crazy as I am this week, I tried to.
Well, I'd say you
correctly.
managed pretty well
Well,
getting,
no,
finding.
I've been in the hospital a lot, so
Oh,
thank you for your patience. It's
Oh,
just been, oh
yeah.
my gosh, dumb stuff. So then we have the SITS mark, which is the ultimate confusion. He's got
okay.
it listed for 1,000,003. It's all floodplain, except for the little rise where the end is. He's got a pool, he's got tennis courts, he's got all sorts of
What
stuff.
one is that?
I don't know what to tell you about that, but
Oh,
his land is 50 acres and it's all floodplain.
That one's a lot of different parcels all put together on that card too.
Oh, okay.
But all of the
Yeah.
land is floodplain except for the rise where the pool and the lodges and the parking lot.
I don't know much about that property. I'm still new.
You're doing well.
Thank you.
So those are the 3 confusing things I'm gonna leave you. I don't know that there's a lot of,
Well, the assessor will go through it and look at the comparisons and see if, what might need to be changed, if anything, but,
that's that parcel. We have many parcels.
yeah. Oh, okay.
You're not done with me yet.
What was this one?
You may want to clip them all together.
Yeah.
Which was that one?
Did we, the one with the mobile home? Which one is
Or
that?
was that with one of
Is this a
those?
comp? This is,
No,
it's
let me
yours,
see.
I guess.
Then this-
That's the one I printed out just because I know it has your name on it. So
Oh,
this
okay,
one-
okay.
Here's, okay, this
Yeah.
is what you-
So that wasn't one you really had planned to talk about?
yes, I
Oh, it
did.
was. Oh, okay.
This is the one with the.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual that 1970 mobile home appreciates that much.
Well, it's actually to 71, but 15,970.
1970, yeah. So here is this one. And again, that was not an easy one to comp on any level. But I'm going to leave you with this. I have a 3.2. I made a mess of this. 3.2. This is when I say proposal. Tennyson Drive. That's considerably less. 72,000. I have another one that's on Fairview Avenue, that's on 2.5 acres. That's considerably less. And then we have this one, which is on 1 acre. That
Mhm.
one's ours. That was my husband's uncle who went to work, came back, and they gave him a piece of the farm. So when he died, it came back to the farm. And of course, it's always Uncle Henry's house. So these are your comps,
Hmm,
such as they are.
yeah. It's great. So what will happen is the assessor will be going over these hearing.
So that one goes with these. And if you wanna keep
Oh.
them separate, it might-
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, so that one goes with this. Yeah.
That's the trailer.
Yeah. Oh, I've got this one here.
Got it.
So the assessor will be reviewing your property information for these over the next couple of weeks. And then you will get a second notice in about 2 weeks for each parcel.
Every parcel I own is weird.
Well,
So-
it has to be dealt with, yeah.
Okay, so
And then after you get that notice, it also tells you about the BCA and the other steps you can take to seek other resolution.
Okay.
If the changes or no change were not acceptable
Okay.
to you. So it's good that you came in with all the background here, comps and so on. So we'll just have to wait and see.
I'll do the other ones.
Oh, whatever,
We
yeah.
have a lot.
Oh, what else do you have there?
Okay,
Oh,
so
I only went by these three
yeah.
that you
Oh.
wanted the
Well,
comparables
one-
for.
So I think what
Yeah.
have we done? We've done this one. We've done Eastover Road. So this one I was gonna leave you. I have no idea what to tell you about it. It's tricky in that it's all rock outcropping in Medberryville. We use it as a woodlot. They hunt on it. It's a goat path to get up to it. And there's, I mean, unless I knew every parcel, we had it perk tested twice. It's not buildable. So
Okay.
that's that one. I looked and looked, and unless I knew exactly who was unbuildable, Heights and Trudy have 6.92 acres with a huge view at 19 and change. So like I said, I have no opinion about this. It just seems odd that unbuildable, totally no well, no septic system is worth that much.
Okay.
And then I went away, which I will give you.
Oh,
That's the other one.
Oh.
Here. This one. Okay, and then that one, like I said, I couldn't figure out what to do with. It's just seems a little odd. So this one gets really confusing. And I have to say, I looked at 94, 96 pages here.
Yeah.
And I truly could have used a key. There are single homes, there's one family homes, there's two family homes, there's commercial homes, and I have no idea where I fall in. When I got the building permit for Whitney Lane, they said, what do you think? I said, it's a 3-level house. They had me. They had me finished. There's a 3-level home. We are not. We have a basement, 1-bedroom apartment with pocket doors for an office, 1 bath. We have on the main level, one bedroom. An office, one bathroom, living room and kitchen. And the third level is completely unfinished, but they have it as finished. And listed as a single house.
Is a single family?
Just a single house.
Oh,
So this is not finished.
it's a
empty.
single family, yeah, less than 6 acres. So they were calling that an attic area. They were calling that an attic area, but it's not. Is there a way to crawl into that or walk into it?
Yep.
The stairway?
Yep.
Yeah, but there's
Still
nothing
not-
up there.
No,
Okay.
it could be a 2-bedroom and a bath. We did not, when we bought that house, Bucky's mom lived in it. The house had burned to the ground. So we had a choice of rebuilding, and we did. We pushed it back on the lot more, and we rebuilt 2 1-bedroom apartments. We had the Riches, Lee Rich, who did all these paintings on one end with the
Really?
in their 80s. We had Mr. Green across the street in his 80s. We had next door, we had Mr. and Mrs. Maynard in their late 70s. And the last thing we ever wanted to do was put 2 big rentals there. I did not want to disrupt their life. So we kept it really simple.
So it would still be called an attic space, but it's unfinished attic space.
Okay.
So it would be a very small amount of additional.
That's fair. As
yeah.
long as, but
They
is
may
it
have
a
guessed-
single family or a duplex? I
Oh.
pay my sewer as a duplex. I took out my building permit as a duplex.
So does it have two of everything?
Yeah.
2 kitchens?
2 kitchens, 2 living rooms, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 offices.
Well, that's interesting because it's only described as a single.
Right. And
There's
that's
only
what it
one,
says
so,
in these, I don't know what you call these forms. That's what it, when I went through this, there are so many errors, I was blown away. And truly, I was too tired to deal with it, but I was dumbfounded. There are so many errors.
On yours, you're saying, or
On
other
all
people's you've seen?
94 pages. It was insane.
oh,
I want.
All of these. I went through 90, 94,
Oh, okay, yeah.
95 pages.
Those are the new
I
valuations.
truly couldn't believe it.
how many bathrooms are there?
One up, one down.
Oh, one for each,
Apartment.
yeah.
I
Well,
mean-
they're saying
And
also,
the other apartment is in the basement?
so that, yeah, it says basement finish. It's saying that there are 2 bathrooms, but it's also saying, is there a half bath?
No.
There's no half bath? Okay. Okay, so. So it is saying there's 2 bathrooms,
Which is fine.
and I'll make a note that there's one up and one down.
Yep. One on the main level, one in the basement.
Yeah.
The third level is nothing.
Yeah, it's just it's
I
just
mean, I
attic space.
remember when we were talking about it, she said, what could it be at some point? I said, it could be a 4-bedroom. We could have a
Yeah.
1-bedroom, and then we could do 3 bedrooms on the 2nd and 3rd floor.
Hmm.
I said, but,
It'd probably be pretty hot up there though.
well, no, I mean,
No?
it's like a 3-level home, but
Yeah.
we did not want to disrupt the neighborhood. I mean, truly, there were so many old people around us, and I don't know that we would have had the money to finish it back then either. I mean, so much of our money goes into farming. Doesn't matter how much you work, you're never
No.
gonna make enough, you know? But we didn't want to lose this, and we knew we had to deal with the burnt out house, you
Mhm.
know? But
Well, that's
so-
easy to correct.
Okay, so
yeah.
then I went through, and what have they got me, at 400 and some odd now?
For that 418, Oh,
So,
50?
yeah, so here is somebody on 25 acres with 3 apartments. And they're like 100 and change. It was crazy. Then this one was, this is 5 apartments on 5.6 acres. And this was ridiculously
Yeah, those
valued.
wouldn't really be great comps, partly because of the, well, especially the ones that are 5 units. 5 units normally would be 4 or more, usually would be called commercial rental, commercial residential.
And it's in a residential area.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
um,
Okay. This one is right in Happy Haven, a Wheeler Village. I mean, this is 3 full levels. This doesn't even mention their basement apartment. I mean, I have to say, just because, and I sold that house. I mean, I was shocked. And I don't know, does it pay to put a bunch of real estate agents in the room and say, rip this apart? But I think you would get a lot.
Oh, you said, so as a realtor, that you sold them. Is that what you meant?
And I
Yeah.
know a lot of
You
these properties.
participated in their
I
sale.
know so many of these properties. So going through them, I was shocked. And I kept saying, how is this reassessed?
Well, it's good that you're pointing out these mistakes
Well, just
or
a
errors.
few.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
We never find out how these things
No,
are, why
I know.
they're incorrect.
I know that.
All we can do is correct them as they come along.
Yep, and I understand.
Yeah.
And then, this is the floodplain which I gave you. Yeah, I think my copy is nonsense, but I don't know. I feel like we have all the weird ones.
Probably, no, there's probably others that haven't come in about their properties, but there's,
No, I mean, the farm is in current use. I mean, I tried to view it as if I were putting it on the market tomorrow. What would be a fair price?
yeah.
And these were all weird. But
Mm.
the farm was fair. I mean, we're in current use, so we're grateful. But yeah, we definitely, did I give you 4 out of our 5 properties, so.
Well, yeah, so we'll just have to wait and see what the
That's
assessor
fine.
does. So keep an eye out for that
I will be
in a
happy
couple
to.
of weeks.
Yep.
If you have any other questions, email Sarah.
Poor girl.
Yeah.
I asked her if she was ready to jump out of her window. Not yet.
No, we'll try to keep her from doing that.
Oh my gosh, how many appeals did you have?
I think we're around 200. It's not too bad.
Not
But
all
it
of them
was
were in
crazy.
person though, because we're doing
Yeah.
Zooming.
So some people come by Zoom and we have some that just submitted documents that we then like read into the record.
Yeah, some people who are like out of state or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a terrible number.
No, that really isn't.
Yeah.
But
There's a lot of freaked out locals, and I tried to.
And we've had a lot of people who call in, right, and have questions, and I think being able to talk to somebody and more understand also the process of bringing the town as a whole up and what that does to help our tax rates. And I think there's so many people that think, oh, I grew by 50%, my taxes are gonna go up by 50%. And that's the big freak out.
And that is a big freak out.
Yeah.
And I did keep saying, just make sure the facts are factual. I mean,
Exactly.
that's
Right.
kind of,
It's hard.
it would certainly be nice to have everything at 100%. And then move forward from there.
Right.
I mean, I keep saying, why don't we just look at the sale prices? But then again, you have some like our farm, the farm that's not here, our farm's been in the same family for 101 years.
wow.
We were 148 years under the lake.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, and 101 in this one. And even though I sell real estate and everything, truly all of our money goes into the fund. It's not like I have gorgeous bathrooms. You know, because our payroll's paid, our taxes are paid. We have tractor parts as we need them, you know, it's what you're doing every month.
Yeah,
Right?
it's
Right.
complicated.
Well, thank you. If you have any
Well.
questions, I tried to give you, even though some of it was really confusing.
Well, our assessor has a good deal of experience with these things, especially Vermont.
Where's he from?
He's Essex Junction. Well, actually, Winooski, originally our family was from Winooski.
Very nice.
So, but he does a lot of work in Vermont
Mhm.
and some in New Hampshire as well. So he's a
Oh,
good,
good.
yeah, so it should be.
Thank you. It'll be interesting to see what it comes out.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I kept trying to say if I were him, how would I be looking at this? And floodplain is pretty hard to figure out. There's very little of it. You know, there really isn't.
Yeah.
And people said, well, why'd you buy it? It's like, it's the best growing medium there is.
Wow.
You know, if we can get the culvert into the bridge opened up, maybe we won't flood as open as
Oh.
often.
Oh.
But, because that's full of debris.
Wow.
We're working on it. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
good luck with everything.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Janet. It's nice to see you.
No, keep her from doing that.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
You are.
You were.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
Have a
right.
good
Take
afternoon.
care.
So I don't know how to answer this woman's question. She's saying she doesn't really want an appointment. She doesn't really feel like she needs or wants to dispute her assessment, but she just wants to better understand how the decision was arrived at for her increase in value. She's like, I could just get a phone call, and I'm like, I don't know that that's something I can do without being part of Grievance. Like, I don't know, because like I don't have the answers.
Oh, she didn't.
Like, she doesn't really want to grieve. She's saying like we've been back and forth with her. She does, because she submitted to me prior. So yeah, like we've been talking. She gave me some documentation that I've kind of just held on the side here for a minute because I'm like, I don't really know what to do for you. And she's like, well, I just wanted a better understanding of how the numbers were arrived at.
Well, yeah, I or Les could talk to her on the phone.
Okay.
And then it would just become a no change grievance.
Okay,
It would still be a grievance, yeah.
it would be a grievance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not usual this time, well, everybody has serious issues here, but it's not usual that occasionally somebody just wants to talk, but it still becomes a grievance, but it just.
So instead of like scheduling. Okay, so it's Thursday, July 25th, and we're going to briefly read in some of the people who submitted documentation for grievance and did not want to come for hearing. It's Sarah Coachella and Dan Bodwin here from the Assessor's Department. So our first one is Russell Weber for 389 Castle Hill Road. The tax map is 9146.1. Span number is 762-242-12547. And he has included a letter with lots of comparables and an appraisal that's dated February 9th, 2019. Our next one is from Vermont Gulf Real Estate LLC. They are disputing 10 different land parcels. The tax maps are HS-OVER.016.011.009.011.009.005.9.011.009.069.070. The spans are 762-242-11406, 10931, 13784, 11780, 10116, 12139, 11803, 10407, 13791, 10831. Each parcel has an in-depth letter stating the condition of the land and why he believes they've been over-assessed. Next, we have Reginald and Genevieve Jacobs. Let's see, what did I do with that letter? For 32 Atherton Road. The tax map is 3458, span 762-242-11750. They've submitted a letter and pictures stating the removal of an outbuilding on the property. The next one is Linda Matthews, just for 25 Winter Haven Drive. The tax map is 212150, span 762-242-12177. She submitted a letter describing the deteriorations of the house and property. Let's see, the next we have is Roger and Cheryl Crawford. 46 Lyle Hill Road, tax map 212146, span 762-242-10870. And they've submitted a letter describing deteriorations and included printed pictures from the house and property. Our next is Sheila and Gerald Osler at 7 Shearer Hill Road, tax map 1015, span number 762-242-12488. And they've submitted a letter of condition to their home. And the last one for today is Diane Mayer from 15 Three Streams Way, tax map CHA 137, span 762-242-11260. And she submitted a letter and picture of the proof that there's no wet bar in their home as they've been assessed for. Okay, and that's it for today.